talent belok, talung belok.
Welcome back to Gibraltar then, and day one, well, what a day that was. We had 3 teams go at it, and only one team was able to come out on top. Portugal getting 2 wins out of 2, defeating both Malta and Gibraltar. We're back and we're ready to do it all again. Welcome to the Gibraltar T20I series here on the European Cricket Network. What a day we had yesterday, wasn't it? Runs galore here at the Europa Point Sport Complex here in Gibraltar, the most southern point of Europe, of course, and it was an excellent day for Portugal, getting 2 wins from 2. They were pushed, though, at that last game against Gibraltar, but they've got Malta in their sights once more, and we're ready to go to the referee who's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Deals.
It is a hit.
News from the coin toss then. Portugal skipper Najam Shazad, he's going to go ahead and have a bat first hit. No real surprise. They were runs galore yesterday, and himself, he was in the runs as well, wasn't he? Coming in at number 5 at one point, coming in with some 44 valuable runs off. Not many deliveries as well. He is certainly going to be one to look out for once again. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Malta. They really have a point to prove. They came off a bit of a disappointing defeat yesterday. They just didn't seem as if they were at the races. A couple of bowlers missing, maybe a couple of batsmen as well, but I know for a fact that they're going to be up for this one today. In the commentary box is Joe Marples. He's going to be ready to get us underway. News from the coin toss, Joe. Well, the Portuguese skipper, they're going to have a bat first.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Europa Port staying here in Gibraltar. It's a beautiful afternoon, not a cloud in the sky here, a little bit of a gentle breeze, but yeah, you've joined us back for it's day 2 of these internationals here as we have Portugal and Malta facing off for the 2nd time this week. So after a very strong start yesterday, Portugal will be looking to get 3 wins from 3, while Malta will really want to come back from that disappointing first day where a little bit of maybe first day nerves hit home and just struggled a little bit with both bat and ball. It could be an interesting one today though. I've got a look at the squads as we go down there. Some really good performances yesterday for Portugal, both with bat and ball, especially that, like Charlie just said, Najam Shazad. Nice 44 runs yesterday off only a few balls. In the end, not many at all, but really good performance from him. And then he also took 3 wickets in the final game of the day against Gibraltar. Another person to mention, Francois Stoneman. A really good day at the office for him, both with the bat and the ball and in the field. Complete live wire, really led by example from the front and got his team going when needed to. Another individual who maybe struggled in that first game with the bat and maybe a little bit of an unlucky LBW decision was Miguel Mercado, but he came and turned it on in the second game against Gibraltar and got them over the line in one of the games which was looking like it was going to go right down to the wire. If we go over to and have a look at Malta, really had a rough day yesterday, having kind of won the toss and decided to bowl first, putting Portugal in. They ended up bowling it wasn't a bad start from them. 160 on the board for Portugal it was a target which they'd have probably thought was gettable. However, really came out with the bat, and it wasn't really the run rate which was the issue, but wickets tumbled at the wrong opportunities. 2 big players for them which will be looking really to lead from the front today is Basil George and Varun Prasad. Didn't really see them get going yesterday. Some good bowling from debutant in the side as well for Malta. Some really good debutant performances. We see Afi Khan come back as wicketkeeper today for his first game, and hopefully to see a decent performance on the pitch for them. Lovely day, as you can see there, as we look across the skies, across to the Mediterranean, and as we see the scorecards pop up from yesterday's first game, it is a total recap. So Portugal are going to be batting first today, just like they did yesterday, and I think they'll be looking for a bigger score than 160. I think they'll probably be a little bit disappointed with that total in the end. Najam Shazad really came in and led from the front. That 44 from 29 balls really got them up to that score in the end, where they were going slightly below the run rate. Kuldi had a really decent start at 27. He'll be looking for a big score today. And as we can see in that second innings there, Portugal in the second game, in a very close game, a higher scoring game, just pushed on. 174 for 3 off their 18.2, chasing down Gibraltar's total of 171. Miguel Mercado coming to the front with 54 not out, and Amir Zahib with 55 not out, guiding them in the over the line. Someone to look out for on the bowling side, Junaid Khan and MD Nippo really took the game yesterday. in both games really. In MD Nippo taking 5 for only 15 runs in that first game really had Malta in a spin, while in the second game Junaid Khan finishing with 2 for 26 and also took a first ball wicket, which is actually his 7th time he's done that on the ECN, so really impressive from him. Just taking a look at the table, as we see Portugal have played a game extra than the other two nations, but 2 wins from 2. They're looking really comfortable at the top of that table. Gibraltar and Malta both looking today, they'll be looking to get off the mark. Malta, with 2 games, they've got a real opportunity to try and jump that table and get back on level terms with Portugal. Gibraltar in that later game, obviously will be looking to get off the mark as well on home soil. So, another day of really good cricket lies ahead as we see the guys just starting to enter the field of play. Won't be far away from taking away. Probably about 5 or 10 minutes until start time here. Join us in the chat. Let us know where you're listening in from on day 2 here. And yeah, give us some questions. Let us know how you feel. Who do you think is going to come out strong in this second day? Who do you think is going to come and win in this first game? We're going to got Malta and Portugal. So, as we see, there's Malta and led from the front by skipper Varun Prasad. Just to mention Varun, he's a really, really canny character, very good player. Hits a lot of runs, very big hitter. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on today, leading again as captain for the first time on an international tour. Didn't go to plan yesterday for him, but having spoken to him, I know he's really keen for the boys to come back strong in this day too. It's a lovely day out in the middle. Not really much of a breeze. It's going to be a hot one, so the guys will really want to kind of conserve some energy. They'll want to kind of cut down on those running between the wickets and get some nice boundaries, I'd have thought, from the Portuguese side. Be interesting to see who Portugal decide to go with and open up with again from the top. Yesterday with Azhar and Dani opening up, he really had a tough day at the office with the bat. Be interesting to see if he comes out in this second day and has a bit of a better day. He's a very good batsman, and as we see, there he is, just walking to the crease. Just looked a bit edgy yesterday, a little bit nervous at the crease. I think that first day nerves really did kind of play a part, but I think he will come back strongly, I think, in this day 2. From the other end, I would suspect we have Kuldeep, who he's got a couple of nice scores, a couple of nice runs under the belt first off, but made starts and then kind of lost his wicket. We know he can go big, and if he makes a big score here early doors, he can really try and take that game away from Malta, even in this first innings. Looking at Najam Shahzad, he obviously won the toss and decided, I'm going to put the guys into bat today. I think it's a good call. It's a lovely day for batting, not much breeze. They're going to be looking here to set a really big total first off. So, not long to go here. Kuldeep will take first ball. Afi Khan behind the stumps there. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on in his first game of the tour. Very decent, very good wicket keeper, very well likeable character as well behind the scenes in the Malta camp. And it's Ashok Bishnoi who will also start with the first over of the day. And we are starting from the straights end, as we have named it. It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays. We saw a little bit of an uneven bounce yesterday at times, some which were leapt off a length, some which kind of stuck a little bit low. But yeah, definitely interesting to see how that pitch plays and how the batsmen cope with those pressures. So, as we get underway here, Ashok Bishnoi will take us underway with the first ball. And that's a good start from just moving it. We saw it yesterday with Ashok Bishnoi. He likes to move that ball away off the seam. And yeah, just watched by Kuldeep. It was up pitching just outside off, and you see that movement in the air from that camera angle. Really nice from Ashok Bishnoi. Really nice seam position, and he does get that lovely away movement. If he can get that right today, like he did yesterday, I'm expecting him to maybe take a couple of wickets as he comes in for the second ball. Ooh, that's a wide call. Again, just one of those things with that away movement. As someone who myself tends to get that away movement with the ball, you've got to be very careful. If you're bowling outside that off-stump line, if you're getting really good movement, chances are, you're going to get it to move, probably to pass that line, and you're probably going to make the umpire make a decision on whether it'll be a wide or not. Big swing and a miss from Kuldeep. Very well bowled from Ashok Bishnoi. Very good response. It's a lovely start to the day for Malta. And just like yesterday, Ashok Bishnoi is getting Malta underway with some really nice and tidy bowling. So, who's joining us, chat? Let us know. I can see Connor Greenshields. Nice of you to join us, Connor. He's saying, let's go Portugal. Yeah, absolutely. Really good day for Conrad's boys in day 1 here in Gibraltar. 2 wins from 2, as they look to go 3 from 3 here. Cut through the offside. Didn't quite get hold of it. There's a man out there. And they're going to just keep that to the 1 run. So Kuldeep Galoya is off the mark. Nice little cut through shot through the offside. Pierced the field nicely, just didn't quite get hold of it. And there is a man out there to sweep up. Azhar Andani then. First time we get to see Azhar Andani this second day. He'll be really wanting to make a good impression. After a difficult start to yesterday, he'll be really eager to get off that mark. But he's such a quality batsman. Having played against him a few times for Gibraltar, he has punished us, and he can bat. He can really bat. So he just needs to settle down, get into his rhythm, and I'm sure there are runs for him this week. And that's a nice shot through the leg side, pulled away, and it will be a boundary. And the first boundary of the day, and it does go to that man, Azhar Andani. Lovely shot in the end. I think it just a bit too short from Ashraf Bishnoi a little bit here. Yeah, just drops it short outside, and yeah, Azhar Andani says thank you very much. That will be my first boundary of the day. Lovely start there from the Portuguese opener. Good to see Vinny Sandhu also joining us in the chat. Hello, Vinny. Hope you're enjoying Milan. Very good cricket there. I was catching up this morning while getting ready for today. Some really good cricket on show. As Bishnoi comes in again to bowl. Cut away through the offside. Goes over the top of point. This could be running away for 4. It's racing away and the man can't catch it. That is another 4 to Azhar Andani, who goes 8 runs from 2 balls and 2 boundaries. He's making a statement of intent early doors here after yesterday's kind of difficult start. He has gone, right, let's take this game by the horns, and it's a lovely shot over point. Bit kind of stretching it a little bit, but with the infield in this power play, cut away nicely. And yeah, on a day like today where it is really, really hot, the outfield is absolutely racing. I have a feeling we're going to see some high scores today. Flicked away to the leg side again by Andani, and this could be 3 boundaries in 3 balls. Are they going to stop it? It is 3 boundaries in 3 balls for Andani. This over's just starting to get away from Malta after a really good start to it. It's a difficult start in the end, a difficult end to the over in the end, as Bishnoi ends up going for 3 boundaries off his final 3 balls. As we get to the end of the first over. Just seeing that ball there, just racing away to the leg side. Not going to catch it on this outfield, and I think today's going to be a really prime example of all of that. Looking at some of the stats here, and looking from today, so looking at those top batters, Michael Mercado for Portugal getting that 58. Zaid has made a nice little 49, Galoya 47. Also looking at the bowlers, wickets were premium really. Rahman got 2, Bishnoi took 1, and also Sharma took a wicket yesterday. Portugal, look at the Portuguese though. I think the Portuguese, their bowling is such a strong attack. Nippo with 6 wickets, and Junaid Khan with 5, and even Jam Shahzad in that second game managed to take 3. So really good start from here again from Portugal, as they're on 14 for no loss after that first over. As we see Mughal come into the attack. And Mughal, who bowled from the straight end yesterday, is now bowling from the rock end. So a bit of a change from him. He's coming around the wicket. Or left arm over, should I say. That was just pushed a little bit wide. Got a message in the chat from the Up Bay Beast saying hi from Wolverhampton. Oh, let me know how it is back home. I mean, it's really warm and sunny here. It's nice to be back in Gibraltar in 20 odd degrees, having spent the last few months in the cold and wet and the snow of Wolverhampton. But yeah, let me know, what's the weather like back home? Thank you very much for that message. As Mughal will come in again. Galoya on strike. Oh, just fended away. It's a nice little ball. They'll probably get a single here. I'm just going to jog through this that run. Yeah, one thing we'd like to see today for Portugal, Andani yesterday just looked a little bit lively at the crease. There was a bit of a nervous energy about him. And there was a couple of chances run out wise, and there we see again Andani had gone. Kuldeep was still in his crease. It is, to be honest, Andani's call. Andani, that has gone behind the square of the wicket, so that is Andani's call. He's running to the danger end, so Kuldeep there, if Andani's called him through, Kuldeep should just be going at that point. It's interesting to see if it's a communication issue, but there does seem to be some maybe issues with the running when Andani's at the crease. But yeah, needs some big loud call and good communication between the 2 batters from Portugal today. They'll be looking to really kind of cement that place and really get the good communication going between the 2 guys who are out in that middle. So as we get to the second ball, here comes Mughal. Slow ball, doesn't quite get it right. Bit of a full toss, but it'll just be punched down the ground for a single. Yeah, let us know in the chat. Now, obviously, anyone from Malta or anyone from Portugal who are tuning in, it'd be good to see what your thoughts are going forward. Nice ball, just outside off stump. That'll be a dot ball. Good to see Bruno Cavalieri. I wouldn't hope I've pronounced that right, saying let's go Portugal. Also Krut Patel saying let's go Portugal. A lot of people from Portugal in the chat, it seems, supporting the boys away from home. They've had a really good start, haven't they? So good to see if they can make it 3 from 3 this morning. I think they'll be looking to get a big toast on the board early doors here. As Mughal comes into Kuldeep. Just nice straight back down the ground, just fends it away. I wonder if Kuldeep's just taking his time here. I think he's a very good batsman when he gets going. Very destructive batter, can hit a really high strike rate. So just steadily getting himself into the innings here. Obviously, you've got time in 2020 cricket to get yourself going a little bit more than you do in that T10 stuff where you have to be on the ball from minute 1, or ball 1 should I say. As Mughal will come in. Just pushes that wide again. Just tends to push that one a little bit wide as he comes across sometimes. Involver 20 says, no, it says good afternoon Charlie, Vinny and everyone. Let's go Forza Portugal. Nice to see you got in the chat there. Involver 29. Joshua Shea is saying good day all. Really nice to see loads of you joining us across from wherever you're watching in the world. And yeah, what a beautiful day for some cricket on a Friday, early afternoon. There's Mughal. And that's a better ball right down centre, and again Kuldeep just gets in line with it, prods it back down the ground. So BB saying it's Jack, by the way. Hello Jack, thank you for telling me. I'll try and remember that. One thing is I'm not the greatest with his names, so I do apologise if I don't get your name right, but thank you for letting me know. So Mughal will want to get out of this over. It's not been a bad over so far. A couple of wides, but only 4 runs as he comes in again. Again, just pushes that one wide, but that one looks like it just stays inside that in line, and it's a good ball from Mughal as he finishes it over really well. Only 4 runs from it as Portugal finish on 18 for no loss after 2 overs. And joining me back in the commentary box is my partner in crime, Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. Happy Friday, everyone. It's a lovely day here in Gibraltar, and I know for a fact it's also pretty warm out in Milan as well at the moment, so there's a lot of cricket to be played out in Europe at the moment with, of course, bronze final going on at the moment between Kings XI and Gina Brescia. Well, this is what the story's been so far here in Gibraltar. Portugal taking 2 from 2 yesterday. And look at that net run rate of 2.538. That's sensational, especially after that big win of about around 80-odd runs in that first game against Malta. So no real surprise that Malta are going to be thinking they're going to be trying to come out and get a little bit of revenge early on here this afternoon. And, well, that side angle really shows you just how hot it is. You can see the heat coming off the AstroTurf. And, well, we spoke about yesterday about some interesting stories about AstroTurf. I don't think it's going to be too hot on the Astro, but it's definitely getting hot out there.
Yeah, and there's one thing I'd say about here in Gib. One, it does get very windy out in the middle, and 2, when it's like today, it does get extremely hot as well.
Yeah, Bishnoi comes in then. This is just short back of a length, and Andani, not the tallest of players, just rises, gets on his tiptoes and just fends this away.
Yeah, nice play. He started really well today. I'm really pleased for him. I mean, yesterday really was a struggle for him. We can't really brush it any other way. But he has started today, and those 3 back-to-back 4s will really have put him at ease, I think, at the start of this innings.
Yeah, he needs it. Needs a bit of confidence going into the rest of the field's play. Just lets this one go, and umpire lets this one go. Umpires for this first game this morning. I can let you know that we've got Jeremy Perez alongside Richard Cunningham, a.k.a. Mr. Gibraltar Cricket himself. This one just staying inside.
Yeah, I thought the umpires did a really good job yesterday. I don't know about you, but I thought they did a really pressure. I didn't see that most of the decisions I thought were pretty much bang on. No,
I thought being out there for a long time as well, it's not easy, especially in this heat. This time Fuller and Darnie just flicks his wrist, turns this over, and it will just be a single.
Yeah, good running, good running. Good call as well. That's what I want to see from Andani today.
Do you know a Jack Rowley?
I do know a Jack Rowley.
Well, I think that's who the upbeat beast is.
Ah, good old Jack Rowley. Very good friend of mine. He plays for AFC Wolverhampton at football, semi-professional footballer. But he's also a keen little cricketer, likes watching the cricket. So it's really good to see him tune in today for these internationals.
Skirts has got a good question saying, what are the lines on the pitch? Is it a drainage system? It's not a drainage system. The lines on the pitch, this is, I'll let Joe answer that one after this delivery, because this is a multi-purpose facility here and the southern tip of Europe. Anyway, Bishnoi Fuller, and again, driven Kuldeep Gulia right off the toe end of the bat. But yeah, do you want to explain what the lines are?
Yeah, so the lines are effectively, this is a multi-purpose pitch, so you've got rugby and cricket, which both share the same arena, and normally those lines would be white. So during the rugby season, you'd have rugby posts and the white lines painted. They've been obviously painted over with a slightly darker green colour, but obviously you can still see kind of the outlines of them.
Fuller, and this is lofted up. Could be an opportunity. Hasn't quite got all of it. And it's taken eventually on the second time of asking. That looks as if it's Ryan Bastian's up, down at long off. And Kuldeep Gulia, he had a really good day of it yesterday, but not able to get a start going this time around. He picks up the man, and it's the first wicket down. Portugal, 19 for 1.
Yeah, just doesn't get hold of this, does it? Comes off the toe end of the bat. Bastian gets himself set underneath it. A little bit of juggling. Doesn't look... Oh, there we go. Juggle up, but nice take on the second attempt. I'd say Kuldeep looked really struggling to get off the mark there. Really, someone who's really destructive as a batter, really just didn't look quite right today. No,
didn't quite look comfortable, which is kind of weird to think that the fact that these two, well, the two openers kind of swapped, really, haven't they? Because Andani yesterday just didn't look as if he was going to be able to get anything off the square, whereas this time around he's come out, played some elegant cricket shots. But Gulia has to go. But it means Suman Gimidi, who, if there are some frequent viewers of the European cricket now, will know how destructive this man could be. He played a good innings yesterday in that second game alongside Najam Shahzad, and he is going to be crucial here really to this little rebuild. Of course, losing an early wicket and coming towards the end of the third over is never ideal, but again, if they can just keep this down to a minimum, they'll feel that Portugal can build on this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good start from Malta, and that's an early wicket and a really important wicket, especially from Bishnoi. He'll be really happy. He started his last over really well, but unfortunately finished it on a bit of a down with three boundaries on the last 3 balls. But I mean, that's the wicket you want. Kuldeep can be so destructive and effectively can put together a match-winning innings at any point. So, good start from Malta. They'll be happy at this point. 19 for 1, Portugal at the minute. 1 ball to go left in this over. Bishnoi just needs to get out of this over, and Gimiri will take strike.
Just needs to give himself a couple of deliveries, which I'm sure he will do. Last delivery then from Bishnoi's second over. And just pushed in front of square from Gimini. That'll be a dot ball to end the over. And at the end of the third, Portugal, they lose their first wicket as well. 19 for 1.
Yeah, very good start from Malta. That wicket there was a really important wicket. But I don't think Portugal will be too dampened by it. They've got so much batting in the locker in this team, as we saw yesterday and we've seen in previous games. They can bat really deep, can't they?
Yeah, no, they really can. Question coming in from MSD saying, where is Vinny and Rico? Well, Vinny is out in Milan. He's probably going to be covering the bronze final at the moment between Kings 11 and Gina Brescia. And then Rico, well, Rico's on a well-earned break, so you're with myself, Charlie Hunt, and Joe Marples alongside me on the European Cricket Network for this tri-series here in Gibraltar between the two teams on your screen at the moment, Portugal and Malta. And then Gibraltar, they'll be taking on Malta in the second game later on this afternoon.
Yeah, big game, that one. Very big game.
Yeah, you'd be thinking that Malta may be coming into this game thinking, okay, well, if this one doesn't come off, they'll be feeling themselves against Gibraltar and hoping they can get a win there. But still got Portugal in their sights early on. Nice elegant lead from Azhar Andani, who has to be said, he looks very, very comfortable at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, it's another leave. He's just, again, settling himself. Doesn't want to be tempted outside that off stump. Mughal kind of pushing a couple outside, and then he'll push one into the stumps. It's a good start from him. He's not express pace, but he bowls nice areas, doesn't he?
Yeah, keeping it in the right areas is all you got to do. I'll keep asking those questions and see what the batsman can respond with.
Ooh, he's got that one wrong.
That one's a little bit wrong, just a little bit loopy. Nice and full though, so I don't mind it. Just a little bit wide for my liking.
Got away with it though. Got away with it. Those are the kind of ones which you end up stretching for and end up getting out, and you kick yourself afterwards because he didn't quite get it right, did he, Mughal? And he's ended up bowling a full toss, quite wide as stumps. But Andani kind of just prods it into the offside.
And this time, bit of an overcorrection. Should be a wide and will be. Richard Cunningham calls it, and that's an early bit of work for Afi Khan, the keeper for Malta here today. This one just too straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just drifted down that leg. It'll be interesting to see how, obviously, Gimiri goes about his business. I was really impressed with Gimiri yesterday. Hadn't seen too much of Gimiri, actually, but what a live wire.
Yeah, he's Portugal's answer to the Duracell Bunny, in my opinion. Mughal then once more hides this outside the off, but too far outside. And that's 2 wides in a row, and Andani just watches it flow through.
Yeah, just struggling with his line there, hasn't he? He's kind of overcompensated from the off to the leg and then back to the off again, just over that blue line, and that will be called. Umpire's call, as we know. Yeah, and I think it's probably the right call.
Yeah, Richard Cunningham, the man at the striker's end at this point. Mr. Gibraltar cricket himself. He's a legend around these parts. Miguel trying to get back onto his line of length, and that's deemed legal, and understandably so. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, again, that's a decent delivery. You can see what he's trying to do here, Mughal. Just kind of trying to bowl those nice areas. Either try and tempt that batsman outside that stump again, and Andani leaves. He's trying to again give himself time. I think it's one of those things where Andani doesn't like to rush himself, but it is 2020, so he needs to can't leave too many.
Full toss, driven nicely, won't get through the infield. We'll get to Samar Sharma, who I'm sure we'll be seeing with ball in hand, with offering a bit of finger spin later on in the innings, but again, confidently driven, but only for 1.
Yeah, just push the field. It's an easy one in the end. He'll just take himself on strike and rotate the strike. And that's what he kind of needs to do. I don't think in T20, I don't know what your opinion on this is. I'm not sure about leaving balls in T20.
It's a tricky one. You can leave them when they're not that wide. Okay, that's another dot ball. Once more, Gimini just letting it flow through. I think just realising there's a bit of a way swing for him. Just knows he's got to negotiate that one there. It's an interesting one though with leaves. I think T20 you do have a lot more time than you realise. It's one of those ones. You know, T10 is what everyone's kind of getting used to around in Europe, and T20 means you can give yourself that extra bit of time. As that's another dot ball, so an interesting over with a couple of wides, couple of dot balls, and it's a quiet one at the end. 22 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, really good from Mughal. He's only gone for 7 runs from his first 2 overs here, and to say that, I'd say quite a few of those have gone in wide. They've really struggled, the batters, to actually get him away. Just that angle of he comes across, I think, with that left arm round, he's just causing a bit of difficulties in these early moments of this game.
What did you get up to last night when we finished, Joe? Were you hanging around, or did you straight off and getting the old menthols in and vinegar to rest the voice and come back strong?
Yeah, funnily enough, it was strangely tiring doing commentary. I wasn't expecting to be as tired as I was after yesterday, so kind of by that kind of last 5 overs not been used to, I just started to mentally flag a little bit. But yeah, brilliant day yesterday, really enjoyed it. And yeah, just said, kind of popped in and kind of saw the Gibraltar guys after their loss, and obviously very disappointed camp, so didn't hang around too much with them. But they'll be looking to come back stronger today. And yeah, they're hopefully in good spirits. It's always disappointing to lose the open run, especially when you're kind of in such a position that they were yesterday. But other than that, yeah, I kind of popped off home and saw a few friends, had a drink, and then got an early night, really. As we see Rahman take the ball for the first time today. Well bowled, like nice little away movement. Rahman bowled really well for me yesterday for Malta. He was probably the pick of the bowlers during that first innings. I don't know about what you thought, but he looked the pick of the bowlers for me yesterday from Malta.
Yeah, no, he did. He struggled in the field a bit, though. Did Rahman? He was having a few mishaps, and we saw that ended up being the sort of the start of the end, was the issues in the field. And we saw it again for Gibraltar in the game after as well. That was really an area where Portugal seemed to be levels ahead of their opponents, was their fielding. Didn't really give too much away, not really many drop catches, but that was what really came back to bite Gibraltar yesterday. Rahman, though, this time in a good area. And Andani, no real shock, sets off and then gets turned around. It's just a dot ball.
Yeah, it does seem to be his way. I mean, there are players like, I'm a little bit like it at the crease, a bit edgy, but there's Ollie Pope for England. He's very, very similar. He's always kind of on his toes looking for that single. I think it's fine as long as you're able to kind of control it and not just set off running and basically selling your partner down the river.
Oh, this one, and there's a bit of a sound, but initial reaction from me was that it was bat on ground on the AstroTurf pitch, and I think it was a half an appeal from Afi Khan from behind the subs. Take a look at the replay. Yeah, it's certainly bat on ground for me. Don't know about you, Joe, but that was, again, good bit of bowling, though. Pushes it wider.
Yeah, very good ball. I think the right decision was made. I think it's the noise, probably the bat on the pitch, as Andani looked to drive that through the offside. Didn't leave that one. It was a bit of a stretch. And, yeah, I think Rahman will be happy because there we are. Takes a nice step across, doesn't he?
Yep, steps across and just fends it into the offside, but again, good fielding, bowling to your field. That's all you got to ask. Good early signs this from Rahman yet again.
Yeah, Rahman and Bishnoi very similar in their actions, and they do both get that nice away swing, which they both seem to have got here with the new ball in this power play. So, yeah, interesting to see that they've both been bowling from the same end. I don't know if that'll be a plan for Malta going forward, to bowl from that straight end.
The straight end.
The straight end. I like it.
And that one will be a nick, and he's gone, and this time there's no question about it. Afi Khan, as they take shelter just in case. But it's an excellent bit of bowling from Rahman, and he hasn't conceded a run, and he picks up the dangerous wicket of Azhar Andani. A little feather through to the keeper, and he goes straight away. Doesn't even wait for that danger of a finger, and he has to go. And it's the second wicket down. Portugal 22 for 2.
Yeah, just a little bit of a prod from Andoni. He didn't even look at the umpire, did he? He knew straight away that he was gone. And Rahman has got his 3rd wicket of the tournament, and he was really pumped, wasn't he? Really happy to take that wicket. And again, just that outswing, lovely delivery, pitching just on that 4-stump line, and then moving away from the batter. And yeah, Afi Khan takes a simple catch, and his first catch of the tournament as well. Yeah,
he'll be liking that one, won't he? He'll be happy to get that first one down, and hopefully many more to come. As the new man comes out to the crease, dangerous Mikhail Machado, as he's going to be looking for this one here.
Yeah, definitely, and he's another danger man, and it was good to see him yesterday make runs in that second game. 54 not out of 45 balls. He was key in getting Portugal over the line against Gibraltar yesterday, and when it was looking just a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, he started off slow, didn't he? But he gave himself that opportunity, and I think that's what I was talking about, is that difference in T20 to T10, is that you can, give yourself a bit of time. You can chew up a few deliveries. You're not as limited as to what you may normally be in T10, so giving yourself that time meant that he was able to stay in, get through the hard part of the game, and he was able to be there to get his side over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. So just be wary, Mikado, because he yesterday got out LBW to Malta against this kind of outswing, as he took a step across and got trapped in front. I wonder if he'll just be a little bit wary of that today, and try and maybe just not take that such a big stride across to these guys who are moving the ball away.
That's another very elegant leave, and that's a wicket maiden for Rahman, and it's one of 2 that we've seen already here in Gibraltar. 22 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, exceptional power play at the minute from Malta. 22 for 2 after 5 overs. Really good start. This is exactly what they will have wanted, having been told to bowl on the heat of the day. They'll have wanted to come out strong here, and really good start. And again, Rahman coming back after yesterday's 2 wickets has started his spell really well.
Yep, well, this is today's schedule then. Portugal up against Malta here this afternoon, and then match 4 later on at 7:15 local time, 5:15 GMT, and 11:15 out in India. And that will be Gibraltar taking on Malta in match number 4. Both sides, or potentially without a loss, depending on how this game goes. But Gibraltar certainly will be looking for their first victory here tonight, as it looks as if we're going to have a bit of a change in bowling, and it's going to be Shimon Gimidi will be on strike, as it's going to be Jason Jerome, who made his debut in the Valletta Cup last year around, and it's certainly is going to be a good opportunity for Jerome.
Yeah, Jason Jerome, interesting one. He hasn't. We didn't see much of him yesterday, did we? I don't think he took the ball. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on today.
Gimidi then on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Faced 3 deliveries so far. Here's Jerome. It's a wild swing from Gimidi. Doesn't really want to take a sighter. Looks to go on the front foot straight away. Misses out. Wild sweep. And a wild swing more like. And again, this is just where questions can be asked of Portugal. Early wickets, how do they rebuild? They've been able to do it a couple of times already this tournament. But if they're able to get it, if they lose a couple more, then they're going to be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, that just looks, a little bit of nerves there for Gamiri, as he's struggling to get off the mark here.
Yeah, this is Fuller, and away and put down. It evades the diving man at backwards point. It was a tough opportunity. It was an outstretched left arm. And it's never an easy one to take there. It was coming at him at a rate of knots. Take a look here, and this was a tough opportunity.
Yeah, looked like it flew to his left. He's flown to the left. Is that Bastinash? I'm not sure if that's Bastinash. Bastinash yesterday took an absolute worldie against Portugal, didn't he? Took Anthony Chambers' wicket with a one-handed dive to his right in a similar position, which was pretty spectacular. But yeah, that one just flew to the left and put down.
Miguel Machado then. And this just tickles off something, whether or not that was pad or bat. We're waiting to get a reference. It's leg buys, so won't be runs off the bat for Machado, but it's still another 4 and a welcome boundary for Portugal. They'll relieve a bit of stress for the Portuguese.
Yeah, definitely. Just clips it away. Nice soft hands, glides it down, and again it will go down as well. It's actually going down as leg buys. Looked to me as if he may have just got something on it, but no. And Machado will just be looking to get off the mark here as he starts this innings this morning, or should I say this afternoon.
It does feel like morning, doesn't it? It's one of those weird ones, isn't it? These later starts. Driven nicely out into the offside. There's a man that should just cut it off, and will do.
Bruno Cavalieri in the chat saying, let's go Machado. Obviously a popular figure in Portuguese cricket.
Yeah, well, that's 2 international half-centuries he's got to his name now, so looking to try and add to that. Will Machado.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a bad start to your international career, is it? 2 half-centuries from your first 4 games.
He certainly would take that. This time shorter, no foot movement whatsoever from Gimedy. Asking a question. Don't think there was really much of a noise there, but again, it's good delivery. Comes in and just straightens up a little bit, and well, Gimedy looks as if he gets himself in all sorts. Doesn't look comfortable with that delivery as well. That back foot hasn't even moved.
Yeah, it's a good start here from Jerome, who has only got 1 international wicket in T20Is, but it's a good start from him as he finishes up here. Cut through the offside, just down to the 3rd man region. And look, and they'll get 2 here.
Oh dear, he might have an injury.
Yeah, that doesn't
look good at all. Might have an injury here.
He went down hard on that right shoulder, and you knew straight away that there was going to be issues.
That's Basil George down at. He's in some serious pain.
Yes, it's a real. Hopefully he's okay here, because Basil's a really big figure for Maltese cricket. There's a break in play here as everyone heads on over to that side of the ground. But yeah, as we take a bit of a break in play here, Charlie, what do you make of this start?
Yeah, it's an interesting start. I mean, 30 for 2 after 6. And again, it's an interesting one. 2 wickets is probably not what Portugal would have been wanting, but they still do bat very low. As this is this is just a replay of what's happened. It was cut away, bit of an outside edge, thick outside edge from Gimedy. Didn't look comfortable, and it went down, and it just looks as if his shoulder just gets stuck, and he notices it straight away. He's able to move it, so it doesn't look like it's a dislocation of some form, but they're all surrounding around him, so there will be a break in play. We do apologise for that, but of course wanting to make sure that we can make sure the player is okay. This is a story so far, though. Gouliat looking very uncomfortable at the top of the order. Only got 2 off of 10 and just wasn't able to get things going, really. And Dani was looking promising, had that hat-trick of 4s and was able to make a really promising start, but then just feathered behind, didn't he? And then, well, this is a big partnership between Gimedy and Machado, isn't it?
Yeah, rebuild job a little bit. And Dani got off to a really flying start, didn't he? Those 3 4s off his first 3 balls, but then just started to steady up again and slow up. But we've got a rebuild job here with Gimedy and Mercado now as we come to the end of the power play.
Yeah, we're just trying to get some more information on this injury. It was Basil George that goes down. It looks as if he's coming off the field of play. We're just trying to work out the story now. I mean, if Basil George does come out and is out of the game, I think he doesn't seem as if he's in too much pain. I think it might have just been a jolt, or it could be a possible dislocation. We don't want to give too much away until we do know more, but it does look as if he's going to be coming off the field of play. So he'll come off with for a substitute field, and we'll try and get some more information as soon as we can. And well, if Basil George goes, that's a big miss for Malta if he does go. Yeah,
I was about to say that is one person you really don't want to go down with an injury at this stage of the competition is Basil George from Malta. Already missing a few key players, as we know, as mentioned yesterday. It would be a massive, massive blow if he's out now through injury. Hopefully he's okay. I really do hope he's back, because he is such a quality cricketer. We didn't get to see him too much with the bat yesterday, but if you've never seen him bat before, he's a talent, a serious, serious talent.
Yeah, no, he is. And I'm just trying to read some body language and see what's going on. He sits down straight away. He's lying down as well. It looks as if he might be in a bit of discomfort. It may have just been the story of it just popping out and popping straight back in again. It's one of those things. It was right on the far end of the field, so we not really got too much of an idea. Again, as I say, we'll try and get as much information as possible. Yash Singh is the fielder coming onto the field of play to replace Basil George. Of course, that was the end of the over as well, so 30 for 2 after 6, and could be a big turning point in the game.
Yeah, massive. As we see Rahman come in for his second over.
Oh, this one is a big one, and he's given. And it looked pretty dead in front as Machado took a big step across. And Rahman still hasn't conceded a run, but he's picked up 2 wickets.
It is almost a carbon copy of yesterday's dismissal. That step across, and it swings back in. And yeah, he looks, it's difficult to tell from this angle, but yeah, I mean, it looks plumb right in front of the sticks.
I mean, we don't get to see the where the impact is, but for me, from that angle, it doesn't look as if there was much wrong with that, and it doesn't look as if that's much going against him. So Machado has to make the long walk back. He goes for just 1, and all of a sudden Portugal looking down the barrel of a very, very interesting situation here. 30 for 3 on the board.
Yeah, really tough again. That's another massive wicket from Malta, isn't it? I mean, Rahman started like a house on fire. Only his second international game. He looks a real find on the Malta scene, especially when you're missing your 2 main seam bowlers in Wasim Abbas and Bilal Mohammed. For someone like Rahman to come in and take up the mantle it's a massive, massive moment for maybe Malta cricket. Yeah,
and the man who comes out to the crease now is someone who we were questioning yesterday at this high up the order was Amir Zaib. He comes out to the middle, and well, he proved us wrong yesterday, and he's coming out into a pretty similar situation. He's coming in and just at the end of the power play, but he's got a big rebuilding job to do alongside Saman Gimidi.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I liked what I saw yesterday, Zaib. Along with Machado, he came in and really steadied the ship in that kind of later innings. Okay, he didn't get the half century like Machado did, but Zaib really was that kind of guy to go and push on towards the end and hit above that strike rate.
Here is Zaib then facing his first delivery, and it's a corker of a ball from Rahman again. A little bit skiddy, but also getting a bit of inward nip off that seam. That's a hell of a delivery to face first up.
Yeah, that's the last thing you need when you come into the crease. It's just stuck a little bit low on him. He gets that back down on it, but yeah, as you can see, his heart will have been in his mouth after that one.
Look at that. Look at the projected score at the moment. That run rate is becoming a bit of an issue, isn't it, in terms of scoring? And this one just pops up, finds the outside edge. Soft hands, though, from Zaid. Runs down to third man. He's off the mark with a single.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to give credit where credit is due, and Malta have come out today after not a great performance yesterday, we have to say, and they've set off brilliantly, and you've got to credit the fielders, you've got to credit the bowlers at this point. However, and there is a big however, they started well yesterday with the ball, and then in the last 10 overs just let it slip a little bit in the field. So that's one thing to look out for today, and hopefully, from a Malta perspective, that doesn't happen.
Continuing then, and this is a full toss, and that'll get through, that'll be 4. And well, after not conceding runs for 7 or 8 deliveries, he's gone for a single and a boundary. Good shot from Saman Gimidi, gets that front foot out of the way and punishes through the line. 4 more.
Yeah, good shot. Just punished that just didn't get it. He kind of looking for that Yorker length, wasn't he? Just a nice big stride forward from Gamira, and that'll be a big, big relief for Gamira, who's just had a little bit of a struggle at the start of this one, but he's found the boundary now, and he moves on to 7 off 8 balls.
Yeah, he's got to be the anchor man now, hasn't he? He's got to stay there. And this will just be turned around the corner, and well, Gimidi's not going to struggle to make the ground, even though he's not the tallest of men. He's like lightning between the wickets. Very simple single.
Yep, nice again. Just good call in between the 2 batsmen. And it's a nice simple single into the infield. Not anyone really close enough in to kind of put the pressure on. Bowls had to kind of run and get it. It's a simple run in the end. And that's what these two need to do now. Just don't turn down runs, get the runs flowing, and get themselves up to a competitive total. You still have batters in the shed, remember.
Closing out the over then. And then again, just run down to backwards point. He fumbles, and will just be a pretty simple single yet again. Zaid will keep the strike at the end of the 7th. Portugal 37 for 3. Quick update from Italy. Halfway through the bronze final, the penultimate game, of course, of the Fancode European Cricket Series out in Milan. And I know there'll be a few viewers that'll be jumping back and forth between the coverage of here in Gibraltar and out in Milan. Kings 11, they have been set 134 for victory in the bronze final by Gina Brescia. So that looks as if it's just about to get underway. So do go ahead, and if you head on over, say hello to Vinny and Danny for us here in Gibraltar. But if you're going to stay here and Well, thank you very much for staying here, and it's going to be an interesting set of T20s. Of course, Portugal under a bit of pressure, going at less than 6s and over at the moment. 3 wickets down, and they've got to negotiate some tricky spin from Sharma, who looks as if he's coming into the attack around about now.
Yep, another didn't really go for him yesterday, Sharma, but if you look at his stats on an international level, he picks up a lot of wickets, so he'll be looking to come back strongly today. He'll look to continue the form of these Maltese bowlers, which was brilliant in the first half of this game.
Yeah, no, the bowlers have really put Malta in a serious position to dominate if they can just keep the game by the scruff of the neck and squeeze Portugal, squeeze the life out of them here and just really drag them down. That's what they're going to be hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see what Sharma does here. A bit of spin option. I think have that nice little bit of pace. It's going to be interesting to see how the Portuguese go about. Do they attack him, or are they going to try and push him around and try and rotate the strike?
Zaid then with Sharma. And that one sneaks through. That's got through everything. It sounded woody. It sounded if it's a very fine bottom edge, but it won't go all the way. That's good work from the man down at third man. And it has been given as runs. So arguably a dropped catch by the keeper, but that's a tough one to take.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's gone low. Stood up a little bit too early. If you're looking from a key perspective, he's very high up, very early doors here. But yeah, you're not going to. I think even if you do stay low, it's going to be very hard to get back down to that one.
And again, just on that front foot and respects the delivery, meets it with the full face of the bat. Yeah, a lot of people will be watching that bronze final in Italy. Keeping an eye on it here in Gibraltar. This time, delicately played through the corner. Will just be yet again another single.
Yep, keep the scoreboard ticking. With looking down that batting lineup, that man who kind of came in yesterday and really kind of took the innings was that Najam Shahzad. He can do that today.
Yeah, got an opportunity if he comes in, and this one given it again just around the corner and just rotates the strike. Yeah, no, you'd be thinking that you'd expect to see him come in next, but there's also the likelihood of Rana Sawa coming in as well. He had a good time of it. He hit some nice shots and surprised a few as well. And then you've also got Anthony Chambers, who can still more than capable of as a batsman, as is Francois Stoneman. So they are capable. And this one just outside, and again just trying to fish at it. Doesn't commit to the shot really. Good bit of work though from Khan behind the stumps.
Yeah, good start from Sharma here. Doesn't get much turn on that one, but yeah, the bounce is just kind of skid on through and very close to taking the top edge on that one.
This is short and pulled nicely. Rotates the wrist through it, and well, it's the first bit of foot fielding we've seen so far. That's never really nice to see, because you could always end up doing some serious damage. I think that's Niraj Khanna who's out here at the leg side boundary, and it's the end of the over. 43 for 3.
Yeah, good start from Sharma though. That's a nice start from him. Be interesting to see how he gets on today. But yeah, like I said, he's a dangerous bowler at international level. Prior to this tournament, taking 22 wickets at an average of 36, economy rate of 7.9. So a best of 23 as well. He is a dangerous bowler with that spin option. So it'll be interesting to see if he can come out and have a little bit of a better day than he had it yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that he can improve on things. It looks as if it could be a change of ends for Jerome, and it is. It's bowled well when he only went for those 4 runs off his first over. So he's coming on now at this straight end here in Gibraltar at this Europa Point Stadium.
Yeah, changing end for Jerome. I think had a very good first over, which only went for 4 runs.
There he is then, and driven nicely through the covers. Will take some work, and he gets round, and that's a good bit of fielding in the end from Fazil Rahman, who's seems as if he's on it today, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. He seems fired up. I mean, yesterday bowled really well, but just seemed to struggle in the field. This is a really good piece of field, and he attacks the ball. It's going quite quickly, gone that outfield, but he goes for the pickup. Ooh, nearly overruns it, but he gets his hands down and gets a good pickup on it in the end.
And this is an edge and put down. It was a tough catch. It was a tough opportunity for Rafi Khan. He looked as if he wrong-footed himself. He was going towards that leg side, then had to readjust, and it's another life, and it's a very lucky life for Suman Gimari. You can just see there, he just takes that quick step to that left that leg side and then has to readjust, and that's just an issue with that initial positioning as a wicketkeeper. He needs to be spot on, otherwise you have issues like that.
Yeah, 100%, and I feel really sorry. Feel for Jerome here, but that's a really good ball. I mean, it's genuine edge, but that's the one as a keeper where you've not got yourself set in the right position. Those are the ones you want to take a nice quick shuffle to the right and take that on the stand. The fact he's had to go diving one-handed tends to say to me that he's got those feet in the wrong position initially and had to make that, like you said, that quick step to the left initially.
Interesting move as the keeper now stands up to Jerome for Zaid. This is an interesting tactic. See what comes of it. Here is Jerome again. And this is a nice shot, leg side, and that will be 1 bounce 4, and that's a really elegant cricket shot from Zaid. 2 full from Jerome, and he gets punished. Lovely flick into the leg side.
Yeah, very good shot from Zaid as he continues his form from yesterday with the bat. Like we're going back to that point with the keeper coming, I'm not too sure why that is. I wonder if Zaid was potentially standing outside the crease, but I don't really know otherwise why you'd come up. He's gone back again now. It's an interesting one here, up and down like a yo-yo.
Maybe just trying to get into the head, maybe a bit of mental game from Khan. Jerome needs a response though. It's Fuller, and this is just opens the face and glances it into the offside and drops and runs for a single. Good cricket, rotation of the strike after a boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little just push, nice soft hands. I'll take the easy run. Yeah, talking about mind games, it might be in a sense of mind games, but also having kind of been in a position, if you've got a batsman who is aggressively standing so far outside their crease to someone who is medium, if you've got the capabilities of a keeper, it is really good to have a keeper who can stand up to medium pace.
Slower ball and well bowled. Gimri does read it though, and it's another easy single. I would like to see Malta just applying the squeeze in the inner ring. They just seem to be on their heels and not really walking in with the bowler. They just seem to be giving away too many singles on that in that ring and not making it hard for Portugal. That slapped leg side, and that'll be 6. That's a maximum. Lovely shot from Zaid, and he looks to be getting into the sway of things. And well, if you're out there, can we please have our ball back? Because that's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Zaid, and that's it. He's going to look to really start to take on this bowling attack now, especially kind of this medium pace bowling. If it's kind of on the length, he's gonna try and pummel it to the leg side like we see there, and that's a lovely shot for 6 runs.
Yep, we'll add a bit of time to the clock because that's going to take a bit of time going to get the fetch that delivery. Well, we fetched that outside off stump, did Zaid, and once again he's looking pretty dead set on getting his nation back into the game here.
Yeah, he batted really well yesterday. I really that kind of innings with Machado at the end of the game was really good, and he got them kind of Portugal over the line. But looking at his international record, he does do well. His highest score ever is 42. He does strike at a rate of around 126. So very important play for Portugal in this middle order phase. And if he can set a platform here for the likes of maybe Shazad to come in later and go big, Portugal could still put a really decent total on the board.
Yep, we got a ball boy or a ball man getting gone ahead and collected that one. Yeah, really nice bit of cricket though from Zaid. That was the end of the over, so 58 for 3 then after 9. And getting towards the halfway point. Sharma's going to continue though. And this is driven nicely, however, straight to the man in the ring. Should just be a dot ball. No, a bit of confusion from Mayor about your name. I was just mentioning it was Joe.
You know what?
I thought it was John.
John. I mean, I get called a lot of things, to be honest.
I don't think you can say them on air. This is cut away and just in front of the man at point, and they'll come through for another single. And this is what I'm saying. These fielders just don't seem to be applying the squeeze and just letting that pressure drop off. If you keep the dot balls coming, it's when you build the pressure.
So this is what I'd say about Malta, and it noticed it yesterday. They were very hot off the start, off the grid basically, and then they really let it slow down and slip in that later half of the innings, and that cost them again in the end.
And this time it's just swatted onside. Committee was thinking of 2, but good work from that man again. Rahman can't take him out of the game at the moment. He's a bit of a magnet out in the field.
Yeah, very good. He's looking really good today. Actually, Rahman seems really up for it today, and that'll be a good sign for Malta.
This man just gets stuck and they sneak another single. And if you're Malta, you're starting to get a little bit frustrated at all these ones, because these ones will add up slowly. And you had a couple of boundaries and then the over gets away from you. Bit of a nothing shot though from Gimini.
Yeah, ones just keep the scoreboard flowing, don't they? And especially in T20, as this one's punted out towards deep mid-wicket.
It will just be one again. Niraj Khanna once more. But again, it's a difficult one though, is it? Because you do want to apply the squeeze, but you know if you go too tight, it's just going to race past on this outfield. But again, in a situation where you've got early wickets, you don't want to let two batsmen get settled, which is exactly what's happening here. Gimini once again on strike, and a bit of turn and a bit of bounce for Sharma, gets sent back. And it is just a dot ball, and it's a quiet over nonetheless with a few singles. 62 for 3 at the halfway stage.
Yeah, and I think Portugal at this point, they've just steadied the ship, haven't they? Really tough power play, and they've now steadied the ship.
Yeah, so this is coming up tomorrow. Of course, the domestic cricket finishes in Italy, but we've got some ECI T10s coming your way. Italy taking on France and Romania. That starts again at 9:30 local time, 7:30 GMT and 1 o'clock in India. So it's internationals all weekend on the European Cricket Network. You've got some T10s out in Italy, and then you've got some T20 internationals here in Gibraltar. What a weekend coming up here, of course, and for the Royalists. You've got the coronation tomorrow. It's all happening this weekend, but do make sure you tune in throughout the day with some serious matchups in both here and Milan.
So we see the introduction of Varun Prasad, the captain. He's decided to bring himself on slightly earlier than yesterday.
This is driven nicely, and that looks as if it may have been flat, and it looks as if it might have gone all the way. That's my initial reaction, and once more Zaib is looking confident at the crease. It's a bit of a loosen up from Varun Prasad, and it's a full delivery, and he gets swatted back down the ground. It's a lovely shot, middled and timing from Zaib, and we're just going to try and see if we get confirmation here, but that looked as if it was a maximum for me. We just take another look. It was flat. Yeah, 6 runs.
Yeah, just wide of that fielder down there at long off, wasn't it? Really good shot, good placement, and then really nice strike of the ball.
And then back to live action, and
A bit of confusion.
Just a bit of confusion, yeah.
Yep. Very good. We've watched this shot. Oh, just plays it down into the offside. Sent back. Can't afford a run out at this point. When they've just started, two batsmen have just started to find their form. Can't do anything silly and throw away a wicket at this point.
Yeah, these two hang around and for another 2 or 3 overs. And then that means you can bring in Najam and you can bring in Rana Sawa. And that's then you let the cannon loose. Slower ball. And doesn't execute it right. And it will be a wide on the offside.
Yeah, just struggling with the first 2 balls here. Varun Prasad, they've gone for a big shot off that first one. Just pushes that one a little bit too wide. He's a very, very good bowler. Not express pace, but gets good areas and picks up a hell of a lot of wickets at international level.
More than capable. Just needs to lead from the front, does Varun Prasad, the left armour. Up in the air, could be an opportunity. It's not, it's going to fall in no man's land. Niraj Khanna was the man, and they're going to take on the throw. And it's eventually pretty easy too. But again, opportunities are there.
Very good running. Doesn't get the shot, gets it all wrong here. Just over the head of that fielder. And lands. Oh, and yeah, it's a good pick-up on the return. Gets it in quick, but it's a good running between 2 batsmen to pick up 2 runs there. But yeah, that's what Varun Prasad will do. He'll attract batsmen to try and play those aggressive shots, and he'll probably get a wicket or 2.
Fuller, and again, just punched down the ground. Timed very, very beautifully from Zaib for just a single. He's on to 29 off of just 17 now. Decent strike rate, going at 175. Just needs to be backed up by Gimidi, who's doing what he's been there to do. He's 15 off 17, just providing the anchor roll. Oh, that's not a very anchor roll-like shot. They're going to get lucky, though. It's a misfield from Khan, the wicket keeper, and it will be a bye.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy again from Multi. You can just see starting to let themselves drop again from that first 10 overs. That shouldn't be going through there as a keeper. Stay low, take the ball, watch the ball all the way into the gloves. Varun Prasad will be disappointed, especially off his first over. That's gone against him.
And this time, leg side opportunity. Doesn't pick it. Wasn't really looking to attack the ball as well, does the man out in the deep. And there's a few grunts or disheartened grunts from the skipper, as he was probably expecting someone to try and catch that. But it's a single to end the over. And at the end of the 11th, Portugal 70, 4 for 3.
Yeah, it's a hot look. It's a very hot day out there, and this is going to be a tough day for the fielders, especially in this first game where it's going to be really hot in this kind of middle part of the day. They've got to keep those energy levels up, especially throughout the whole of the 20 overs. As we take a look at the bowlers here.
Yep, story so far then. Bishnoi and Rahman, the only two to pick up a wicket. Fazal Rahman, 2 for 7 off of just 2. And I would be surprised to see him bowling in the death, and that'll be an interesting challenge for him, because he most likely, unless they get a breakthrough, could be up against some set batsmen. Zaid 30 off of 18 and Simon Gimri 15 off of 18. So these two building a very, very well constructed platform here. And this is too wide down the ground, and that'll be 6. It's another 6 more, and Zaid, he looks as if he could be getting Portugal right back into the mixer here. Lovely shot down the ground, 6 more. Yeah, very strong, and he's shown it throughout this tournament so far that he wants to go straight, and that one, yeah, doesn't even bother running. That is a brilliant shot straight down the ground to Sharma, just floats it up a little bit outside off, and yeah, goes really straight. Very good shot. Needs a response, and well, that is the response. Beautiful, caught and bowled for Sharma. It was firmly struck from Zaid, and it was almost a replica of the shot previous, but he has to go right back to Sharma. Good catch in the end. And the dangerous Amir Zaid, he goes for a one-way 36, but it's the 4th wicket down. Portugal, 80 for 4. Yeah, tries to go again, doesn't he? Tries to play pretty much exactly the same shot that he did ball for. Goes straight, doesn't quite get on top of it, doesn't either go under it to go over the top, and he heads it straight down the throat of Sharma. It's still a very good catch, because that's come really sharply back at him. But yeah, great wicket for Sharma, and he'll be really happy with that take. Yeah, really, it's always a confident builder to take a return catch, and that was not an easy one. That was coming back at him at a serious rate of knots, but it means now that the dangerous skipper Najam Shahzad comes out to the middle. And the way he carries, do you know what? This might be a weird, very odd shout. He carries himself like looks like Darth Vader. Look at the way he sort of he strolls in, chest puffed out. You know, he's strolling in powerfully. He just gives me that kind of vibe, and at the moment his batting is backing that up as well. Yeah, he definitely gives off a presence, doesn't he? I mean, he's been around the Portuguese setup for a really long time, and he does just kind of carry himself. He's a tall fella, but he kind of, like you said, he puffs out that chest, and he's very, very confident. Yeah, he certainly does just give off that essence of confidence, doesn't he? Even at the toss, you know, firm handshakes, very firm, and it looks into your eye, and you're like, okay, he's here to mean business here this weekend, as are the rest of the Portuguese squad. 44 off 29 balls yesterday. That was a serious knock, isn't it? You'll take that any day of the week. But yeah, Zaid's a big wicket here. Zaid had really found his flow, hadn't he? 36 off 20. Very, very good in a situation where Portugal were really struggling at that point to get runs on the board. Yeah, he just was able to rebuild, and maybe it would have been an over or two a little bit early that he got out. But again, Najam Shahzad coming in with 8.4 overs to play. That's still a danger as he just pushes this. And he's off the mark straight away. That's going to be one, but Simon Gimri has called him through for a comfortable second. Yeah, good running again from Portugal. They're going to now really try to accelerate this innings like they did yesterday. And this is where it's a big moments at this point now for Malta to really kind of keep this score in their range. Full and then just back down. There's some joking appeals, as that was clearly a bump ball, but again, Sharma putting it right up in the block hole. It's tough to get a spinner away when it's that full. This is short though, and this is turned around the corner. Rahman should do the work and does so pretty cleanly, and it will just be a single. Good to see a few spectators in early on though, here in at the Europa Point Sports Complex. Yeah, you just pointed over the back towards the left of the commentary. There is a little tent with I think probably a little bit of a coronation party going on, just in someone's back garden, where there's a little bar, and they're watching the cricket. Where's my invite? This is slapped down the ground. Should just be one and will be. Were you going to be paying attention tomorrow? Of course, we're busy. 3 games tomorrow, as that brings us to the end of the 12th. 84 for 4. 3 games coming up tomorrow, of course. So starting a little bit earlier. That was a full toss there. It was missed. Yeah, very close to being a no ball, that one. But yeah, you're going to be, of course, working. We're going to try and get a stream up, maybe. Are you a royalist? I'm neither a royalist or I'm neither here or now. There, that's probably. Can I sit on the fence? Can I be very? Very rare that there's a commentator that sits on the fence, but we'll allow it. We'll allow it. This is the story so far, going at 7s. They've picked it up have Portugal. They've really been able to kick on, mostly due to that partnership between Gimidi and Zaid. But Najam Shazad coming in now, and he's got 8 overs exactly now to try and kick on this score and look towards around that 150, 160 mark. Again, somewhere that they need to get up to. Anything short of that could be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to that, I wonder if I could see if I can find a Union Jack blazer out, kind of go proper Vinny Sandu style and get a full suit, Union Jack style suit.
We'll have to try. If you do that, we'll try and find a way of getting you on camera. Anyway, here is Rahman in the middle overs, coming back into the frame of things, and he's right back on the money straight away. Starts with a dot ball. Nice slingy action though. I've noticed that is Rahman. He's not as, you know, traditionally comes in and comes through, but it's good to see that. Yeah, nice slingy action though.
Yeah, and he does get that away movement, especially with the new ball. Interesting to see now after a few overs whether he still gets that same movement. Interesting that they've brought him back in this middle phase, but I think they've probably realised, Malta, that they've just started to slip a little bit, and there's some big wickets ahead here.
Oh, that's a poor delivery from Rahman. It's the first one we really see Rahman cut straight off the line. Goes down the leg side. That was probably the effort ball that he was trying to get through and misses it entirely. Good take, good stop from Khan.
Yeah, just because, yeah, it did look like an effort ball. Kind of really kind of followed through with it, but pushed it so far down leg. Yeah, it doesn't need to do anything silly here, I think. Ron just needs to go back to his basics, what he was doing so well in those first 2 overs, and he'll probably do really well.
And this time, it should be pushed for a single. You can just see, well, Gimidi wants second, but I don't think Najam Shazad is a really interesting. But yeah, you can just see it with Iran that when he really pushes that effort in, limbs go everywhere, it becomes a lot less compact and there's no rhythm, whereas when he's got his rhythm going and everything's compact, he's nice and tight in his body, that's when it comes off nicely and that ball just does the work for him, and that's what he proved to be really, really, well, very, very effective at the start of this spell. It's not even been a long day yet. Rahman continuing. This time flicked nicely. That'll be 4. That races away. No one's stopping that. And Shazad gets his boundary account underway with a nice flick off the pads. 4.
Yeah, very good shot again. Just drifting it onto the legs. Shazam says very nice and still and just says thank you very much. Clips that around the corner where there's no fielder. It's a good 4 runs, but Rahman just again drifting it on down slightly down to that leg side. Doesn't seem to be getting as much away swing as he did with that new ball. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of comes through these next few balls.
Has he got a response up his sleeve? Oh, wow, it's a bit of a full toss, and he was just asking the question. It was an interesting one, because it looked as if it was going to be a nice, juicy full toss, but it dipped right at the end.
Yeah, it looked like it was going down leg. I mean, Shazad takes a really quite... He stays on leg side, doesn't he? He doesn't take that step across like we see the likes of Machado do. So, yeah, no, I think for me, it's not out. He does dip on him right at the end there. Probably stops it from being close to being a...
Yeah, just take a look at it one more time. It just dips the last minute, but looks as if it was certainly going down that leg side. Just see, yeah, that impact there on that back leg as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call from, once again, from the umpire.
Well, this one was definitely an effort ball from Rahman. It was a seriously quicker delivery. And it's Gimidi who just gets a pad on it, and it comes away, and he come through for a leg by again.
Yeah, it's interesting from Rahman. He spent the first 2 overs, obviously, kind of that bowl 4-stump line, moving it away from the batters. He's now almost, if it's a decision from him, he's looking at angling it in towards those legs. Got to be careful not to drift it too far. You see, someone like Shazad will punish you.
Yeah, he likes anything shorter on his legs, does Shazad. Oh, and that's another mistake, 2 straight from Rahman, and signalled as another wide. And again, this over's just getting away from Rahman so far, unable to quite keep things as quiet as possible at the moment.
This is starting to feel a little bit reminiscent of yesterday. And I think we were saying the same yesterday when we were going, oh, Malta have started really well. Portugal really do need to push on here. And this is kind of a very similar situation that we're in now, and especially with Najam Shazad at the crease again, just like yesterday.
Can he close out the over then? Change of angle coming around the wicket. And, well, there's some appeals, apart from the fact that it was pitching outside leg, an impact outside leg. It could have been close, but that will be an end to the over. And at the
End of the 13th over. Portugal 94 for 4.
Yeah, very good. Good. Interesting to see if he comes back for 4. If he decides to, if he'll decide to stay coming around. I think he was just without that. I think he's probably trying to bowl a little bit too hard. That away movement which he got with the new ball went away, and everything was seeming to go a bit down leg side. He'll try and want to be getting that ball coming into the wickets or just across the batsman if he does stay around the wicket, I'd have thought.
7 overs to come then, and you can see that going at this rate, looking around 145, possibly trying to get up towards 150. Ideally, they'd be getting 160 again, and I think that seems to be the par is anywhere between 160 and probably 175. I think 180 is a bit of a push. But yeah, around 160, he looks to be around about a par score. Of course, Malta didn't even get into triple figures yesterday, so that's going to be the main question. It's not really their bowling. We know that they've been able to take wickets, but it's how their batting goes. Sharma looking to finish off his spell then.
Very well bowled.
Good
nice
start there.
Yorker length from Sharma. Picked up 1 wicket so far. Done okay. He'll be looking to pick up maybe another here in his final over as he comes in again. Hit down. Kind of. Oh, I don't know if that's a put down. Hit very hard to the man in the in-ring there. Very hard hit from Shahzad. Only 1 came from it in the end. He stopped a boundary potentially as Sharma comes in again. Oh, good turn on that one as it comes into Gamire. Getting a good turn off the pitch. Going back to that pitch, it's interesting to see, I think, with this pitch how it plays. I think the par score, like we're saying, probably going to be about that 160, 170 region. It's got a bit of everything though. So you've got a really quick outfield, so that really plays into the batsman's hand, and it flies short boundaries. But at the same time, you've got a bit of uneven bounce, and it does turn a bit. And then there's another one which has turned from Sharma, and it's gone right through everything. And it's going to be 4 byes. But how close was that to hitting the stumps? A really good turn. Afi Khan stares after it. I don't think he knows what's actually happened. Let's have a look at this again. Whoa. Misses the off stump by millimetres and straight through the legs of Afi Khan, who again just comes up a little bit too early. Big wild swing of the bat from Shahzad. And that was really unlucky for Sharma not to get his 2nd wicket of the day, as he comes in for his 5th ball of the over. Shahzad looking to come down the crease. Just pats it back. So as we hit the 100 mark, 100 for 4 runs, it'll be interesting to see what you guys in the chat think would be a good score on this pitch. Number 18 in the outfield here, Niraj Khanna picks that up, gets it in, and they're going for 2 runs. Gamire, an absolute whippet between the wickets there. Called his captain through very, very early as he pulled that one out into the leg side. Look at Gamire set off. He's already down the other. Look at that. Najam Shahzad has barely taken off from the non-strikers, and Gamire is already literally there. It's fantastic running from Gamire. Good calling as well, as he moves on to 18 off 24 balls. As we just have a little look at the scorecard coming up here. Just see the rebuild there, as you see Gamire coming in at number 3. 102 for 4, by the way, off 14 overs. Sumin Gamire, 18 off 24. He's been that settling, he's been that anchor role. He's played that anchor role where wickets fell around early doors. Amir Zaid played a really important role, just like yesterday, coming in that 36 runs off 20 balls. He'll be feeling a bit downbeat about that catch, which came after a really good 6 down the ground. He went to play again down the ground, and Sharma takes a really good caught and bowled. And we now have that important man at the crease, the Captain Marvel, Najam Shahzad. And he'll be looking really, just like yesterday, to take this game to Malta and push that score up to the 150, 160 region. Good bowling from the skipper, the other skipper, Varun Prasath, as he comes in again. Gamire kind of takes a wild swing at it and just goes over the top of the bat.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though, is it? Because Gimley's just chewing up a few deliveries again and hasn't really been able to push on. And he's tried to here. It's just popped up and it's gone. And well, you were asking for it really, weren't you? Because you were just expecting it to happen. He needed to get a move on, needed to get a couple of boundaries away, and he's trying to manipulate and turn sort of nothing into something and gets it all wrong, and it pops up. And it's that man. He can't stay out of the game. Fazal Rahman with a pretty simple catch. And it's the 5th wicket to fall. Portugal 102 for 5.
Yeah, just with that ball across, you can see him kind of take a step down the track between his leg, and then he's ended up stretching outside that off stump, and really he's got nothing on. He's kind of just prodded it up into the air, and it's a simple catch in the end. But that's what Varun Prasad does. He's not expressed pace, and I think batters sometimes play him just too early, and he'll get wickets. He does get wickets. I think that's his 31st international T20 wicket, which is far more than anyone else this week.
Yeah, no, it is, and it's interesting call here. No run Asawa, so Faf comes out to the middle. Looks as if they're going to try and give him, and I wonder if there will be any scoops. I'm pretty sure we'll see one at some point, but Faf Stoneman comes to the middle to join the skipper, Najam Shahzad, and Faf Stoneman, well, I've nicknamed him the physio and the trainer because every single morning, well, the last 2 mornings we've been here, he's been leading the warm-ups, been leading the training beforehand. You know, and for someone who's 23 years of age, probably I think he's one of the youngest members, if not the youngest members of the squad. To have such a leadership quality is so vital and so valuable as well. And you know, they obviously have a lot of respect for the young man, and I know there was the cup that they played in last year, and it was his debut, and he got a century and a fifer in the same game. So he is a very talented batsman. He's got a lot of respect around the domestic parts of Portugal, and certainly building a serious reputation on the European circuit. Going to want to try and make a name for himself here. He's got a few overs to play with. He's going to be hoping he can come away. They've got a fine leg in place. So maybe that scoop might go away for a little bit of time as well. This one just gets up and away from him. Good first delivery to face up to a new bowler for a new batsman from Varun Prasad. Yeah, I'm not sure Varun Prasad's the kind of bowler you want to be trying scooping, because he kind of bowls it just short of the length, and he's not got that pace on it. But Faf's a clever cricketer. Bob had a really good day yesterday, both in the field and with the ball. This time just punched into the offside, and I think really Faf Stone would probably be wishing that he was running with Suman Gimedy, because those two could have probably run about 3 for the same time, but they get 1 there. But not to be, and again, he just pushes that for a single.
Yeah, good. And look, like we were saying, he had an amazing day, didn't he, in the field and with the ball yesterday. Looked one of Portugal leader in the field, but just led by example, both with bat and ball. And probably a little bit unlucky with the ball not to get more wickets. Today's his first chance to see him with the bat. If he can produce with the bat as well, crikey, what a guy.
And Shahzad, bit of a drag down the ground, bit of a fish outside that off stump, but still gets a single. And boundaries are going to be what Portugal are going to be looking for as we slowly come into the latter stages, the last quarter of this first innings. That's really looking to push on. Faf Stoneman, then last delivery from Prasad. And it's just dropped short. There was a definite edge, and again, not really accounting for the difference in pace from Prasad. And it drops short, and it's an opportunity that goes missing, and Stoneman survives. Portugal 104 for 5 after 15.
Yeah, Varun Prasad bowling really well. So I'd like to see that from the side angle, to be honest, because I don't know whether it has dropped short or whether Khan's just put that one down. It's a big chance if it is, because again, it's really good bowling from Prasad, who has come in as the captain, brought himself on earlier today, and he's bowling really well. One wicket for 13 runs off his 2 overs. Couple of chances go down though.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we see Mughal come back for the death. Went for just 7 runs off his 2 overs. Alongside Rahman, who's still got an over left as well. Don't know if Jerome will come back. Went for 19 off his 2 overs as well. And just as I say that, Mughal comes back into the frame of things. It's almost as if I know what I'm talking about sometimes. Yeah, Mughal, a good first two overs in that opening spell, didn't he?
Yeah, he bowled really well. Few wides, but in terms of actually batters trying to get him off the square, they really struggle to get a bat on ball or at least pierce the field, as we see him come in here.
Shahzad. Oh dear, bit of a mix-up. Stoneman gets stranded, and he's gone. And he's run out by his skipper. There was a serious bit of yes, no, maybe, and that's been the real downfall for the Portuguese batting side. Is there seems to be a lack of communication out in the middle, and Faf Stoneman, he has to go for just 1. And it's a run out, and it's the 6th wicket down. Portugal 104 for 6.
Yeah, we saw Faf yesterday with an incredible direct of his own off his own bowling. We've now just seen Mughal do the same. Really good from Mughal here in terms of getting the ball and a really composed direct hit to get rid of Francois Stoneman.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot from Najam, but this is the thing. Sets off and then just gets stranded in the middle point, and, well, He sacrifices his counterpart in Faf Stoneman, and he's just nowhere near, is he? And Miguel gets the wicket, and it's a big wicket of Faf Stoneman.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just go back to our direct hit. That's a really composed thing to do, because it's quite easy as a bowler there to kind of panic and rush your throw. You can just see Mughal set himself and then fires it in. Doesn't overthrow it, just wants that direction, because he can see that Francois Stoneman's gone quite a long distance down that track. He's got time to try and get just the direction on the flow, which is really important. And it's a really good wicket.
And Asawa comes in then. He'll be at the non-strikers end as Shahzad is still on strike, and Miguel, he's looking to be a really dangerous element at the moment. Well, not with balls like that. That'll be a no ball. That will be a 1 bounce 4 as well. So just as I'm singing his praises, he turns around and proves me wrong. Rank full toss, no ball, gets punished, and all of a sudden looking down the barrel of some more runs as it's a free hit next up.
Yeah, absolutely. He got that completely wrong, didn't it? Must have slipped out of the hand. It's come about chest height to Shahzad, who's a tall man, and he's a good shot from through the point region, and that'll be 4 runs added to the no ball, so 5, and now you've got a free hit, and this is where Shahzad could really punish a good start to an over and take it into a bad one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here to see how this comes around, but see what happens here off the free hit. Here we go then. Najam on strike, and it's up high in the air. It won't go all the way. In fact, it's only just going to get out. Oh, well, he's taken a very good catch, and then it's all happening, really. They looked as if they were about to collide. Could have been a very dangerous collision, and then they ended up taking a very good catch over his shoulder, did Varun Prasath, and then threw it in. It was only 2 runs in the end, so not too much damage.
I nearly had to turn my microphone off then, because I thought they were heading towards each other at a serious pace. If you see them here, neither of them's looking. Wow,
That could have been so dangerous.
I don't think they knew that.
Short, pulled, leg side, will take some cutting off. Rahman won't get there, and it's a boundary. And this is a good over for Portugal. They lost Faf Stoneman early on. However, Najam Shahzad has just turned around and said, don't worry, I'll do it myself once again. And he's hit another boundary, 4 more to Portugal.
Yeah, 2 short, and Shazam gets on the pull very quickly. And on this outfield, that is going to race away for 4. Really good over from him. Mughal, on the other hand, just needs to take a breath. He's got 3 more balls here to try and bring this over back. But yeah, really good start to this over from Portugal.
Does he have a response in him? Needs to tighten things up. And this is lofted, offside. Don't think he's got all of it. It's just going to plug, and it's just going to be a single. But Shahzad, no real surprise to see his intent here.
No, this is it. He's got, well, it's that kind of 16th over stage, and Shahzad's gone, right, this is I'm going to put on the accelerators a little bit like yesterday. And it'll be interesting to see these two. I think Sarwar's probably going to do the same here, and they're going to look at going at least 10 and over within these last kind of four overs.
Outside edge, and that's going to run away, and that'll be another boundary. This time Rana Sawa getting off the mark with a pretty unconvincing shot, but it's 4 nonetheless, and it's a 4 in the book.
Yeah, genuine edge. First slip would have been right down his throat. Would have been a kind of a straightforward catch if the first slip was in. But at this time of the game, you tend to not see slips in T20Is, especially at this level. And yeah, if you're going to go hard, you're going to. Oh, wow, let's have a look at this. Have a look at Afi Khan's position here, Charlie.
It's gone very wide, hasn't it? Very wide. I think that's just the angle as well that Miguel's coming across. Of course, the left arm over towards the right hander. Then goes nice and straight, and should just be a single, and will be. And that single brings us to the end of the 16th over. 121 for 6 on the board.
Yep. I think Portugal now just starting to put on the gas, and they'll be looking at 150 plus with Shahzad and Sarwar at the crease. Still got likes of Anthony Chambers, who's a batter, still to come. So I think Portugal are looking to set themselves a very good total here. Malta, on the other hand, let's have a look at their bowling figures. Some really good opening bowling there from Mughal and Rahman, but since they've come back into attack, just struggle a little bit. Rahman still has that nice economy rate of 5.33, but Mughal's economy rate has just suffered after that over where he went for a fair amount of runs, didn't he?
Yeah, that's not the third over he was probably expecting, especially after I was singing his praise and saying he was looking pretty confident and had a good opening spell, which he did, but the comeback's not been as good as it looks as if it will be. Bishnoi coming back, went for 1 for 15 off his first 2 overs. Varun Prasath looks like he's going to most likely be bowling the 17th and the 19th, I'd expect, possibly, but maybe find out as time tells. But there's just the link being popped in for the final coming up in Milan. That comes up later on. Do come back for that though as well. Here is Bishnoi up against Sawa, and this is just sneaked through the leg side. The chase is on. It's a good bit of work in the end.
Yeah, very good down there. I think it was Neeraj Khanna, isn't it? Is it Neeraj Khanna, number 18?
Good bit of work though in the end, but again, this is just proving to be an interesting game, isn't it? Not looking as if they're racing away. It looks as if they're going to get it up towards that 150, but they still need to just keep their heads screwed on at the moment, do Portugal. This is slap leg side, one bounce straight to the man as well to watch it all the way, and is just another single. And again, just those boundaries not quite coming as easy as they may have done previously yesterday for Portugal.
Yeah, Sawa there has absolutely smashed that. That has come off right off the meat of the bat, and it's the fielder's done really well to take it. Anywhere else to the side of him, and that's 4 runs all day. But yeah, Sawa's hitting the ball very, very powerfully at the minute.
Down the track, and Sawa gets the legs out of the way, and it's again first struck firmly by Shahzad for just another single.
Yeah, these two are looking to go hard at the ball now, and they're heavy. They are heavy hitters, aren't they? So fielders have got to be aware in the field, and if chances come, it's going to come probably really quite sharp. As we see Bishnoi come in again.
Gets lucky, does Bishnoi. Sawa gets a bit of glove on it on this follow through and prevents it from just flowing down for a wide. But again, just struggling is Bishnoi. Hasn't quite been able to get things as tight as he would have wanted. He obviously picked up that wicket of Kuldeep Gulia, but since then it's just not really been his day. He's just struggled ever so slightly. And this is high in the air, hasn't got all of its cloth. Could be another collision, it won't be, and it is taken safely. Yeah, it's really good work again from safe hands Amar Sharma, who looks to be bucket hands out on the field at the moment. It's another wicket though. Rana Sawa looking to get on with things, no real surprise though. And he has to go though, caught out in the deep by Sharma, and Portugal, that's their 7th down, 125 for 7.
Yeah, well watched. That was one up into the blue sky. Not many clouds around today, so it's difficult under those kind of when the balls do go high up to keep an eye on it. And he got himself into a really nice position, and yeah, safe as houses. And that's his 2nd catch of the day. One really hard and flat, one nice skyer. Very, very good from Amar Sharma.
Chambers then is the new man coming to the middle. Anthony Chambers coming in at number 9, a little bit lower than we were probably expecting him, but again, is still a very capable batsman. Struggled yesterday, sat out of the 2nd game against Gibraltar. But again, he's got an opportunity here. It's more of a finishing role. He's going to have to go from the off pretty much. He's got the licence to. Single delivery left in this over, though.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit unfortunate, actually, yesterday. He ended up getting... He started quite nicely, going about a run a ball or just under. And then he gets that rank full toss, which he slashes through the point region. And Bastinash just sticks out this hand and takes an absolute worldie. It's one of those where as a batter you kind of hold your head and go, crikey. I mean, what more can I do? Like, it was I felt really sorry for him, but he's got an opportunity today here now to come out and, along with his skipper, to put on a decent partnership at the end of this innings.
Yeah, they'll be still trying to think of that 150 minimum, will Portugal. Yeah, Chambers got a chance here now, hasn't he? He should just get a couple out of the screws. That is firmly struck for 1. Good shot to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's one thing I'd say about Chambers. He's a proper technical cricketer. He likes playing proper shots, likes getting on the drive. As we come to the end of the 17th on 125 for 7.
Yeah, 126 for 7 then. And well, this is what's coming up on Monday. We head over to Austria. We're in Vienna, and that's going to be some really fun cricket as well. The Fan Code European Cricket Series starts there on Monday. First game, Cricketer CC up against Snazzy. That's a serious name. I love that name. That's a good one. 5 matches coming your way on Monday. Then that starts at 7:30, 9:30 local time, and 1 o'clock in India. I'm certainly looking forward to tuning in. I know I'll be. It's going to be an interesting one, but we've still got an interesting setup on our hands. That run rate still looking around about 145 at this point. Chambers, though, up against the dangerous Prasath. This is firmly struck, and it will be one bounce for. Very nice shot from Chambers. Just looked to really get that out of the screws more than ever. And he just rocked back and struck it firmly. Nice shot.
Yeah, really good shot. And yeah, interesting to see Prasaf obviously has changed ends here. He steps across, gets a little bit under it, but he's managed to place it in between the two fielders. And yeah, very good there from Anthony Chambers.
Yeah, and this time flat down the ground. Overcorrection from Prasaf after that shorter delivery. Goes nice and full, and Chambers just knocks it down for a single.
Yeah, this is what Chambers needs to do. Look, he's not going to be the express batsman that or the big hitting Ninja Arm Shazad type. But if he can keep the scoreboard ticking and go at kind of 120, 130 kind of strike rate, you know, he can provide what Shazad needs.
High in the air, there is a man out there, he gets put down. That's Niraj Khanna, who the momentum really just took it away from him. He struggled to put the brakes on, and that's a missed catch, dropped catch on Shazad. He gets dropped on 24, and that could be a very dangerous drop.
Yeah, that could prove costly. I mean, he's kind of not really got to the ball, has he? He's kind of in kind of no man's land, doesn't really know whether to go for it or not, and ends up kind of putting it down. It's a big miss, though.
They're trying to turn things around the corner, and well, there's some interesting appeals, but rightly not. Cunningham just almost laughs them off, but
look, that wouldn't have hit a third pair of stumps, not a second pair of stumps. That wouldn't have hit a third pair of stumps. So that's got to be the most interesting LBW appeal. I'm not sure where it came from.
I'm sure he looks really good at square leg. Anyway, Aaron Prasad trying to close out the over. 2 deliveries left. That's right in the blocker. Well bowled. Will just be one. Squeezed down the ground.
Yeah, interesting to see Shazad, though, taking that big kind of stride out towards that offside. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to hit Prasad over this leg. They've got the fielders out there for the catch, but Shazad reckons he can beat them and take them on.
Chambers then, last delivery of the over. Bit of a slower, fuller ball. Chambers does well to dig this one out. Will just be a single. Chambers keeps the strike then. And at the end of 18, 2 overs down. Portugal 135 for 7.
Yeah, just slowly creeping towards that score that we're looking at, 150, 160. I think Portugal will be very happily set here with 2 batters who can push them up to that level. Malta, they'll be looking to get that wicket of Shazad, and there's a big opportunity in that over to take his wicket. He is the guy who can, in these last 2 overs, probably go at 10s or more and really make a score kind of unattainable for this Maltese side, which we've seen them struggle with the bat yesterday.
Yeah, they were just didn't really seem as if anyone was looking to dig in. It just seemed a very T10 mentality, hit out and see what happens, but might need to change things here. Bishnoi continuing then. Oh, and this has gone high in the air. He's got nothing of it. Catching opportunity, and he doesn't drop them. That's a good catch from Darshit Patanka. Saw him with the gloves yesterday, but he's out in the outfield, and that's a really good catch. That had snow on it as it came down from the blue skies here in Gibraltar. And Anthony Chambers has to go. He goes for 7. 8 wickets down now, Portugal. 135 for 8.
Yeah, really good catch. And I mean, we saw him yesterday behind the stumps for Malta. That's a really good piece of outfield, and kind of go and watch the ball and watched it all the way. Looked really comfortable underneath him. I think the big important thing is he set himself early. And yeah, it's a good wicket again for Malta as they take another one.
Shazad changing bats as Junaid Khan is the man to come in at number 10. Of course, that'll be Nippo coming in at number 11, the left-arm spinner if required. Junaid Khan, now that's credit where credit's due. He can hold a bat. He can really hold a bat. He's not a stranger when it comes to scoring runs in any format. He really is capable of some great things, and just doesn't, isn't very rarely required in this Portuguese side. So he's got a bit of an opportunity here. Might be able to get a few runs away, or he might prove me wrong and get out first ball. But that's cricket, and that's why we love it.
Yeah, he's not actually had much of an opportunity to bat in the Portugal lineup. They don't normally lose this many wickets. But if you look at the time he has batted, I think he's done well. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here.
And this one on the back foot, and he's gone straight away. And well, it was either going to be 6 or out, really, wasn't it, from Junaid Khan? And Bishnoi, well, that's his 4th wicket in the innings, and at the moment Portugal looking as if they're going to slump to a disappointing end to this innings, but a nice straight full delivery from Bishnoi. Junaid Khan trying to swing from the hip, and it doesn't really get much more plumb than that. And it's the 9th wicket down. Portugal running the risk of being bowled out, 135 for 9. We've all of a sudden got a potential hat-trick on our hands here.
Yeah, really well bowled. Unicar was going to play one way, wasn't he? He was swinging from the hips. LBW, I think, yeah, very, very good decision. That's 4 wickets now for Bishnoi, though. 4 wickets for 18 so far as he comes towards the end of his spell. But yeah, really well bowled from him. With 4 balls to go. Yeah, no, Malta have really got themselves back into the game. Got that middle overs were sort of due to the batting of Zaib, Shahzad and Gimity as well, but they've really been able to turn things around pretty much ever since that run out of Faf Stoneman. Rana Sarr only going for 6, Chambers going for 7. It's really been the story of the Maltese bowling. But anyway, Bishnoi, he's on a hat-trick, and this would be to really spoil the party for Portugal. And Siraj Nippo, he's probably not normally used to this sort of situation, but again, coming in at number 11, a lot of pressure on him, but of course the change of the angle now due to the left-hander. And well, Bishnoi looking for what would be his 5 for as well. Of course, Siraj Nippo got a 5 for yesterday. He's now thinking, well, if I block this, then I'm going to try and make sure he doesn't get that 5 for, and I'm the only one in the tournament that's got one yet. Just a bit of fielding changes, though, just to make sure that everyone's in the ready. Siraj Nippo then on strike. Bishnoi, he's on a hat-trick. And it's a good delivery, but a confident shot from the number 11 batsman. And Najam Shahzad just strolls down the middle, says, thank you very much, I will take over. Yeah, absolutely. This is what Nippo needs to do. Nippo just needs to get the single, get off strike, get Najam on. Try and get Najam to take this to at least over 145, I think, or try and get to that 150 mark. It was a nice shot from Nippo, that. It didn't look really like a number 11 shot. It was a nice little drive for 1 run. It's interesting to see how he does. Experienced player, though, isn't he? Nippo, of course, played under 19 high-level cricket. Najam Shahzad then on strike. And that will be a wide. Have to bowl that one again. Look how straight, by the way, is the man at, or the 2 men at long on and long off. They're very straight down the ground, which is something that we saw yesterday. Gibraltar, their straight men were very wide, weren't they? They were really wide, and there was a lot of runs that ended up just getting punished down that straight boundary that's really quite short as well. But Bishnoi trying to pick up his 5th. Leg side, this will be 1 bounce 4, no one out there. And well, don't bowl there, because that's A, not where your field is, and B, that's where Najam Shahzad just loves to disrupt bowlers, and that's another boundary. Yeah, tall guy, and that's onto his legs, and it's a bit too short and punished. Yeah, just don't bowl there. It's very simple. You got no fielders there either. And he just kind of watches that sail over his head, and it's another boundary. And this over's been a mixture, isn't it? 2 wickets falling, but also a couple of nice shots from Shahzad. And he just lets this one through. It's another wide, and yeah, Bishnoi just getting pushed off his line of length now, and that's really just the fear of bowling at Shahzad. He's such a dominant player, and again, that presence that he has at the crease just makes, as a bowler, you're just second-guessing yourself a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. When you're bowling someone who you know is a big hitter, it does put you out of your kind of rhythm a little bit. Yeah, well, we'll tell you what, it's shots like that's why, because that's gone all the way. That's another 6. Well, this over's gone from really good for Bishnoi to pretty much run away with your tail between your legs, because Shahzad's taken him to the clean as 4, then a 6, and this is a lovely shot down the ground, 6 more. Yeah, it comes down the pitch, cleanly hit, nice short boundary, which he'll be targeting, which is why the Gibraltar have moved those guys quite straight, but there's no point having them straight if it's going to go over the top of them. Last delivery then here for Bishnoi, and it's not going to be, because there's going to be byes. There won't be. There could be runs now, and there will be. That sloppy from Malta. A misfield from the keeper, then a pretty silly shy at the stumps from the man at fly slip, and then they come through for a comfortable single. And well, that's just the story of Malta, really. Seem to be getting themselves in good places and then just letting it slide away from them. Yeah, very sloppy at this point in the innings. This is the last thing you want as Malta to do, because every run that now gets on Adam's scoreboard, you've got to chase. And the thing is, you've got the chance of now Shahzad being on strike for the final over. Yeah, dot ball wouldn't surprise me here. Nippo gets a nice shot actually down the ground. It will take some cutting off. They'll try and come back for 2. They'll take on the arm, and that's good running in the end as Bishnoi destroys the stumps without the ball in hand. And
that will be the end of the 19th over. Portugal, they're into the 150s. They're 152 for 9.
Yeah, after a really good start to that over, taking a couple of wickets. I mean, that over's gone for a lot of runs in the end, and we're now on that 150 that we were talking about maybe a couple of overs ago, and we've still got an over to go here, and Shahzad is on strike.
Yeah, Shahzad's he's such a dominant player, isn't he? And he just asserts his dominance due to his performances, and he's backed himself up again and closing towards another score in the 40s, just 3 runs away. Of course, potentially thinking about that half century. We've already seen one, Stagno yesterday. That was a sensational score in the 80s, and yeah, it's again just promising from Shahzad, isn't it?
Yeah, so we obviously saw 2 half centuries yesterday. Stagno with that really impressive show of hitting. Also Mercado with a real kind of tempered innings. And Shahzad, I think yesterday was probably a little bit unlucky not to get one himself. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able this over, with 13 runs needed, if he can get that, the 3rd half century of this tournament.
Yeah, Machado getting a really nice one yesterday, wasn't it? It was a very, very senior display of batting, just playing the anchor role. Here we go then, last over, as it is Rahman coming in from this rock end and starts with a dot ball.
Yeah, good start from Rahman. He's probably, again, I'd say probably been the pick of the bowlers. That 3rd over just was a bit ropey, but other than that, he's bowled really tight, really well, and taken a couple of really good wickets again.
Gone for 2 for 16 off his 3.1 overs so far. Again, we'll be thinking, can I just get this last wicket? And swung firmly, won't be a run. They don't take the single. Interesting from Shahzad, probably thinking I'd still fancy myself to take him to the cleaners. From what we've seen from Nippo, he can hold a bat. He's a very capable batsman.
Absolutely, he can definitely hold a bat. But when the thing is, when you're batting Chambers down at 9, it's ridiculous how long that batting lineup is for Portugal.
And that's exactly why they didn't take the single, because Shahzad stand and deliver stuff from the Portuguese skipper. Front leg out of the way and swing from the hip. And it's going to be 6 more. Lovely shots, 6 runs.
Yeah, really good shot again. Right in the slot for Shahzad, and he's absolutely cleaned up here. This is a really good shot. That kind of area that we saw Stagno really punish yesterday against the Portuguese. Shahzad now punishing the Maltese.
Yeah, and all of a sudden this game now getting up to a total similar to yesterday for Portugal in the first game, and just again the game getting away. It's a full toss, it's on the legs, it's away. That's a beautiful shot from Shahzad, and once more racing towards his potential half century, because that's another boundary, 4 more, and he's now on 47.
Yeah, and he's racing away to that 50 that we talked about, and we've just seen Portugal surpass their score from yesterday. Now, if we talked at the end of the power play, when only 30-odd runs had been scored and 3 wickets had gone down, you would never have thought Portugal would get into this total, or should be. And if you're Malta, you've got to look at how they're performing in this last 10 overs with the ball.
That's been their downfall. Here we go then, trying to turn it round, and again, he'll fall short of that half century, trying to scoop it round the corner. No one at fine leg, but Rahman gets his Yorker right in there, and he picks up his 3rd wicket, and it's the final wicket to go. Portugal bowled out then for 162 off of 19.5 overs. But it's a good end to a spell for Rahman, picking up his 3rd, and only going for a handful of runs as well. It's a pretty good day at the office for him, and also a couple of catches in the field as well.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic day, and I mean, that's a really good ball. He's seen Shazam move slightly early, and he's put it in Yorker length, leg stump. Shazam can't get anywhere near that. Does he need to kind of make that big step? But, you know, he backs himself, and he backed himself to kind of clip it round the corner. But, yeah, very well finished off, and, you know, very good bowling performance in terms of taking wickets from Malta. Just a little bit of sloppiness in the field has allowed Portugal to creep up above that 160. But you know what they can do. When you've got such a powerful batting line like Portugal do, they are going to come strong at you in that second half of the innings.
Yeah, they are. Take a look at the highlights then of this first innings. It was a poor start for Kuldeep Gulia, and that was a really good catch, though, in the end from Bastianats down in long on, and then that brought to the crease. Oh, that was a really nice shot, wasn't it, from... That was Zaid. There was just a mixture from the Portuguese side. Suman Gimidi getting in a few runs, as did Zaid, but it was mostly down to Najam Shahzad. But that was an excellent catch from Amar Sharma, and Well, that was a poor shot from Suman Gimli. He was just looking like he was under a bit of pressure and struggling to get runs away. This was an excellent bit of work from Mughal, and it was a really nice piece of work to get that dangerous wicket of Faf Stone. And then there was a bit of a collapse, wasn't there, for Portugal, but they still managed to get the runs in the end.
Yeah, and this is the thing, I think even in the end of that innings when they were losing wickets, they were still going hard at it, and that was their plan. They didn't kind of stray from that, finishing off there with a lovely Yorker from Rahman, but the Portuguese really kind of accelerated again in that second half innings like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they did, and we can take a look at the scorecards then here for this first innings. It was a mixture of the batting side for Portugal, Cordiglia struggling at the top of the order, and Andani getting a good start. Of course, those three boundaries that we saw off the back, and then just struggled since then and just snuck one behind, didn't he? And then, well, the rest was history as Machado came in, only scored one, got a plum LBW. Zaib and Shazad really the main batsmen yet again for Portugal.
Yeah, and I'd say Zaib was the one which really got that innings kick-started. At that point, there were 3 wickets down and really struggling. They were struggling for runs, and he really just kick-started that innings with Gamiri. Gamiri just playing the kind of the anchor role, and it just provided that little platform for players like Shazad to come forward. Just having a look at the bowlers here. Again, Bishnoi opening up, went for quite a few runs in the end, but took those 4 wickets. Just falling short of that 5-wicket haul that he was looking for. Faisal Rahman, I think, once again, just like yesterday, the pick of bowlers, 3 wickets for 26 runs with a nice economy of 6.78. Finished off the innings there nicely with the wicket of Najam Shazad as well. A few of the bowlers to mention, Amar Sharma, 24 runs with the 1 wicket, a nice economy of 6. Took a really good couple of catches in the outfield, didn't he? So just looking at the scorecard here, and to wrap things up, we'll go into the break with Portugal finish on 162 all out off their 19.5 overs. Join us back here in about 10 to 12 minutes time as Malta need 163 in 120 balls. Welcome back to Gibraltar. We are in for an interesting game of cricket here between Portugal and Malta as we go into the second innings. Malta looking to chase down Portugal's total as we see some lovely views across the Mediterranean there as we look down onto Morocco on this beautiful day. Really sunny, nice and clear, hardly a breeze in the air at the bottom of above on this Europa point. Lovely views and lovely day. Tell us where you are in the world. Let us know if the weather's similar where you are, but I'm quite happy to be back here in Gibraltar as we settle in for another excellent game of cricket and another day of cricket. Later on we'll be seeing Gibraltar take on Malta in the fourth game of this tournament. But for now we have Malta playing Portugal, and they've got another decent run chase on the cards here. After a slow start from Portugal with the bat, Malta kind of just started to let things slip in the field again. And Najam Shahzad, the captain, just started to increase that run rate. So it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Will Malta, who really struggled with the bat yesterday, come out firing? That man at the top for Malta will be really important, Varun Prasad. And we'll be interested to see whether Basil George, having sustained that kind of knock in the first innings, does come back to play any further part in this one. So looking at the lineup there for Malta, we have Darshit Patanka. Didn't really get off and make many runs yesterday, but we've seen him at club level and domestic level in the Malta kind of game make decent runs, so he's a danger. Mughal got off to a really good start with the bat, very good through the leg side, can pull a ball. It looks like those two will be opening up again. So interesting to see. I think Malta, look, they've got to do a lot better job than yesterday in terms of not just going along with the run rate or staying up with the run rate, but not losing wickets at vital times. If they find themselves too far down the order, I don't think their lineup goes as deep as what Portugal's does. So wickets are really key here. So protect your wicket, but also try and just play clever. Look, Portugal have shown how to play this pitch. You know, they were only 30 for 3 after kind of in the 30s after the power play, and ended up on 106 again. So you can accelerate. You've got time in T20s to kind of push on. So yeah, make sure these first 5, these first 6, get out of that power play. You don't want to kind of lose more than that kind of 1 wicket. Come out of that power play with 1 or 2 wickets down. You're in the game. If you 3 or 4, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with that kind of batting lineup, which only goes probably down to 5 or 6. So we're going to see Junaid Khan, who, I mean, he bowled really well yesterday, didn't he? I mean, he's just from both ends. He's decided to go from the straight end again, where he got a load of luck in the first game against Malta. Decided to go back to the rock end for the second game against Gibraltar. But yeah, here he comes for the first ball of this second innings. Just pushes it a little bit wide. So yeah, interesting stat about Junaid Khan. He's actually managed to take 7 wickets now on the European Cricket Network on a first ball delivery, which is incredible. It's an incredible statistic. And you tend to find most bowlers with their first ball just get it maybe slightly wrong, a little bit like he did there. But yeah, very dangerous bowler, Junaid Khan. I really like what he does. Kind of pushes it in at the batsman, and then he'll get that one to hit the seam and nibble away. So Patanka's got to really be careful to kind of get a good start here against the Portuguese opening bowler. Just pushed out into the offside. No run there. Also interesting to see how the Maltese batsmen go about their business. Obviously, I think they kind of came out of the blocks just a bit too excitable yesterday. Tried to chase that score down, and like Charlie was saying earlier, kind of went a bit too much T10 at it and lost wickets at really dangerous opportunities sometimes. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on, and we'll also interesting to see how you feel in the chat. What do you think are Malta going to need to do in this second innings to catch this Portuguese team? Another wide ball from Khan. Just looked like a bit of an effort ball. Kind of dug it in and pulled it wide. Yeah, definite. Yeah, pulled too short, too wide, and he'll be disappointed with that. Junaid Khan is normally a really consistent bowler. Doesn't tend to bowl too many extras. If he does a bowl extra, it's normally the one which he tends to push down the leg side as he comes back again. So only 2 runs so far from this over. Both have been wides. It'll be interesting to see if Patanka can get off the market. Yep, that's another wide call. This one, yeah, just overcompensating, pushing it down the leg. Junaid Khan just having a little bit of difficulty finding his line in these early moments of this second innings. I'm sure he'll drag it back. He's a quality bowler, and we've seen him do it time and time again, where he's really troubled batsmen and took really important wickets at the top of the order. Gone steaming in. Very well bowled. That's the line that he wanted. Tanker tries to just kind of manoeuvre it into the leg side, doesn't really get the full pace of the bat on it. Just kind of plays it into his own pad. Goes back, and yeah, just I think he got a bit of bat on it, but didn't really get hold of it, did he? And that'll be the 4th wide of the over. All runs so far coming in extras for Malta, but they won't be complaining. I mean, this is a thing which Portugal will want to kind of cut out. They've put a decent score on the board, but you know, Malta have got batters with potential to actually go big in this game. If Malta get going, we know they didn't score many runs yesterday, but they do have guys who can hit big, so they've got the potential of chasing this down. Tanker pushing that one into the offside. It'll just be the 1 run. Well fielded down there by Ranasawa. And Patanka is off the mark. Yeah, good fielding there from Sawa. We saw him take a couple of really good catches yesterday, fielding down on the straights, on the boundary. Very good presence of mind to keep his feet within the rope, but also taking really good catches, which went up really quite high in the air. So we do know he's a good fielder. His fielding obviously there gets down to that one, just keeps it to the 1 run. Yeah, just trying to again work that to the leg side. Mughal, yesterday we saw him hit a couple of pull shots for a couple of boundaries. Probably one of the only batsmen for Malta who ended up in the runs before he ended up losing his wicket. Just didn't quite get hold of that one. Was looking to kind of just clip it round the corner to a bit of a shorter ball from Khan. Again, he's just struggling a little bit with his line and his length, but I think that every bowler at some time or other just has that little bit of a moment where they're struggling to kind of get it on the spot. Nice defensive shot, but that'll be for no run. Ahmed really unhappy in the outfield there. He wanted someone to be backing up at the non-strikers. Thought the direct hit was on the cards. But this will be interesting to see. We saw Portugal yesterday, and they out of the 3 teams, they fielded probably the best out of all 3. They took the catches, and yeah, they're really tight on that field. As we see Mughal go, and it's going to be an attempt at a direct hit from Zaib this time. Good backing up from Mikado there, and it'll just be the 1 run to bring us to the end of the first over with Malta 6 for no loss. As we just taking a little look at this run from Mughal, as Khan just outside the off, just kind of gets on the toe of the bat, decides early that he's going to go for the run. Yeah, it would have been safe, but yeah, it's good to see Portuguese really attacking the stumps and going for those direct hits. If you've got the feel for it, where everyone's kind of backing up, you know, it really puts the batsman under a bit of pressure, and they start to kind of question themselves whether to take kind of those quick singles on certain fielders. And we saw yesterday Portugal have got those fielders, the likes of Mikado and Stoneman, who had an absolute wonderful game in the field. Portugal do seem to be the team which have turned up with probably that field and outfit, which is to be to try and be emulated by maybe the other 2. Kind of, we saw Gibraltar in the kind of their game really struggle, and it was probably the difference, and probably what won Portugal the game was the difference in the fielding. Quite a few dropped catches in that one, and then Malta as well got very sloppy, and they kind of let quite a lot of runs through. But Portugal seemed to be that team which very good all-round outfit, very deep with the batters, probably one of the best bowling attacks out there, and they're very good in the field. They're the team which most teams at this kind of level will be looking to emulate. As we see Najam Shahzad, the captain, taking the 2nd over of the innings. That could be a no ball. It'll be interesting to see what Cunningham says. Cunningham calls the wide. That looked like, yeah, that's very close to the edge of that track, isn't it? Very close to being a no ball call. And yeah, that's probably a little bit of a let off for Shahzad, with a bit of a looseness to start his spell. Very good bowler, though, Najam Shahzad. Maybe doesn't get as many wickets as he probably deserves, but he's very economical. Kind of works really well in tandem with Junaid Khan at the other end at the start of an innings. Oh, now this has gone up. It's going to land in the deep. It's going to good direct throw, would have been out and it'd been gone. It was a quick early call. It was a bad shot. He didn't get hold of it. Kind of comes off the edge of the bat, pops up into the infield. The catch wasn't on, but they attacked the ball. And we talk about Portuguese fielding. This was very, very good. Attacked the ball, and he would have been out by some distance there, Mughal. Bit of a let-off from Malta. Kind of ran on the bad shot, but trying to put the pressure early here on Portugal. Clipped away around the corner by Petanka. This is going to race away to the boundary. Fantastic shot from him, and that will be 4 runs to the score. Shazad there just kind of losing his action, kind of drifting it onto those pads, and Petanka, just watch this, yeah, drifts it down leg and doesn't try to overhit this one. There's a big gap down there, kind of towards that square leg boundary, in that square leg region. And yeah, just uses the pace of the ball and times it really well. And on this outfield, yeah, it was going to be 4 all day. Be interesting to see. For me, Petanka is that one. He's obviously made his debut yesterday, but having seen him in other events for Malta and domestically, he could be a potential another batter who could really kind of try and take this game to Portugal at the start. Oh, we saw that a little bit yesterday, didn't we, with Junaid Khan, especially against Gibraltar, getting that lift off the pitch. And we see it there with Shazad as it really takes off. And Petanka's not a small guy, as he tries to play that off the back foot. Doesn't get anywhere near it. Well, this is where we saw Junaid Khan really bowl well to kind of take that wicket of Avinash Pai yesterday. We saw him, you've got to be careful the ones which leap, but also from this end there is that area, there's got an area where 1 or 2 will stick low and skid on through. Coming in. Very good strike for Petanka. This is going to go over the infield. It might not go all the way. It's going to be on the 1 bounce. They're going to take the 2 runs. Didn't quite get a hold of that one, Petanka, but in this power play with the 2 men on the ring, breaks it over the top, and he'll take the 2 runs. As we watch it again, just goes deep in his crease. Yeah, just doesn't quite catch it, does he? Gets a little bit underneath it, as we see Nippo there chasing. Shazad coming in again. Punched away into the leg side, and that is ferociously hit through the mid-wicket region, and that will be another 4 to Petanka. And what was I saying? He might feel like he has a point to prove today after disappointing on his debut. He's done it at domestic level. He's done it at T10 level for Malta. Can he do it at T20? And that is the kind of shot you want to see him play through the leg side. And Shazad just getting a little bit of treatment here from Petanka as he's gone for 12 runs so far off this over. 1 ball to go. But it'd be really good for Malta to get a base before the likes of Varun Prasath. And if we see Basil George again this innings, before they come in. Clipped away into that leg side again. It's going to race towards the same boundary. Hasn't quite got hold of this one like before. Chased down well in the outfield. Just be the 2 runs, but that's a really good over from Malta. 14 from it as we get to the end of the second. Malta 20 for no loss. And joining me back in the commentary box is my friend Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, good start for Malta, isn't it? Really good, promising start. Take a look, though, at the standings so far. Of course, first game of the day here today. But yesterday, the story was Portugal really dominating. I mean, say dominating. They were struggling in that second game. They were looking as if they were going to be picked by Gibraltar, but Portugal were able to get themselves back into it. But yeah, 2 wins from 2, and Gibraltar, they look like they're going to have a point to prove later on. But Malta, they've got a bigger point to prove after a pretty embarrassing defeat yesterday in game number 1. Yeah,
absolutely. And look, this is the kind of a good start. They've gone 20 from the first 2 overs, but this is where they don't need to go and throw the wicket away now. Play it clever, hit the bad balls, don't try and go after things which you don't need to. As we see Khan come in again, punch down the round by Mughal. There'll be no run there. But I think they'll be wanting to look at not throwing the wicket to get away at important moments in the game like they did yesterday. Yeah, no, for sure. I think if they can really work on the fact that, batting in partnerships and knowing that they've still got time, they don't have to rush everything. There's a lot of time, and that's all they've got to do. And these 2 are more than capable. They're 2 very talented batsmen. Here is Khan, though. Well, this has gone high up in the air. Don't know if it's quite got the legs, and it's dropped. It gets put down, and it's going to run away for 4 as well. Anthony Chambers is the man out there. And, well, he was caught by a deep catch out in the middle, but unfortunately wasn't able to replicate it this time himself, and it's a boundary, and it's a poor bit of fielding for Portugal. Yeah, look, it's a very difficult catch over your shoulder. Those ones are never easy to take. He's just not in the right position. But to compound it, he ends up kind of pushing it over the boundary for 4. It's unlucky, but those are the kind of ones which can be game-defining in the end.
Miguel then moves on to 6 with that boundary, his first boundary in the account. Just can't have a response. It's a bit of a full beamer, and this will just be pushed for a single straight to Chambers. Probably feeling as if he's a little bit under the microscope after that drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing Steve McVeigh in the chat. Hello, Steve. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the cricket.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people sort of going between the coverage here and, of course, that final coming up late in probably in an hour or two in Milan. There's a big one coming up, of course. And this is short and just dragged leg side, flat batted, swatted. Looks as if that's Zaib doing the fielding, and it will just be another single.
Yep, better start this from Malta, and they're just tempering their innings. It's a good start. You want these opening two to really put on a decent partnership, I think, especially after yesterday. And that almost gives the likes of Prasad and Basil George the freedom to come out, not as much under pressure to get those runs as probably what they were yesterday.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for these two at the top. Need to be positive. And then again, Fuller, and again, just dug out. Gets the shovel out. Will just be a dot ball pushed to Ranasawa, who didn't really come off of him with the bat, really, if all truth be told. I mean, look at the lineup that they had, Portugal, and it really was just the story of Shazad and Saeed, really. I mean, and Dani and Gimri all both getting starts, but not really being able to push on. But it's now down to the bowlers to try and defend this total once more and see if they can replicate their performance yesterday. Oh, this is a full beamer, and he's missed the straight one. And Mughal will have to go, and can't. Well, he didn't pick up a delivery in his first over, but to end his second one, he's managed to get the breakthrough, and Fanya Mughal will have to go. He goes for just 7, and Malta lose their first wicket, 26 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, as we see him just take a step across there, it's hit him on the full, right in front. I think, yeah, it's the correct decision. Very, very. Well, I don't think he gets this quite right, Junaid Khan. He's looking for the Yorker and ends up hitting the pad on the full. It's just a missed opportunity from Mughal. That one should be getting punished towards the leg side.
Yeah, it's similar to that Miguel Machado one. It was just step across, missed the full beamer, and obviously missed out. And that doesn't look to me as if that's Basil George. And no real surprise. Obviously, spent quite a lot of time off the field. So, of course, we'll be seeing him probably later on if possible. But no real update on that shoulder injury. Just probably we'll find out more during the break between the two games. And as soon as we do know more information, we will, of course, let you know. But first wicket down then, 26 for 1 after 3. And it's an interesting one because now you sort of ask questions of other batsmen. No Basil George, of course. So you've got to ask questions of the likes of you know, maybe Varun Prasad. Has he got to come in earlier, and has he got to turn around and really take the game by the scruff of the neck and just get this game back into Malta's hands?
Yeah, you're looking at the Malta team and going, where are my runs going to come from? And I think the two now, if you take Basil George out of that equation, are this man here, Patanka, and Varun Prasad.
Oh, and Shazad starting again with another wider delivery, and this time signalled no ball, and that's pretty similar to the one before.
Yeah, exactly. He's not got away with this time, Shazad, and quite rightly so. That is a horrible ball, really. Really gets it wrong. That's nowhere near the pitch. And this is a big opportunity now for Patanka to go big.
He's got an opportunity now. This is looking like it could be an interesting free hit time. Good comeback. Good comeback from Shazad. Patanka realises he probably should have been looking towards that offside, trying to just dominate that leg side, but it wasn't really the angle to go for, and it's a good comeback in the end for Shazad.
Yeah, just short of the length. Really good ball from Shazad. Clever cricketer. We know he can bowl really well, and that's exactly what he's done there, and that free hit hasn't been compounded. This could be out. It's gone high. Safe hands underneath it. Number 94, that is Amir Zaib. I thought for a minute that he just put that down, just the way he kind of went down onto one knee. It's a simple catch off Shazad's bowling, and Patanka, who we were just talking about, who'd made a nice little start, a couple of boundaries, gets that really wrong, looks to kind of nibble it into the offside, into the leg side, edge of the bat, and out into the covers for Zaib to take a really good catch. Well, a simple catch.
Yeah, simple, but still needs to be taken. Yeah, let's see if he was just probably questioning it, maybe in a few revs on the ball, and he was just questioning the catch. But another wicket down, and this is where the questions are being asked. Malta's batting lineup has been the issue. That was their downfall yesterday. Looking at early signs of the possible another opportunity that's going to be the case. But good catch though, and good another wicket, first wicket for Najam Shahzad, 27 for 2.
Yeah, and this is just starting to feel a little bit like yesterday. Those 2 wickets coming in quick succession. Only just into the 4th over now, so it'll be interesting to see who's coming out here. It doesn't look like Varun Prasad, so it's interesting if the captain's holding himself back. This looks like Ryan Bastinash, I think.
Yeah, he's a bit of an elevation in the order. I mean, wasn't quite as high as this in the previous game, and well, he's got an opportunity. And there's no time like the present really for Bastians as he comes in now, and he's got Shahzad. He's gonna have to try and negotiate a few deliveries from him. But yeah, and that was an interesting one, wasn't it, that last time around? I mean, only getting up to a total of 76 in the first game, and it's a tough one to negotiate, to come back from for Malta, and they're looking as if they're struggling. I mean, Bastians didn't come in till, you know, number 7 yesterday, so for him to come in now at number 4 is a bit of an elevation, bit of a jump up, and he's, well, if he's going to be the man of the hour, it's a good time to do it for Malta.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, as we see Shahzad coming again here, it's really well bowled.
It's a wild swing. Half an appeal, bit more of a celebration probably, but again, a really good start for Shahzad here again. He's just proving to be a really valuable asset for Portugal, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like I was just saying, looking at that Malta lineup, obviously no Stanislaus in this team today. Another experienced batter who can score runs. It's going to have to take someone to really step up, who maybe hasn't scored runs before, or maybe one of the new guys, one of the newcomers.
Yeah, he struggled yesterday, did Stanislaus. And well, this is high in the air. Again, hasn't got quite all of it. Faf Stoneman will come round. He won't get there. Falls into no man land, and they take on the arm, and it's a pretty good 2 more runs in the end.
Yep, they just got to look. Portugal were in a very similar situation in their first innings, but look how they rebuilt, and that's what Malta have now got to look at. Look, you can't compound your errors with more errors. You've got to kind of take someone to stand up and be counted for and go, right, let's settle this down. We've lost a couple of quick wickets. That's cricket, and that's T20 cricket. You can't then let the wheels come off the train at such an early stage in the game.
Shahzad then looking to close this out. That's a lovely shot. That's an elegant drive from Bastians, and well, almost out of nowhere, just holds the pose, high front elbow, and that gets pumped back over Shahzad's head for 4.
That's probably one of my favourite shots of the day. It's a really proper cricket shot. You just watch this. He doesn't try and overhit it. It's just timed, and it's straight back over Richard Cunningham's head. Lovely shot, 4 runs, and hey, you know, we're talking about someone to step up. What about Bastinash?
Yeah, well, Bastians is he's looking like he's meaning business, and he knows that he's been given an opportunity coming up to number 4. He's got to try and do something for his nation here. Shahzad needs a response. Pushes it wider, and again asked the question, but to no avail, and it's a dot ball to end the over. And at the end of the 4th over, Malta 33 for 2.
Yep. Really good start here from Portugal by taking those 2 wickets. Malta again doing well, getting runs, but they've got to be careful not to lose those wickets, as we see Kana and Bastians look to kind of readjust themselves here, and after the loss of the 2 openers, and start to set the stall out, a bit like Zaib and Gamiri did for Portugal.
Yeah, it's a rebuilding session. It's almost becoming the trend of an attempt of a rebuilding session at the moment, because they haven't quite really been able to make sure that the openers do their job. It's very rare that the openers see out the power play, and again, just need to try and find that rhythm and those batting partnerships, but they haven't quite been able to do so yet. But Neeraj Kana then coming into the side, and he's had an opportunity, but hasn't faced a delivery yet. But he's going to be facing up here against Junaid Khan, who's probably going to be thinking that he's got another opportunity here. Kana just digs this one out, starts with the dot ball.
Yep, interesting to see how Kana gets on here. Junaid Khan, we saw him yesterday bowl out for quite I think it was in the first game against Malta. And it's interesting to see, because when I've seen him bowl before, they've normally tried to bowl him at the start of innings and then use him as the death bowler. I think yesterday, because he was really in full flow and taking those and bowling really well, taking the wickets, they just carried on. It'll be interesting to see if they leave him one for the end, maybe.
Short, top edge. This is going to take some cutting off. Faf Stoneman does superbly well. Made the ground and covered the ground, and now there's a bit of a mix-up, and Bastians gets sent back, but that was superb from yet again Faf Stoneman. There's not really much he can't do at the moment.
Yeah, look, this is the standard field we were talking about for Portugal. I mean, he's got away with this there. It's gone over the top of the keeper, but this Stoneman doesn't have any right to get to this, and he's done so well to keep that in. But then look at the other fielder with him. He's got someone with him to then get the ball in. And I tell you what, there was nearly a bit of confusion, and the run-out was potentially on the cards there. A really good arm into the keeper. Fortunate that he got sent back and was close enough to the crease to get back in, or there could have been a run-out.
Yeah, Kuldeep Gullier didn't really look as if he was interested or expected someone to get round to cut that off, but Stoneman saved 3 runs, that's for sure. Bastians then coming on the back of a really nice shot early on over the head of Najam Shahzad. Trying to punch it down the ground again if given the opportunity. This time, just drops the bat.
Yeah, it's a good forward defensive from Bastians. He looks like the kind of guy who's been pushed up the order and he's got a bit of a point to prove it.
Well, there's never a better opportunity than when you have a top order collapse or an opening collapse and you get chucked in the deep end pretty early on. Yeah, it's almost what middle order batsmen hate, isn't it? It's the worst situation. Again, a wild swing. Looking to punch down the ground, but he just seems as if it's not as compact as, you go back to that shot that he played early on, and it was nice and compact, whereas there's a lot of moving parts in there. The head's not still, there's the weight distribution. He's just slightly falling over himself, balance isn't there, and it just means that he's not compact enough to make contact with it.
Yeah, 100%. I do like the fact that Junaid Khan's really pulled this back. He had a really bit of a rough first over, really couldn't find that length and the line, but now he's come back and he's had a really good second over and he started his third one really well.
And talk about commentator's curse. That'll be a wide. Good take though by Gullier.
Yeah, thanks Junaid. That is the commentator's curse, isn't it? Just drifts it down the leg. A little bit of movement off that seam, which we do know he gets. To a right-hander, that's a great ball, but to a lefty, that'll be a wide.
Yeah, really good take that as well by Gullier, by the way. Not struggling for keepers are Portugal, with the likes of Saman Gimini, and Faf Stoneman can also do a job as well. There's a couple others around that aren't involved as well. And again, just defended back by Bastians to straight back to Junaid Khan. Throws it away. Says, "Give it a shine for me, please, fielder."
Very compact, very solid. Bit of respect shown for the bowler. I mean, that's probably, I like that, because they're picking their balls, and that was the one thing that they didn't do particularly well yesterday. We saw Portugal in their innings pick their balls. There was a few leaves at the start. I think Malta are just trying to look. Even if they don't catch Portugal's score, it's about putting an innings on and showing what they're about with a bat.
Slapped hard. That's 4. And well, Bastians has really shown elements of power, and I think he's having a bit of a few words with the man at square leg, and he certainly is as well. And well, that's one way of answering the critics, is just by punishing it through the covers. Lovely shot, 4 more.
Yeah, incredible shot, really powerfully hit. And picking his shots as well, picking the ball to go after. First ball before that, nicely defended, and then that one through the covers. So looking on to today, this is obviously the first game we've got. Portugal-Malta. Join us later on for obviously the host as they take on Malta in their second game of the day. Be interesting to see in that one if Malta come out from this without the victory. That'll be a hugely anticipated clash between two teams yet to get them off the mark in this tournament. That one obviously at 17:15 GMT and 19:15 here at local time.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I'm looking forward to that one. It's going to be a big game, I think, in the context of the tournament as well. Portugal looking pretty much in the driver's seat at the moment. I mean, a few boundaries here and there, but that run rate, or required run rate, is sat up at 8.26 at the moment. So Faf Stoneman is going to come into the attack and he's going to look to try and quiet things down. Another yard of pace. That difference between Shahzad and Faf Stoneman might be a tricky one to negotiate for Kana.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday, and it's the first time I've actually seen Faf Stoneman bowl live, and I was quite taken aback with how sharp he actually was.
Yeah, he's put on a yard or 3 of pace, that's for sure. Here is Stoneman then. And just like that, he's gone. And there's a bit of a send-off as well as Stoneman gets the breakthrough. Skiddy action, and it's a skiddy result. It gets through the defence of Niraj Khanna, and Stoneman gets his wicket. And it's the 3rd wicket down. Malta crumbling, 39 for 3.
Yeah, it just looked like it was too quick for him. It rattles into the stumps, but yeah, I think the batter was just a bit done for pace there.
Yeah, he just looked like he wasn't really comfortable. You see here, that's a superb delivery, in fact. That's top of off, nipped away. What a first delivery up that is to start your spell. And Khanna just turns around and goes, that's too good for me. I can't do anything there. It comes in, nips away. Well, and Stoneman's off, and you're not going to stop him.
Yeah, fantastic. First delivery, that's exactly what we want. I felt a little bit for Stoneman yesterday because I thought he was probably one of the pick of the bowlers for Portugal, and only came away with that 1 wicket for his troubles. But what a way to start his day 2. He's having an incredible tournament so far.
Yeah, and really good first delivery to come into the frame of things. And well, this was someone who tried to keep Malta in the game last time around, is Amar Sharma. He was the 2nd top scorer, coming in at 8, but it just wasn't enough. He went for 10 as he was stumped, but again, this is just proving to be a tricky situation for Malta. Just not looking quite at the races at the moment.
No, and again, as we come towards the end of the power play here, 3 wickets down. We talk about that 3 wickets in a power play. Any kind of, I think 1 to 2, you can kind of go, yeah, that's not a bad power play if you've got runs on the board. But any more than kind of 3 and 4 wickets, it's going to be difficult to come back from. Portugal managed to rebuild. Malta are going to need to do the same.
It is a rebuilding session. It's become a trend here in Gibraltar. Stoneman, he's up against Sharma. And again, this is just turned around the corner. That extra pace of Stoneman just showing as the ball nearly gets all the way to the boundary. Bit of a miscommunication. Won't cost them a run. Will just be 2. And Sharma off the mark straight away.
Yep, nice little shot. 2 runs for it. And yeah, interesting to see Sharma come in again. Varun Prasad, the captain, looks like he's holding himself back for that later on in the innings.
Yeah, he's thinking, well, if I come in next, then I'm probably just gonna swing from the hip. There's not really much point in going down without a fight. And you'd hope that they have a bit of fight in them. They're not out of this. They just need to rebuild. Just need to take themselves down to the next few overs. And again, just glances this one down to 3rd man. Good bit of batting from Sharma.
Yeah, the only problem I'd always direct hit on the stumps. No, they're not looking to run on the overthrow. That's a bit of lack of concentration from probably the batting team, because they probably could have taken an extra run there as the ball came in. They weren't kind of keeping their eye on it, and the ball kind of goes off into the outfield, and no extra run taken.
Yeah, it's interesting now though. Faf Stoneman up against the left-handed Bastians is it's going to be a fun matchup to watch. I think it's going to be a crucial one. But looking ahead towards the rest of the afternoon, I mean, Malta, if they lose this game, they've got to show some real resilience to come back against Gibraltar later on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not easy going down to 2 defeats early doors as well. And if they're big defeats as well, it's a real confidence kind of drainer. I'm just looking at kind of that Gibraltar team who will be on. They'll be out to prove a point after this. They're very, very disappointed they didn't win that game. They were in a very, very good position too on home soil. They need to come back strongly as well today.
Yeah, they really do. There was a few upset members of that squad yesterday, so they'll be back trying to prove themselves. Stoneman then clatters into the leg of Bastians, who could potentially struggle with this extra bit of pace, but just looked to try and fend that off, but just missed it slightly. But again, it's good sign of swing for Stoneman.
Yeah, good start from the young man, and I think he's going to be key to Portugal going throughout this week, both with the ball and in the field. But yeah, very strong outfit, the Portuguese, and as they look to probably go well, you'd probably say 6 wins from their 6 games. As the team where they're ranked, they'd be hoping for 6 wins.
Yeah, they'd be expecting to come out of it unscathed, really. But again, cricket's cricket, you never know. Here is Stoneman again. And a wild swing from Bastians. And you can see he's just saying, well, that's where I was trying to put you. But Stoneman probably turning around saying, well, you didn't though, did you? Look, he just after the shot straight away, just turns around, looks at it and goes, well, I was trying to hit you back over your head, but wasn't able to quite execute it.
Yep, just a bit of a wild swing from there from Bastian's, just struggling and again a little bit with that pace of Stoneman. The skiddy nature is getting a little bit of a nibble off the seam as well. And that ball just coming across him as we see out the last ball of this over.
Last ball of the power play then, and this one rises up, and all that Bastians can do is fend it off, and that brings an end to a very impressive over. No surprise that it's Faf Stoneman on top here for Portugal. 6 overs down Malta, 42 for 3.
Yeah, as we come to the end of the power play, in terms of runs, I don't think that's too bad. 42's not too bad at all. You'd be quite happy with that. The only problem you'd say is that loss of the 3 wickets again. Now, we talk about Portugal in a similar position losing those 3 wickets. I don't think Malta bat as deep as Portugal, and that's the big issue. However, and there is a big however, as we look at the scorecard here, Basil George, if he is fit to play, and Varun Prastaf are still to come, and that is key. That could be key here for Malta.
Yeah, they are going to be real key elements. I mean, Varun Prastaf for sure. Basil Jars we're not too sure on, but looks as if there's just a break in players. I think some might be some drinks being brought on, but if you're watching, do let us know. It's Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network alongside Joe Marples here in Gibraltar. And very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whether you're watching from, whether it be in India on Fan Code or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Do hope you're all well and enjoying your lovely Fridays. Let us know where you're watching from, and do get involved. Of course, if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. I thought it was for just a drinks break, but it looks as if there's a bit of an injury to Bastian's, and well, that would be a real killer for Malta. Already losing Basil George early on to an injury, and it now looks as if Bastian's might be struggling with an injury here as well. There's drinks being brought on and medical support as well, just hanging around just in case it's required, but it does seem to be as if he's just struggling with something there.
Yeah, hopefully not something not too serious. I know I just saw the medical kind of staff being sent back, so hopefully it's just that he's maybe a little bit sore, maybe a little bit out of puff, maybe he needs a little bit of drink. It is very, very hot out there in the middle today as we head into kind of the summer here on the coast of the Iberian Peninsula. So it's yeah, hopefully it's just a little bit of a niggle and he's fine to continue.
Yeah, hopefully. And you were talking about it earlier, you mentioned it, that obviously we had that direct hit Mughal off his own bowling in the previous innings that got Faf Stoneman. Of course, Faf Stoneman yesterday had that. If you check out our socials on Instagram and European Cricket, there's a little clip gone up there. There's a few clips already up there from the tournament already. Do follow us on there as well. There's clips from here, from Milan, and from all the other tournaments going on as well. And do make sure you follow us on there and get involved, because there's a lot of content going out on there, a lot of hard work being done behind the scenes. As John joins in the chat, says, hi everyone, Malta all at sea at the moment. Yeah, well, it's an interesting day for Malta. It was a day that they really needed to get things going, but they've just struggled at the moment.
Yeah, and look, I think let's not write them off. I think Amar Shah was an experienced player. He's been part of this squad for a long time. Can bat, and you've got Bastianaz, who's looked okay so far. Just needs to start to kind of feel into his rhythm, get comfortable. We've got batters who potentially can come. Obviously, the captain, Varun Prastaf. Want to mention maybe Afi Khan. He's not really averaging any more than 16, as we see Sarwar start his bowling spell, and that's a lovely shot. This could be racing away to the boundary. Can they cut it off? No, nearly gets down to it, but just doesn't quite do it. That'll be 4 runs to Sharma.
Yeah, that's interesting call, Spring Runner Sarwar. Didn't really get a bowl yesterday. He's come into the frame of things, and he concedes a boundary first up, which is an interesting start.
But yeah, kind of stretching, but picks the gap there, and I mean, they're chasing hard. Gets to the ball. He'll be disappointed not to rail that in, actually, and goes for 4 runs. Sarwar comes in again. Oh, well bowled.
Back on the money straight away. Good take as well from Kuldeep Gulia. This is where he shines, is up to the stumps. His hand and his glove work is so good. Soft hands, doesn't snatch at it. Really does work really well.
Yeah, proper keeper. We get a better view of this from the side-on view. Just look how comfortably is there, taking that, standing up to, it's medium pace, isn't it?
Yeah, Sarwar comes in again. And again, just opens the fade. Fast Stoneman will come round, and yeah, no real surprise. Bit of a wayward throw. That's uncharacteristic. Hand goes up and apologises from Stoneman. Bit of a wayward throw. It's a nice slingy arm, but sometimes the accuracy just falls away from you with that slingy action. But 2 more to the total.
Yeah, just a bit overexcited with the throw in. Didn't really need to go too hard. There was there wasn't a direct hit on or a run out on. Could have just quite easily got that in above the stumps to the keeper.
And again, just drops the bat, Sharma. It'll just be a dot ball, and Sarwar against Sharma. It's a good little matchup between these two.
Yeah, and just going back to what I say, Afi Khan, so he's only averaging 16 at international level. However, he has made a 71 not out for Malta. So there is batting down there for Malta if they do get them in and they do start to play their shots.
It's just a matter of doing that, though, isn't it? That's the thing, as this is just punched back to the bowler again. Respected, will be a dot ball. Again, yeah, this run rate sat quietly at 8.6, 8.7, but every time now as we get further and further into this innings that there isn't a boundary, every over goes by, it's just starting to creep up slowly. It's just almost won't be far off getting out of hand. Here is Sawa then trying to finish off a pretty tidy over. Bit of an off cutter, and Gimidi makes the correct decision. No one backing up, looking to try and take a shot at the stumps, but no one was there to protect him, and he holds it. It'll be a dot ball to finish, and at the end of the 7 overs, Malta 48 for 3.
You could just see Gamiri there really wanting to unleash it at the bowler's end and just withholding himself, couldn't you? He really wanted to go.
Well, that's where we are then here at the Europa Point Stadium. You can see in the background a few signs of the Moroccan mountains out there, and well, that's what you can also see the strait going through. That's why we've named that the Straits End. And there you go. That's what we like to see. Look at that. That's a lovely shot.
And that's why we call it the Straits End. If our viewers didn't know why we call it the Straits End, that is the Straits of Gibraltar, and just across there, across that sea, is Morocco. And we've got a beautiful view of the Europa Point Lighthouse. It's a lovely day here, and it's one of those days, having spent the last few months back in the UK, it's making me really miss this place. It is a beautiful point in Europe and a great place to play some cricket.
Yeah, well, we've been here twice now. Of course, had three separate tournaments now. This one, the night series, then we had the women's T20 internationals as well. That was obviously called the first event for that as well. Stoneman, though, continuing. This is uppish, but outside edge, and run away to the third man for a single. But yeah, no, it's a beautiful place to be. I mean, I prefer being here this time of year rather than in January when it's gusting winds and sat at 10 degrees and I'm sat in 400 different layers, but beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel, to be honest, it's like playing like that in the UK at the minute, so, you know, I'm with you on that one.
Good evening to Chris as well. Good afternoon to you, and to Brucey. Lou Bruce is in there. Good to Mo as well. This is full toss. Nice shot, though, from Sharma. Gets the front leg out of the way and punches down the ground again.
Yeah, good to see my international teammate Louis Bruce in the chat. Be interested to see how he gets on in the later game today. Had a really good start yesterday, a little bit unlucky with a direct hit run out, as we were talking about earlier, from that man himself, Mr. Faf Stoneman. Yeah,
some really nice shots as well, though, from Bruce yesterday. And again, just talking to him afterwards, it was just an element of frustration. They really felt as if that was the game to take some serious ICC ranking points, as this is full, straight, pushed, and they think about a single, and again, just a sink, just won't be. It'll be a dot ball. Good, excellent fielding, though, from the Portuguese national side again.
Yeah, and it's the difference, I think, the Portuguese. You just see that fielding from them. They are so tight, and one of those individuals who does lead by example is Faf Stoneman, who is bowling here. And I think the others kind of take credit from that. They see people like Faf Stoneman and Mercado fielding like they do, and they just eat up it as well.
Wild swing from Bastian's, giving a bit of width, trying to carve this. Well, they're asking a question. I think he's okay, though. There's just a shy at the stumps. His foot doesn't really move, I don't think. Gulia just making sure the umpire's staying awake. I'm sure he is. Nice and sunny out there. I like the umpire's tops, by the way. Of course, we're pretty used to the all black for the men in black for the umpires on the ECN, but that's a nice little purple number. That reminds me actually of the
Scotland. Oh, no, we're not on the same wavelength.
No.
I thought we were going to be on the same wavelength there. I was going to say Scotland.
No, I was going to go Lisbon Capitals of Portugal, actually. Yeah, Scotland's a good shout as well, though. But yeah, I'm just thinking of where we are and who we're playing against. Stoneman, though, 2 deliveries left here in his second. That's full and driven and well fielded in the end by Shahzad, who probably goes down in a couple of stages, but gets the job done. It's another single. Yeah, the only reason I say it because I covered them in the night series last year, and I think it's the best kit that was there at that moment in time. It's a nice top though. I like the colours.
Yeah, I do like the colours. That kind of purple and blue and kind of mixture. I do have a soft spot for it.
Stoneman been a pretty tidy over this one so far. Just conceding the 3 runs so far. Last delivery. And, well, that's a good bit of work from Sharma. Does well to let that one go. He was trying to give himself room, got followed and got round the other side of it, and ends up getting another ball to face. That's a wide down the leg side from Francois Stoneman.
Yeah, didn't get it quite right there, Stoneman. One thing we've talked about a lot, obviously, we've talked about the depth of batting for Portugal, but one thing I'd say is the depth of bowling as well.
Full toss, driven nicely, struck firmly down the ground. Good bit of work from Machado. It'll be, or should be, and will be, just a single to end the over. 8 overs down, 53 for 3.
Yep, just starting to these two settling the ship a little bit, but a bit like they did in Portugal did in their innings, but they're gonna have to try and keep up with that run rate. As we can have a look at the required run rate chart, it is starting just to dip below, and we need to start pushing it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're ahead of where Portugal were at this point. That's the thing.
Yeah,
they're 10 runs ahead, so they're ahead in terms of that. But again, it was that last sort of flurry of runs from Shahzad, and then of course Malta were able to pick themselves back and pick up those last few wickets. But yeah, this is a much more improved effort from Malta. You know, they were out for just the 76 yesterday in their single game, so much more improved outfit here today. They've come in, they've meant business, and they're still in the game. The run rate's still creeping up though. Sawa comes back, and this is a nice shot. Flick round the corner. Nippo won't quite get there. That's going to be another 4. Really nice shot. Sharma proving to be a crucial element coming in the middle order. That's another boundary to him, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, really good from Sharma. Just clips that round the corner, finds the gap, and that is a really welcome thought to this Maltese side. And just talk about the required run rate. You know, when you've got someone like Varun Prasad who hasn't come in yet, he is one person who, a bit like Shahzad, can really push on and will be able to chase down a high run rate.
Better delivery, good comeback. And it will be a dot ball. Thing is, you have to remember there's been no Nippo yet. Nippo hasn't bowled a single over, and you know when you're 3 overs down and they don't bat as far down as Portugal, the tail's a little bit longer. That's got to be a worry as if you're a Malta fan. The fact that Nippo's still got 4 overs in the bank.
Yeah, 100%. And this is where, as a Maltese side, you're going to look and go, which bowler for Portugal do we target? And to be honest, you look through that bowling attack from Portugal and you go, none of them really.
And this one just flicked leg side, and Gullia just casually just picks up the ball, and it will just be another single.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe Sawa, but so far he's bowled pretty tight. He's not bowled too badly. He comes off a fairly short run up. He's not express pace. Keeper, we've seen standing up to him, but he may be the one that they'll maybe look at scoring a few boundaries off. But like we were saying, I genuinely think this Portuguese side has got depth in batting, depth in bowling, and as a fielding unit, they're up there. They're up there as an international side.
Yeah, no, they are up there, and they are pushing themselves to really improve, and I think they're certainly on the right tracks. I mean, proving themselves yesterday with 2 wins, and the thing is as well, they had a comfortable win, and they had a victory that they probably shouldn't have had. I mean, they got themselves out of a losing situation, and that's really, you know, the winning mentality that's required. Up in the air, this is, and I don't think it's going to fall to a hand. It won't. It'll fall safely, and Zaid will collect it for just looks as if that may have just been a single, and it was. But yeah, no, it's winning from difficult situations, and that's exactly what Portugal did yesterday. And it was against a good Gibraltar side. It's not as if they're a strong side. They've got strong names in there, and it's just as long as you're taking everything into account and improving where you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going to that, and we talked about the rankings yesterday. With that massive gap between Portugal and Gibraltar, I think sometimes those rankings can be a little bit misleading.
Oh, and this just sneaks down the leg side. It will be signalled wide. Sharma's quite good at that, getting out of the way just very quickly. But yeah, that's another wide, and Sawa, he's struggling, isn't he? Just can't quite get it right.
Yeah, just gets inside the line of it, lets it go. I don't know if he left it or just it stuck a bit low. I mean, because he was looking to play that round the corner again, I think. It just seemed to be interested in playing down to that region.
Already scored a boundary down towards that corner. Comes down, dragged leg side. Not the prettiest of shots, but will receive a run for their troubles. Good bit of work though out there in the field. I think that was by Anthony Chambers.
Yep. I haven't seen much of Anthony Chambers since obviously that drop which went down early in the Malta innings. Really difficult chance over his shoulder to take, especially on this pitch. Not much of a wind today, but there's still a little bit of a breeze. And that ball kind of swirled, and as he chased it, yeah, unfortunate not to rake in an absolute brilliant catch.
Yeah, this is an interesting middle spell of overs here. Just slowing down everything. Everything just feels a little bit slower, and that's a poor shot for Bastian's trying to just run it down and gets it wrong, and that'll be the end of the over. 9 overs down, 61 for 3 on the board for Malta.
Yeah, as we see Sarwar just come to the end of the over. Nice little ball to finish there. Just kind of leapt on to Bashnash. Doesn't really go at the ball. Kind of just was looking to prod it into the offside instead of really kind of following through with his shot. Doesn't get anything on it in the end. 11 overs to go here. 66 balls, 102 runs to win. Who's in the driving seat here for you, Charlie?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It feels very even. I think if all Malta need are a couple of big overs, and you look at the bowlers that have bowled already, the one that's missing there, of course, is Nippo. That's the big miss that hasn't been bowled yet. As you look at that, and you think, yeah, there's definitely 4 overs out of him, and Gimmerly can certainly turn his arm over if possible, just to maybe get through a couple of overs, and there's still overs to come from some serious players, and yeah, this no surprise, Stoneman continuing their 1 for 8 off of his 2 overs, and that's right in the block hole. And the thing is as well, you have to remember, if my calculations are correct, they're 8 minutes behind the schedule are Portugal in terms of getting through these overs. So there is the thought that you may just chuck another, or they haven't bowled their spinners yet. That's the thing. So go to your spinners, get through the overs quick, and make up that time. 8 minutes is a lot of time to make up here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Stoneman gets his man, and that's his second, and it's a very, very good delivery. It gets him right on the top of middle and off, and Sharma looks to try and play a bit of an interesting shot, has to be said, but gets it all wrong. That front leg comes out of the way and just isn't really a ball you want to be trying to cut. He goes, and well, Sharma's little fight back has come to an end. He goes for 17. Malta 61 for 4.
Yep, line and length there from Faf. Sharma trying to manoeuvre a shot into the offside by moving out onto his left, down the leg. But yeah, he gets nowhere near it, and it's another good wicket. Another bold wicket as well for Stoneman. Yeah,
he really likes to target those stumps, and he's a bowler that will sit there and go, I really want to see someone get their castle tailed over, and he loves seeing it. But still doesn't look like it's any sign of Basil George, which is a concern for many. No Varun Prasath still as well. That's still someone who hasn't come in yet. So interesting strategies here from Malta.
Yeah, interesting strategy here. I mean, the one thing you don't want is to have Varun Prasath come in at the end of the innings with no one to support him, because he can't. He is probably their key player, their key batter. If Basil George isn't going to be able to play in this second innings.
Yeah, Afi Khan though, by the way, he can still bat. That's a fact. I mean, he's had some sensational innings. I remember last year up against Bulgaria, a match-winning innings of 71 not out. So he certainly can hold a bat. He's going to have to do something here, unless this has been tickled down the leg side. And, well, the answer's pretty simple, as Cunningham turns around and says, nope, that's a wide down the leg side. So, again, it didn't sound as if there was any little tickle down. But, oh, well, Galea and Stafford and Stoneman were pretty confident, but Cunningham turns it down. But yeah, that's, Afi Khan he's got a international half century to his name. He's can certainly hold a bat. Seen him do it before, but again, you do just feel though running out of partners. Here is Stoneman again. That's a full toss, and driven will just be a dot ball straight to Nippo in the covers.
Yeah, you don't make 71 by chance. 71 not out, sorry, by chance. So the lad can bat. The problem is, probably for Afi Khan, is a bit of consistency, only averaging in the 16s at international level. Can he pull off an innings, those kind of innings, more consistently? And he's got an opportunity here.
Oh, this one is gone. He won't get in. All the chances. Stoneman, elation for the young Portuguese man as he picks up his third, the second in the over. And Afi Khan, he can't cash in. He goes for a duck. And Malta struggling once more. 62 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled again from Faf Stoneman. He's just targeting those stumps, and I think, you know, it's working. I think at this level, you know, if he's got that extra yard of pace, target those stumps, you're going to get either bowls or you're going to get LBWs. Again, you see Afi Khan stepping across the line. We've seen a few guys do it today and yesterday. And if it rattles on your pads, these umpires aren't going to be afraid to give you out.
Yeah, the thing is as well is Stoneman's not frightened to be vocal out in the field. And, well, this is interesting. Coming in at number 7 is Varun Prasath, and you just feel they've potentially missed a trick here, leaving him come in as we see here. But, well, there we go. That's this is a nice bit of information. Conrad, we appreciate it. So Stoneman is you've seen his celebration a few times. He's saying that the baby reference is for Butchie and Mia, as their daughter Mary was born today. Well, huge congratulations to Butchie. Butchie is an absolute legend in terms of European cricket. A huge congratulations to you two. Hope you all, the mother and daughter, are all healthy and safe as well. Huge congratulations to you guys, and pass on my well-beings and well wishes as well, as that was just the bottom edge from Prasath. It's off the marks Friday, but that's lovely news, and it's really nice to hear.
Yeah, big congratulations to Paolo. Really, my first international tour was in Portugal, and I have to say, he was playing actually in that tour, which was incredible, behind the stumps for Portugal. But he was made us feel so at home, and he was such a nice character, and yeah, he really looks after people, and the people, he's well respected within Portugal by the people out there, and also amongst teams who travel to play.
Stoneman then, last delivery here in the third. And it will just be respected from Bastians, who's now 13 off of 18. Good over from Stoneman, 2 wickets in it, and at the end of the 10th, halfway stage, Malta 63 for 5. Yeah, that one there, just dropping the bat and coming through, and yeah, this is an interesting time now, isn't it? This is what's coming up tomorrow. Internationals both here in Gibraltar, but Italy with some ECI T10 internationals coming your way. Italy versus France is game number 1. That's at 9:30 Central European time, 7:30 GMT, 1 o'clock out in India. Italy, France, Romania are your 3 nations. What's your opinion on them? I love these ECIs. I think they're a really cool little innovation. You have your 2 solid weeks of your domestic stuff, and then you fly some international teams and say, let's have some internationals.
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. You know, as a player in those, to have those televised as well, being able to be televised playing for your country, is nothing better than that. You know, getting filmed for your domestic stuff is really good, but I think the ECIs and the internationals just add a different element, because you get a bit of everything with domestic stuff, but with the international stuff, you see the best of the best from around Europe, from those a lot of the ECN events coming together and playing the best of the best.
Here is Nippo then, up against Varun Prasath, and Prasath will just push this. Gets through the diving Machado, and it'll be just a single. Yeah, no, it's really good, and it's another element that's been brought in, and things you have to, and the women's stuff as well that's been coming through. I mean, of course, we had the tournament down here, and then we had there was a tournament, a tri-series after the ECC as well. So it's just been really nice to see as this is driven nicely, nice square drive from Bastians, and he'll come back for the second.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the women's series. It's so good to see the kind of the 2 women's series, one here obviously in Gibraltar and one in Spain, where they took on another 2 teams in those kind of tri-series in the T10 kind of format. Really good players involved in it, some really good cricket getting played. And the Dutch side here, who came here, just looked phenomenal. The likes of Babette de Leyde and Klein, who all play at a serious level of cricket across the world.
Yeah, that one just an inside edge as Bastians just is trying to get on with things here. I think he knows that he's eating up a few deliveries and hasn't quite got a boundary away in a while. Just trying to attack the spin of Nippo, which could, oh, it's going to make or break this innings, as he's 66 for 5 with less than half the innings now to come. It's a tough ask now for Malta. That run rate creeping up. Oh, and that one misses by only a whisker, and then a direct hit. Oh dear, well, direct hit would have been close, and he does well to come round Machado. He ends up shinning it just to make sure that it doesn't flow for another boundary, but he you wouldn't be taking a single to Stoneman, would you?
No, not at all. And to be honest, I wouldn't be really looking to take one to the shin to Stoneman. I mean, Mikado here is, if you look at it in the background here, has gone. Oh yeah, oh wow, that's flown through. By the way, just looking from the side on view, he has absolutely pinged this in Stoneman. So I'm not sure Stoneman will be thanking. Sorry, Machado will be thanking him. Okay, as we get back to the action here, Bastianas on strike, just pushes that. Oh, sorry, Prasath pushes that one down the ground as Bastianas is now back on strike again with the last ball of this over.
Down the ground, firmly struck, 4-all, lovely shot. Stand and deliver from Bastians, and we've been saying he's been trying to get that boundary away, and he finally gets one, and Nippo gets a little bit of tap, goes for 8 off the over, and it's a good over for Malta. And at the end of the 11th, they are 72 for 5.
Perfect way to finish it. Really good shot from Bastians. Really gets the pitch of the ball and plays it nice and straight. And he's putting together a nice little knock here. 19 off 22 balls. He's got to be there now to try and support Varun Prasad, who we know can strike 150 on international level.
72 for 5 after 11. 91 required off of 54. And this man, well, that man that's on your screen, Varun Prasad, he's got to go big. It's now or never, doesn't it? He's got to get a big over out of there. If you get an over that goes for your 15s or anything more than that, you're back in the game, and all of a sudden it's a pretty simple equation. But singles won't do it. Here's Stoneman to finish off his spell. Oh, and Prasad just making sure that doesn't go back onto his stumps.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I was saying it yesterday, I think sometimes it can take Varun just a couple of balls, an over or two, just to get himself in. But once he is in, he's a destructive, probably one of the most destructive batters on the European circuit.
Yeah, we've seen him. He can hit some serious long balls, and we've seen it time and time again. Needs to happen now, though. Good shot this time. Pushed offside. Good work, though, that's Chambers back at backward point for the left-handed Prasad. Of course, 2 left-handers makes things a little bit different for the Portuguese side.
Yeah, there's a few left-handers in this Malta side. If you look at it, obviously we've got Bastianaz and Varun currently crease. Basil George, another left-hander. It does make things difficult for sometimes the bowling team, especially if you've got a left-right-hand combo.
Struck nicely down the ground. He looks confident in that V, does Bastian's. Nice high elbow. That's just another single.
Yeah, nice little push down the ground. You know, this is kind of it's a good comeback from Malta after yesterday, having getting skittled in under 14 overs. They've at least put together a kind of a performance here where they've kind of got runs but not thrown away the wickets, and hopefully we'll see them get to the end of 20. As Stoneman comes in, that's kind of cut away down to find third man. Really good stop down there on the boundary. Doesn't look like it went all the way. Balls around the ground, which suggests that that's a really good stop.
Yeah, it looks like he's done really well. Has the man down at third man. It was a bit of an outside edge. It raced away, and in front of the crowd. Excellent bit of work from Ranasawa. He's a tall man as well to get down quickly. He has to go quite a long way. Stoneman, though, he'll be trying to pick up another wicket. 2 deliveries left, though, for Stoneman. That's another outside edge, and Sawa's going to be busy. This might have split the gap, though, and he does well once more. Comes round and cuts it off, and it's just another 2 to the total.
Yep, the pie chart showing that kind of fine third man backward point region. That's where the runs are coming off Stoneman at the minute. Not surprising, really, with his little skiddy pace and kind of coming across the left-hander. It's not really a surprise if they're targeting that area or kind of pushing those kind of outside edges down to their soft hands. No slips in place. It's a good scoring option.
Last delivery then for Stoneman in his spell. It's a full toss. It's not executed well, but a really good stop from Nippo in the covers. That'll be a dot ball to finish. Stoneman finishes his spell. 3 for 16 for him off 4 overs, and at the end of the 12th, Malta 78 for 5.
Yeah, fantastic. What a stint that is. I mean, we saw Nippo yesterday take 5 wickets for only 15 runs against Malta from his 4. 3 wickets for 16. That is an incredible stint from Faf Stoneman, who has shown over these 2 days so far that he is here and he is here to perform. As we just have a little look at the table then, Portugal from their first 2 games, taking 2 wins, 2 one very comfortable victory, and then the other a little bit more of a competition against Gibraltar. If they get their third win today, that really will cement their place. Malta, if they take two losses from two, it really adds that pressure to their game later on with the host Gibraltar, which will be, I'm sure, another really tight affair. Under the lights here, as the dust starts to settle, we're in for a lovely evening, I can imagine, with the clear skies. It's going to be a beautiful time to come and watch some cricket. So if you're in Gibraltar, why not come down? Europa Point is free of charge. The bar will be open. Come down and say hello. Come down and say hello. There was some really good cricket on show. Show your support. Show your support for the host team. As we see Gamiri to come on to bowl. It's gone down the ground. This could be out. Oh, it's just over the head. It was nearly a stunner. We saw him yesterday, Sarwar, take two wonderful catches on the boundary. This one has just gone over his fingertips. How close was this to being raked in by Sarwar? Unbelievable effort.
Yeah, that's an interesting start for Gimini. I'm not surprised to see him come on. They need to rattle through a few overs here. They're a bit behind schedule. And, well, Gimini, first up, gets the damage, 6 runs. And this one's darted in. Good comeback. That's probably what we'll come to see if Gimini loves to dart them in and get them nice and full. And well, Suman Gimini, in fact, he was the bowler that was part of he was on the wrong side of the golden ball that broke the duck last year. 405 games we had to wait, and then it came in a game against Lisbon Capitals against the Marlow Calanders. As Gimini continues, this is driven nicely from Prasad. That's going to be another boundary. That's a shot of the day for me so far. Prasad just waits on it, leans on it nicely, and it splits through the covers, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, and look, these two now, with these two at the crease, this could be the game. Like, Bastianas has been in a while now, and he's just starting to find his form. He's hitting a few boundaries, but with Varun at the other end, this game is not done yet.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't the Marlow Clan, it was Gorka 11 against Lisbon Capitals. That was the only game that Lisbon Capitals won in that tournament. They ended up losing the rest of them, and yeah, Gorka 11, Suman Gimini was on the wrong side of that. This is down the ground, struck firmly. That was well evaded from Bastians. He almost takes one on the head. It was a good bit of evasive action there.
Yeah, I mean, wow, my heart just leapt through my mouth. I thought Bastianas was getting absolutely clobbered. Varun hits it so... Oh, wow, that missed him. Close. Oh, my word. That's well evaded from the big man.
Superb bit of fielding from the man in the covers. That's Machado leading by example. Excellent diving to his left, but yeah, that was a close one. This is just that last shot that we saw was just driven into the covers, and then Machado with a nice bit of fielding.
Yeah, the one person you want in that position is that Machado. As we're clipped out here by Varun Prasad, just down to the long on region. He'll take the 1 run for it.
And that will be the end of the over. Singles finished then. 14 off it. Good over for Malta. They needed one like that to get themselves right back into the thick of things here. And at the end of 13, Malta 92 for 5.
Yeah, a few more overs like that, and it really does make things really interesting in this one. The one thing I'd say is you want to get Varun Prasad out early, because he's one of those guys who just looks a bit shaky at the start of innings, but once he gets into his groove, he just gets into his groove and he will tee off.
Yeah, well, Nadeem certainly agrees with you, saying if Prasad can play till last, then they will win. Well, looks like you two are thinking along the similar lines, and Junaid Khan is going to come back into the swing of things here, as they still need to remember that they're behind the over rate at the moment, are Portugal. So interesting to see what's going to happen with that. Junaid Khan, though, he's going to come back and bowl his last over.
Yep, good choice. I mean, they've just wanted to reel this in now, maybe take another wicket here and to bring back Junaid Khan, who we know is such a consistent bowler at taking wickets and keeping the runs down. It's a good aggressive move from Portugal.
And this is down the leg side and evades the diving Golia. It's signalled wide. 5 wides down the leg side. Bad start for Junaid Khan.
Yep, and just again, I mean, that's the kind of ball he bowls to a right-hander. Again, he gets that little movement off the seam away. To a left-hander, you're going to get caught. It's going to get called wides, and the keeper couldn't get down to it. And 5 wides off the first ball is not really what you're looking for to start the over after 14 scored off the last one.
Yeah, these 2 overs could be a change of the game here. Khan needs a response, and it's going to be Oh, I thought it was going to run away, but good bit of fielding from Chambers there. Keeps it to just one. Again, this is looking to be an interesting couple of overs now. This is where the game is won or lost by both sides.
Yeah, it could be an interesting finish, this one, and with some two big hitters at the crease, as Malta just looked to break that 100, over the 100 for the first time this tournament.
Just played into the offside. Bastian's just playing a little bit of the anchor roll, just staying in there. He's 29 off of 28. 7 now is the man who came in at number 4, risen from out of nowhere. He came in at 7 and struggled yesterday, but he's come in and he's looked pretty comfortable at the crease. Had a couple of interesting shots, but all in all, being pretty set. This is driven nicely from Prasad. Would just be one. It's stopped on the boundary by Machado again. And this is just starting to get a little bit tense around the ground. You can see the multiplayers, a couple of them just starting to stand up and realising they're in the game here. They're going to have an opportunity. Just need to try and just stick in the game and take it as deep as you can. This is high, in the air opportunity. The skipper's underneath it. He puts it down. I think he's taken some damage as well. He looks at it straight away. That doesn't look good. Yeah, he's taken damage straight away. He's going to have to come off. It's a dropped catch. It goes down, and he looks straight away as if he'd done some damage there. That's not good. That's the skipper. That well, Portugal are already struggling with injuries. Maisam is out due to injury, as is Mavin Tariq after that injury he took yesterday. And well, all of a sudden, Portugal are struggling here. They're down to bare men, and this doesn't look good. He looks like he's in some discomfort here, Najam.
Yeah, it went up high, and normally someone as safe as houses as Najam Shazad, he normally reels those in. I was expecting that to be a comfortable catch. Just maybe takes his eye off the ball at the last minute. And he knew straight away something wasn't quite right. He looked to his hand and shook his head. And as you see him kind of walk past Faf Stoneman on the way out, and yeah, Faf Stoneman immediately kind of made the signal to substitute.
Well, this is interesting. Mavin Tariq's going to come on. He's got a strap. He's got strapping on his hand. He probably shouldn't really be coming off. I'm seeing there. That's just the physio there. He's talking to the jam to try and see what's going on. He looks doesn't look too happy. It's never nice to see. It was an immediate reaction, and the thing is with those, it could either be that it just pops out of one of the sockets just pops out, or it's possible break. You just don't know. But again, that's well, that could be two big misses in Basil George, and then Najam Shazad, who's looking at I'm looking at it now, and I think it didn't look as if something was in the right place, but that doesn't look good.
Yeah, it's not good signs. Not good signs at all. Dislocation potentially might hit him on the end of the finger, but as we see, can't start again. Oh, just off the pads. This could be leg buys again. Good stop down there by the substitute fielder with his bandaged hand.
Yeah, that's nice to see, but yeah, that doesn't look good.
No, I mean, cricket is one of those sports where with hard balls you do get injuries from time to time, but it's never nice to see. You never want to see it on a cricket field. You don't want to see anyone hurt from any side. Any.
Good news. His finger's back in place. I've just seen it being put back in place. Well, that's good news, as this is just fended into the offside, and will just be a single. I've literally just seen on the sidelines a member of the, I think it might be a spectator potentially. I think he's a supporter. He's just come in and just yanked on his finger, and it's looks as if he's been put back in place. There was a hug, there was an embrace, and well, maybe might not be the end of Shazad just yet. End of the over, 103 for 5 after 14.
Yeah, as we just take a little look at the scorecard here, looking at that again, I've been really impressed with Ryan Bastinas. He's come off a bit of a rough one yesterday, batting low down the order. He's come out, and after quick wickets early doors, he's taken his stall out. He's not gone at it at an express pace, but he's striking over 100, and he's there now. And I'd say it's really important with the likes of Varun Prasad, who's knocked himself down the order. I can see, I don't know about you, but I'm just having a look over towards the Malta bench. Basil George has got his pads on, so this could be very interesting. Where's that gone? Bastianas just clipping that one off pads. Bit of a yes, no, maybe. Oh, wow. They went to the wrong end. Varun Prasad ends up at calls it through. Bastianas didn't want to go. And yeah, unfortunately for Portugal, they've gone for the wrong end. Nippo to go.
Just turns around the corner. Faf will do the work. Faf Stoneman gets the classic long barrier out. Will just be a single. Yeah, I was just trying to ask and just see what was going on. I think the confirmation was dislocation. That doesn't surprise me from what I was seeing. I was seeing a lot of yanking and a lot of pulling, and yeah, I think it's been put back in place. So that will a little bit of discomfort, but should be okay. Up in the air. This has gone higher than it's gone longer, and put down. Faf Stoneman puts down a pretty simple catch, if all truth be told. And it's another opportunity that goes astray in Portugal. Well, this time around yesterday were like fire in the field, but this time it's not quite going the right way.
Look, this is pressure building a little bit because a few drops and, again, a couple of simple catches have now gone down. You wouldn't expect Stoneman to drop that as the ball comes in. Prasad hits this out to leg side, doesn't really get hold of it. It'll just be the one run. But yeah, I mean, the longer this goes on with his two at the crease and the batting potential, they still need 10 and over. But this is gettable and Portugal know it.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries are needed now, aren't they? They need to clear this rope. They've got to keep things going. And if they don't get it, then it's just not going to come, as this is swatted and Bastianas isn't happy. His body language is not looking too content at the moment. I think he knows that he's got to get going now, and if it's not now, and when you've got, you mentioned the fact that it looks as if Basil George has got some pads on, someone's got to go. Someone's got to get going here, and well, it could be Prasad, 18 off 16, being quiet, needs to go, and he won't. He will go. He will go back to the dugout as Nippo has waited 2 overs to get his first wicket here today, but he does get the breakthrough, and it's the dangerous Varun Prasad. He has to go, and well, now there's a lot of pressure on one man, and he's possibly an injured man, but Prasad goes, and it's the 7th wicket down, 6th wicket, 108 for 6.
That man again putting it on the spot. That is not the ball that we wanted, but that's probably the ball. There is the one with Nippo ball. Tries to get forward to it. Doesn't get anywhere near it, and it rattles into those stump. Does like to bowl darts, does Nippo, and it's another wicket to his collection this week.
Yeah, so that's an interesting turn here. Looks as if Gimri's going to come into the attack from this end, the rock end, of course, and well, there you go. He's here. Might be a little bit late, but better late than never. Boom, boom, Basil coming in. This is probably the lowest I think anyone's ever seen him bat. He's coming in at number 8. And wow, what a man this could be. If he turns around and gets 55 off 30, he's instantly a legend within Maltese cricket. Instantly. There's no two ways about it. 2 lefties at the crease still, with Basil George coming in, and well, Bastianas, he's probably thinking, I've got to go for it. He's got to either go for it or rotate the strike and just get Basil on, or maybe Basil needs a couple of deliveries to get things going. But you can see there, just testing out his shoulder. Obviously, looked as if it might have just popped out and popped back in. But this is an interesting matchup now. Gimmerty took a bit of tap first up. He's got to negotiate another over here.
Yeah, this is the over that you're going to have to target. Well, I mean, you're going to have to target every over at this point, but this is the one which could go for runs.
Najam Shazad has come back in onto the field of play, but then there's a bit of confusion as for something here. Not too sure as to what's going on, but good news is that Shazad has come back onto the field of play, so the skipper is back, and I think Shazad's hiding himself on the 45 degree, but Gimmerty, he's going to take us into his second over. 55 off 30 for Malta. Good start, nice and full wide Yorker. Bastianas was probably thinking and expecting a wide, but not to be, and you can see that Portugal know they're in a rush to get through these overs. They are behind the schedule. And tries to drag this down the ground, and it's put down. And I think he's done enough to save the boundary, so that it won't go for a boundary. It will just be a single, but it's a drop that goes down. It probably would have been a catch that should have been taken, but I think he does enough. I don't know if we're going to be able to see if he's okay. I think he's fine.
Yeah, Junaid Khan down there. Tough effort. It was hit hard, but one I think he'd have been expecting to reel in.
There's boom, boom, Basil, and he goes straight away into the offside, and Chambers, and it's 4. He's had a bad day at the offices, Chambers. He dropped an early one at the start of the innings, and he's just conceded a boundary. He didn't take in account the fact that this AstroTurf outfield will bounce and turn, and he lost it straight away. And that's a moment that he's not going to want to see back on replay.
Yeah, it's just bounced over his head. Got to feel really sorry. It's horrible, horrible bounce.
Boom,
Oh,
boom,
wow.
Basil! And he's gone! He's 6 runs! Oh no! Azarandani, what have you done? He's held the catch, and he's just forgotten where he is. He's such a talented cricketer. He's normally right on it in the field. He takes the catch, but he steps over, loses his balance, and he goes. And it's 6 runs, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, Basil, he's back, baby.
What a shot that is, and what a moment in this game.
44 off 26, down the ground. Gimini gets something on it. Boom, boom, Basil, almost left stranded. And it's all of a sudden, this game has just been turned on its head. Portugal rattled, misfield, concedes a 4, catches it, but then goes over the boundary, goes for a 6, and then all of a sudden, Malta just looking and feeling as if they might be back in this game. And it was only ever going to be that one man, boom, boom, Basil. But he's 10 off 3 is George. And he's got a single delivery left in the over. And Gimini, he's getting a bit of tap. And this is a full toss. They're asking a question. They're asking a question. Cunningham, he's still there and says no. And that will be the end of a very, very eventful over. Malta, 119 for 6 after 16.
Yeah, Gamiri begging for that last one to be given. Let's have a little look at this. He comes across. It looks like it's going to go down leg, maybe. Yeah, it hits him on the full. Step across. It would have been close.
But not to be. Basil George survives. And it's now 44 off of 24 required. 11 runs and over. They need boundaries. They've got to find a boundary at least once or twice in each over. That's what it's got to be. Well, Bastians, he's 35 off 34. He's got to go. He's got to get this strike rate up. He's got to try and find a way. And, well, he came off. He's had a bit of an interesting game as Najam Shahzad. He's hit some nice shots in the first innings. Bowled well. Tried to take a catch, dropped it. Then ended up dislocating his finger. And he's now turned around and said, right, gents, I'm back, and I'm going to try and get ourselves over the line here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it could be on for a bit of a tense finish here. You know, well done to Malta to actually make a game of this in the end, especially after yesterday.
Here's Shahzad then. Down the ground, 6 runs. And, well, that's what Bastians has been waiting for. He's been waiting for that full delivery. We saw it earlier on, and it was against Shahzad that he pumped him over his head, and he's gone. The first time was so nice. I've got to do it twice. And Bastians, he's getting them back in the game alongside Basil George.
Yeah, fantastic shot straight down the ground. Nice 6. There's no fielder there. I mean, he's putting together now a very, very good innings.
Turn round the corner. Chases on from Machado. He'll cut this off, and it will just be a single.
Look, we're in for a game here. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be. And we talked earlier about Bat has been held down the innings. I know Basil George had an injury, but Bastianas is still in there. And this could be really, really interesting. We've got 2 batters at the crease. And Malta will be feeling probably confident with Basil.
37 off 22 then. Just above 10 required. Basil George, 10 off 4. What does he do here? Fielder's all out on the leg side. Just plays offside, sensible from Basil. Knows that not every single ball has to go. There are some that need to go, and that they will be given some opportunities with a wider delivery or a shorter ball or something that's over pitched. They will get it. It's just the nature of the game. But they've just got to make sure they counter on the opportunities when given to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Portugal just got to take a breather. Things have started to go a bit off the rails a little bit this last few overs. A few missed chances, a few missed fields. As we see the captain coming into bowl again.
Bastians 41 off 36. Short, leg side, that'll be 1 bounce 4. And Bastians, I said at the start of this over, didn't I, Joe? I said he needs to turn around and get that strike rate up. And he's seen Shahzad and he's got him in his sights. And he said, thank you very much. That's another lovely shot. That's 4 more.
Yeah, fantastic. He's looking in his groove here. Just clips that one round the corner. It's a lovely shot. And yeah, absolutely, like you said, he's just starting to get a move on, and he's just starting to push that strike rate up. Moves on to 45 off 37 balls. It's been a really good innings from him.
Yeah, we asked questions, came in at 7 yesterday, struggled, elevated to 4, and it looks as if it might be paying off here. Just got to keep sensible. Not every ball has to go. He's still got a very capable man being Basil George. That's going to clatter into the pads. Not out, not even hitting another set of stumps if they were there. That's another leg by. And this is getting a very, very close finish here on the European Cricket Network for the first game of day number 2. Match number 3. Now, this is going to be an interesting contest. But before we even get to that, what a comeback from Malta. They were down they were beaten by 80-odd runs yesterday. They've turned around, they've brought it back, and they're in with an opportunity to really get their first points. And you know, they've got to take confidence from this into the next game.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see, the last ball of the over.
Poor shot from Basil George. Doesn't need to take any risks like that, because if Basil goes, then there's worries, then there's issues, then you're asking questions. 132 for 6 then off 17 overs, 31 runs for victory, 18 balls left in the innings. And this is where, you know, Bastian's he's got to turn around and go, Basil, it's fine, I'm here, so I'm still here, back with me, back together, and we can do this for Malta, we can do this for our country.
Yeah, definitely. And I have to say, looking at Bastian, he's not, in the 2 games previous to playing in this series for Malta, he's not really had an opportunity to bat. Obviously, we've seen him batting lower down the order yesterday. The 2 games that he did bat for Malta before this tournament, he was striking at a strike rate of 83.3 to 33. Not really high strike rate, didn't really get much opportunity, but he's come out in this game and been pushed up the order, and he's taken it the ball by the horns, and he's done well.
Rana Sawa coming back into the attack then. They're looking at who can bowl, and of course Shahzad, he's still got an over left, but look at Nippo. Nippo's got an over left, got 2 overs left. Gimmery, I don't think we'll see him again. He's gone at 12.5 and over, gone for 25. Sawa, none for 14 off his 2 overs. He's got to try and pull something out of the bag here, isn't he? Junaid Khan's bowled out. Sawa's got to be the man for Portugal.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think if you're Malta, you'll be looking and going, well, we've got through probably some of the most dangerous bowlers at this point, as we see Sawa come in to start his 3rd over.
Wild swing from Bastians, unnecessary. This is the thing, Bastians he's been rewarded with runs when he's been playing his proper shots, when he's been playing those nice cover drives through the covers or down the ground straight drives. These wild swipes when it's outside off, it's just the downfall in his game, and he played a magnificent innings. No one's going to take that away from him, but he's still got to be there. And that run rate now back up to 11. Here is Sawa. And this time is driven, and nicely straight down the ground to Faf Stoneman, who will collect it. And it will just be a single. Brings Basil on strike, and I feel Basil might take a liking to Rana Sawa here. A little bit slower, not too quick, but not slow. There's enough pace on it for him to generate enough power. This could be a turning point in the game here.
Yeah, and I have seen Basil George, especially last year, destroy military medium. And so this could be the matchup. This could be the game right here, right now.
George swings, leg side, up in the air, 6 runs, hits the fence, clatters back into the field of play. And, well, we called it, didn't we, Joe? We said George was going to take a liking, gets that front leg out of the way, swings from the hip, 6 runs.
Yeah, he was always going to go and try and attack it. Goes quite high. Fielder was interested for a minute, but it goes and clatters right into that fence. And it's 6 runs to that key man, Basil George.
Boom, boom, Basil, baby. 17 off 7. We thought he was out. We thought he wasn't going to come back. We thought he was done. His shoulder's done, but he's back, and he's keeping Malta alive. Down the ground, struck firmly. Should just be a single. Will be. Stoneman will do the work and throw that back in for a single. You can just see Basil George might have done some damage to his bat from hitting that too hard, but this is a crucial last 2 deliveries. If Sawa keeps this quiet, Portugal's still on top. If they get down into the teens, then this game's in Malta's hands.
Absolutely, and the nerves will be in that Portuguese camp at this moment in time.
Outside edge, gone! Big wicket. Bastians goes. He's tried to hang around for Malta. He's done a superb job of keeping them in this game, but a wild swipe across the line against Sawa, and he picks up his 1st wicket in the game. Good catch from Kuldeep Gulia, but Bastians has to go for a well-made 46. And this game, ebbing and flowing for both sides, 140 for 7.
Yeah, really cool hands from the keeper behind the stumps there. Takes the catch when cooler heads prevailed, and that is a big, big wicket. Bastian's falling 4 short of his half century. And just now, we'll see who comes in and who's going to support Basil here at the end, because someone's going to need to support Basil here at the end.
It's going to be Ashak Bijnoy who's going to come into the frame of things here. He got a 3-ball duck in the last game around, and he struggled against Amir Zaib. Of course, Amir Zaib hasn't bowled in this game yet, which is an interesting one to see. So maybe there's an injury, maybe there's a possible niggle, you just don't know. But you just think Bijnoy, hold your ground. 17.5 overs, a single delivery left, just no run. Basil needs to face as many of the next 12 deliveries after this ball as much as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Basil George is obviously the key to this game at this point in time. Basil George gets most of the strike. I think Malta, I'd be confident if I was in the Malta camp, having seen what Basil George can do.
Last delivery then. And they're going to take a single. Interesting. Basil George trusting his partner. That's a single to end the over then. 141 for 7. Simple equation. 22 required off the next 12 deliveries.
Yeah, and look, you're in a game. This is going to go down probably to the last over, I would suspect at this point. And you never know what happens when pressure kind of starts building and things go down to on the last over. You know, with someone like Basil George at the crease, all it takes is a few boundaries and they're in a game. Go T10. You can go T10 mode when it gets down to kind of the last over at this point. And we look at that for, wow, run rates. And, wow, it's so close, isn't it?
This is looking like it's going to be another ECN classic. One for the ages. We had one last night, and I think this is just a replica. Boom, boom, Basil. Early injury at about the 5th over of the first innings. Looked as if his shoulder popped out and popped straight back in again. Looked in some serious pain. Was off the field for a lot of time. Came back, and he's got it all to do now. And Siraj Nippo, well, he was the man yesterday who was able to take 5 for, wasn't he? And he's looking as if he's... it's going to have to come down to him. 2 overs remaining then, 12 deliveries left in this innings. Portugal, they need to defend 22. And it's going to be a tough ask here. And we're ready to get things underway. Bijnoy, 1 off 1. Got to just be looking for a single here. Squeezes one. Leg side, will just be one. Left armour, Siraj Nippu up against left-handed Basil George. This is what it comes down to. 21 off of 11. This is what cricket's made for, isn't it?
Yeah, this is perfect T20, a perfect T20 game. This is it, and we know that Nippo is that economical bowler. This is why he's been brought back on in the 19th. I know in the T10 stuff we say it all happens in the 9th. How about T20? Does it all happen in the 19th?
Only time will tell. But this is going to be interesting. And the thing is, you've got to remember as well is timings have got to be taken into consideration, and that's something that you've got to remember as well. But anyway. It's going to be boom, boom, Basil will be on strike. There's just a pause in play just to work out timings. And the timings is going to be an issue here. That's something that we're going to have to work out. So there we go. That's been confirmed then. So that now means that they're only allowed 4 players outside. So that's just come through. That's the ruling that's come through, of course, ICC regs. So only allowed 4 players outside of the ring. Usually 5 at this point in the game. But that's a big turning point here. That could be interesting, of course. Usually you'd expect a 5-run penalty on the ECN, but not here. T20 rules, T20 international rules means that it's 4 men now outside. Boom, boom, Basil down the ground. Opportunity taken! And it's Miguel Machado who takes the catch. And well, that might just be the game there. Boom, boom, Basil trying to go downtown. Gets it all wrong. Doesn't get the elevation he was looking for. Goes flat and hard. And he picks out Miguel Machado, who is not going to put that down. And, well, even though there's only 4 outside, he still picked out one of them. And he goes. It's 142 for 8.
Yeah, well composed catch from Machado. Straight down his throat. One you'd expect him to take from there. But, yeah, Basil George will be disappointed. Didn't really quite get hold of it. Was looking to go kind of to that, down that ground. But, yeah, it just picks out the fielder.
Yeah, 142 for 8. And then batsman coming in, he's just got to swing him. There's no point just blocking and turning around. You've got to get a boundary. Even if you swing hard, you get an edge and it flies away. You've just got to try and go for it. And well, it's the man who had such a good day with ball in hand and out in the field. Fazil Rahman is the man coming in at number 10. Oh, it couldn't be number 9 and number 10 together, could it? Could that happen? The two of these together, they bowled pretty well, did Bishnoi, picking up a handful of wickets. That did Rahman. Are they now going to do the job with bat in hand? 21 off 10. They've got to find a boundary. They need a boundary within the next 2 deliveries. They've got to find one. Nippo. It's going to be a dot ball. Good bit of work from Nippo. Just pulls his length back, just holds it back slightly. And this is an interesting one. Mo just asking any reason why George was batting so low down the order. He picked up a shoulder injury and therefore took time off the field, so couldn't come back in due to that. As Nippo gets a wicket, and it's another one. And you just felt as soon as Boom Boom Basil went that this game was going to peter to an interesting end, and that does seem to be the case. Wild swipe across the line from Rahman, and he just wasn't able to get anything on it. And he goes for a 2-ball duck, and Malta now 9 down, 142 for 9.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, it's that man Nippo. He takes his 9th wicket of this tournament, and we're only into game 3 for Portugal. Again, look at those figures. 3 for 14 off 2.4 overs. Incredible from him. And he's been given to be fair to him, he got given the responsibility to have the 19th, and this is probably the most important over, especially how the game was kind of lying at the start of this. And he's gone and got the important wicket off Basil George, and he's looking to kind of wrap up the game here.
Jason Jerome will be the final batsman coming into the middle for Malta, and it's a simple equation: swing and hope. That's all it's going to be. It's not going to be much thought behind it, I don't think. It's just going to be see ball, hit ball, and see what happens. But again, credit to Malta there. They've still got to take positives out of this. Their batting's been 100 times better. And, you know, being able to get themselves up to a point where they can even, you know, challenge this title has been a much improvement from last time around. But it is going to be Nippo up against Jerome. 1 wicket for a victory for Portugal. And leg side, hasn't quite got all of it, will be collected by Zeeb, and that will just be a single. But yeah, certainly positives come out of this for Malta.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, after yesterday, they needed to come back today and put on a show. Well, I think they've done things well in phases in this game, and I think they've just got to try and pull that together. If they can pull the different little aspects of the game together going forward over these next kind of few games for them, they're in with a decent shot of picking up some good results. As this goes into the leg side, just going to drop in between the 2 fielders.
Take on the arm. He'll come back pretty comfortably for 2 in the end. Nippo finishes with, that'll be the end of his spell as well, and that'll be 3 for 17 for him off 3. Superb bit of bowling. Comes down to the last then. Still a glimmer of hope for Malta. 18 required off 6 deliveries. 145 for 9 after 19.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of hope. You know, the game's not done and dusted yet. You've got to get this one over the line. But I think this is where it becomes really difficult. You've got to almost go T10 mode at this point to get that kind of score. And with only 1 wicket, I mean, it would be a ridiculous win if Malta pull this off.
Yeah, this is, again, if Portugal go on to win this, it'll be another victory where they probably wouldn't have thought they would have won this about 4 overs ago. Basil's still in, and you know, they probably were thinking, we know if we get Basil, we get him early, but they didn't. He got a few runs, got a few hits away, but again, they just picked up the wicket at the right time, and this is going to be a tough ask then for number 11 in Jason Jerome here for Malta. He's got to find some luck somewhere. 18 off of 6, and it's going to be Ranat Sawa who is going to bowl this last over then here in match number 3. Few field adjustments, of course, can still only have 4 out. Here we go then, last over. Down the ground, and he's gone. Excellent catch. Suman Gimidi makes a name for himself, comes back really. He got a bit of tap with his bowling. Jason Jerome trying to get on with things and trying to get themselves back into the game, but it wasn't meant to be, and credit where credit's due. Portugal just the level above that they needed to be, and Rana Sawa, he picks up his 2nd in the game, but that is all she wrote. Malta, they are the losers here. Commiserations, but Portugal, well-deserved winners. They are the victors here, and well, they're your winners by 17 runs, and it's been a very, very enjoyable game of cricket.
Yeah, and in the end, we had a game of cricket there, which towards the end, we were looking like it might be close again. So, I mean, fair play to Malta and credit to Malta. They've come back strongly on day 2, and they've given it a really good game. Tough game. Portugal come out. Obviously, they've got 3 wins from 3 now, but Malta have got to be targeting their next game against the host, Gibraltar. After 2 losses, the pressure will be on them to not take up the 3rd.
Yeah, well, these are the highlights. That was an early drop for Chambers that didn't quite go as well. He had a bit of a tough day out in the field, and then this was a pretty simple catch, wasn't it? Straight up in the air, and that was the first wicket to fall. And then this was an interesting one. There's Kana coming in at number 3. That was an excellent bit of work. And Faf Stone, well, it was a really good day for him. Didn't quite happen with the bat, but that was a ripper of a delivery. Bit of a send-off as well, which you don't mind seeing, but an outward nipper getting the top of off, and Kana had to go. Ranasawa came into the attack, and he was able to keep things going and really get things going, but that was a mistake from Junaid Khan. But again, bowling in areas, and well, this was an excellent delivery, and Faf Stoneman was really key in those middle orders, wasn't he?
Yeah, fantastic. He's having a wonderful tournament so far with both ball and in the field. And yeah, in those middle overs, he really did well.
Yeah, Boom Boom Basil though, he came in, of course, and that was a big moment. You thought that may have been the game there. Azhar Andani, he'll have a sigh of relief as Boom Boom Basil was eventually caught, but that was another 6 off the fence, and you just thought with him there was still a glimmer of hope for Malta. Ranasawa ended up getting that last wicket, didn't he? Jason Jerome was trying to do almost a miracle sort of from number 11, but it wasn't meant to be. Good catch from Suman Gimini down at long off, and that was all she wrote. Malta losing by 17 runs, but they'll be back later on at around about an hour's time, 7:15 local time. They will take on Gibraltar. Both teams looking for their first victory, and we can take a look at the scorecard here. And where did it go wrong for Malta here? I mean, you look at the top of the order. Where did it go wrong?
I think once again, I mean, we look at that power play and find themselves 3 down with inside the power play. You're always going to struggle, especially if you've not got that depth of batting that Malta don't really particularly have in comparison to someone like Portugal. They've got to get a better start off the go, and they can't keep relying on kind of guys. I mean, Ryan Bastanas did really well in kind of coming in towards after and rebuilding an innings, and did really well with a good knock of 46 off 41. Basil George, Baran Prasad batting lower down the order. Just a bit too much to do, but it was close and it was a good game.
Yeah, and you look at these bowling figures for Portugal, and a couple of men stand out. 3 for Nippo, but also 3 for Faf Stoneman. 3 for 16 off 4 overs. He is your player of the match here in match number 3. Do come back though in about an hour's time. Gibraltar, they'll be taking on Malta. Someone's O's got to go. Someone's got to get a win. Will they draw? Only time will tell. Thank you for joining us here. My name's been Charlie Hunt alongside Joe Marples. We'll be back in around about an hour on the European Cricket Network.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar. And as you can see, the sun is still shining and we've got another game for you this evening. And well, it's a must-win game for both sides, really, isn't it? Both sides yet to get a victory. Malta coming off of a very unlucky loss earlier today against Portugal. They put a really good effort in and it was good to see that their batsmen were really able to improve on their performance from day one. We can go to the umpires who's in the middle. They can get the toss underway with the two captains.
It's tails.
We would like to bat first.
We'd like to bat.
We would like to bat first.
Okay. Gibraltar to bat. Thank you. Thank you.
News from the toss then. The skipper for Gibraltar, Avinash Pai, going ahead and batting first. And again, interesting to see. They batted really well yesterday, didn't they? In a game that they probably really thought they should have won. Karin Stagno, what an innings that was, making a very well-made score in the 80s yesterday off of only a handful of deliveries. He will be crucial, and I know he'll be thinking and hoping that he can go ahead and replicate that once more today. Both sides have got to get a victory. One of them's got to win. One of the O's have got to go. Someone's got to get a victory here. Joe Marples is in the commentary box. News for you, Joe. Gibraltar, they're going to have a bat first.
And hello and welcome to Europa Point Stadium. Yeah, thank you very much, Charlie. Oh, so interesting to see Avinash Pai winning the toss. He's decided to bat, just like yesterday, planning to put a big total on the board and really try and put the pressure on Malta early. It's aggressive plan from the skipper, but I like it. I think it's a good plan from Gibraltar. They batted well yesterday. That innings from Kyron Stagno in the middle of that, towards the end, really pushing their score up to that 171, which is really impressive. But yeah, this one's a really interesting matchup between two teams have faced off now 6 times in the last 2 years. 5 victories coming from Malta with a tied game also. Could be an interesting one, this one. Those games have been all kind of close. Interesting news from team sheets. Gibraltar remain unchanged. No changes to their lineup, where Malta have decided to bring in 2 players, Stanislaus and Yash Singh, also coming to lineup. Big news from them. Basil George does not play. So big news on the front for Malta. They'll be looking where they can get their runs from. They did well earlier today, getting a decent score on the board against Portugal. They'll be looking to try and cash in now, and Gibraltar, the team they'll be targeting. Meanwhile, for Gibraltar, they'll be coming into this second game really off the back of yesterday's disappointing defeat, having been in a really good position against a very strong Portugal side. They'll believe they can come and really take this game to Malta and come away with the victory. So looking into the evening now, it's just as the sun starts to set down towards Europa Point, a little bit of overcast conditions, still and nice, no breeze or wind really particularly in the middle, so it should be an interesting game. Bit of overcast conditions, we might see a bit of movement early doors with the new ball. We saw in both games for Malta, their bowlers have really targeted that. Faisal Rahman has bowled fantastically with those outswingers, same as Bishnoi. Can Gibraltar also find that with their bowlers early doors? But Malta will be looking to get a good start here. They've bowled well in their first 10 overs on both games so far, just letting it slip a little bit in the field as the game has progressed. They'll be looking for a consistent and nice 20 overs to minimise those runs to Gibraltar. If they can keep that score down to a low level, they'll back some of their batters who've batted well against Gibraltar in the past, such as Varun Prasad, to chase that score down. So as the players are just about to enter the field of play, do join us in the chat. Let us know where you're listening in from this evening. It's really good to have you join us here on the European Cricket Network for day 2 of action and match number 4. So as we see, the 2 umpires, Steve Mumford and Teo Ataloye, entering the field of play. Good to see 2 brand new umpires to this event as well. Their first stints out in the middle. And it will be that reliable partnership up top of Avinash Pai and Lou Bruce to open the batting for Gib. As I said, these 2 teams have played each other a lot in the last 2 years, so they know a lot about each other, so that might play into the effect of these 2. They know each other's games inside and out. There'll be a lot of kind of friendliness on and off the pitch, but as soon as that kind of first ball gets bowled, this is going to be a highly competitive game of cricket. So it looks to me we'll be starting from, the umpires just popped the stumps into play. It'll be interesting to see which end we start from, but it looks like we will be starting from the rock end. I can imagine it will be Bishnoi to start up for Malta. He's bowled really well so far in this tournament, opening up with that new ball. Gets a little bit of nice away movement, pitching on about 4th stump, and then normally first change will be that of Rahman, who has been sensational since coming into the team for his first tour and set of international games. Hello Nick, welcome to the chat. Good evening from Northern Ireland. Great to see people tuning in from all around the world. Northern Ireland, really good. Let us know how anywhere else you're listening in from. And who you're backing today. Who are you thinking is going to take the win from from game number 4 of this international T20 tri-series from here in sunny Gibraltar. So as you just wait to get underway, be interesting to see how Malta go about their business. Also interesting to see how kind of Gibraltar go about their business, having a little bit of a disappointing power play yesterday, losing that 3 wickets. A man who was really disappointed will be that skipper, Avinash Pai. Such a talismanic figure up that top of the order normally for Gibraltar. A first ball golden duck. It wasn't the way he was looking to set off his tournament. Meanwhile, at the other end, Louis Bruce, who set off like a house on fire, was batting really, really nicely. A couple of really nice boundaries scored, a cover drive, which wouldn't have looked out of place on a county ground in England, and a lovely flick off his legs for 6. Unfortunately, managed to get himself run out by Faf Stoneman in a brilliant direct hit from the young Portuguese lad. But I think Louis Bruce just a little bit disappointed. He kind of knew that Faf kind of played him a little bit, kind of as he was ambling toward the ball. He knows there wasn't probably a second run on there. And we are about to kick off as Ashnoy Bishnoy comes in for the first ball. Punched into the down to mid-off, and that'll be 1 run, and Avinash Pai's international tour is underway. 1 run on the board, a nice little check drive just to the mid-off position. Nice little stroke. As Ashnoy Bishnoy comes in for his second ball, facing up against Louis Bruce. And that one is sprayed wide down leg stump. Just kind of pushed that one, didn't seem to come out well. And that will be a wide to the score. Gib will take extras all day. Just got to try and cut that out a little bit, Malta. Don't want to give away too many extras. They got a little bit sloppy in the first game, into that kind of second 10 overs. They seen them kind of just die off in their kind of fielding, but it's going to be tough for them. There'll be the 3rd game in 2 days as Bishnoy comes in again, just this time overcompensating, moving it down wide to the offside. Louis Bruce just watches it go by. He'll very patient young man. He's not going to try and do anything stupid early doors here, as him and Avinash Pai, who have had fantastic partnerships over the years for Jib, will just be looking to kind of create the base here for Jib to go and make a really big score. Straight back down the ground. That's hit the ankle of Bishnoy. Looks okay, but it was hit fairly strong, and he didn't get his hands down to it. Louis Bruce going nice and straight there, playing straight back down the ground. Bishnoy just misses the hands and hits him on the back of the heel. Got to be careful with those ones. Those are the kind of ones which leave you with a really nasty, badly bruised ankle or worse. But good start here from Bishnoy. Again, a couple of wides, but it's just needs to find his length, but line and length. That one, yeah, just again pushing it wide the mark. Evening, James. Nice to see you in the chat. James Stewart. Well, nice to see everybody kind of starting to join for this evening game. And what a just start of the weekend. What a time to start the weekend with a lovely game of cricket in the sun. And yeah, let us know if you're playing this weekend. I'm sure there'll be plenty of cricket games going along around Europe. And let us know. As Louis Bruce just pushes that one into the leg side. He's gone for a quick single again. Interesting. Darshit Patanka in the outfield there. It was a risky one. He didn't really attack the ball, Patanka, and Louis Bruce kind of wanted to capitalise on it. But got to be careful. It was an interesting one. If it had been a direct hit, it would have been safe. But yeah, early doors, especially after getting run out yesterday. It's confidence from the young man. It's good to see. It's good to see he has the confidence. Lovely drive here from Avinash Pai. This is going to break through the field. Lovely placement, and we will have our first boundary of Gibraltar's innings. A fantastic cover drive just by Avinash Pai, really piercing through that infield, which is really tight on that offside, so he's done really well there, Avinash Pai. So strong in that position. You do not want to bowl there to him. A bit too full, and yeah, lovely shot. 4 runs to Avinash Pai to get his innings really underway here. He'll be looking to set his stand out early. Just leaves that one. Clever from Pai. He just hit a lovely, nice boundary. Bishnoy with a nice ball just outside that off stump. Yeah, Avinash and Pai saying, no, you're not going to tempt me there. Not going to tempt me there this early in the innings. As Bishnoy comes in here to finish off his over. clipped away very well. Got the bat down on that well. Avinash Pai just kind of stuck low on him. Clipped it in. It's good running between the two. And that will be 2 easy runs. A brilliant way to finish the over. And that will be 11 for no loss after the first over. I think Gibraltar will be quite happy with that. Bishnoi just a little bit wayward. Couple of wides. And then, yeah, that wasn't too bad a ball from him there. And Avinash Pai does really well to get the bat down on it. And just work it into that leg side. And take a nice 2 runs. As the sun just starts to break through the clouds here in Gibraltar. And, yeah, what an evening for some cricket. Interesting to see from Malta who they go with now. It was Mughal, I think, who has mostly opened up for Malta alongside Bishnoi. And I think it probably will be him to open up again. He's done really well with the new ball. Bowling left arm over. And just, yeah, pushing it across the batsman. And they struggled, Portugal, in that first game today to get runs off him. The question will be, will Jib just try and rotate the strike here? All this fancy having a little go at Mughal. But if he can continue his form with the ball, Malta will be very happy. He's made a very good start to his international tournament. Afi Khan just doing a little bit of field placing, just telling people where to be. It's important. They've got a really tight ring in that offside. They know Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai are so strong in that area. You do not want to give them opportunities. Mughal coming in for the first ball of the second over. Just lets that one, yeah, oh, wide ball called. Just pushed it a bit too far across Louis Bruce. Louis Bruce saying, yeah, no, I'm just going to have a little look at you first. Yep, just pushes over that blue line, and as we know, that's the umpire's call, and you're always in risk of doing that. If you're coming around and pushing it across batsman, it always looks wider because it ends up a lot wider. Louis Bruce doesn't quite get that one, falls short of number 12. That's Amar Sharma. Well, he showed in the first game he's got a really safe pair of hands. He thought he might have been in the game there. Louis Bruce just not quite getting on top of that one. Didn't really follow through with it, and it lands short of the cover region. But yeah, though, you can, I don't know if you can see on the camera, but there's a really tight in-ring. They're really quite tight and close into Louis Bruce. They're expecting some chances to be coming their way. Ooh, just tempted Bruce outside that off stump. He has a little dangle with the bat, and it's missed by everything. But yeah, no, Malta up and about here. He's a difficult customer, is Mughal, and that one, yeah, just flying past the edge of Louis Bruce's bat, and yeah, he just bites his lip. He knows didn't quite get to the pitch of that ball. Mughal, once again, has started really strongly in this fourth game. Lovely straight dive from Bruce. Now, can the fielder get round to it? Really good stop. They're going to look for 2. Are they going to go for it? No is the call from Avinash Pai. Very good fielding down there on the straight. Had to get round to that quick. Lou Bruce had timed it well, but it's a really good piece of ground fielding from Malta. Yeah, look at that. Fantastic effort. Throwing his body on the line. It's still a very good start here from Mughal in this second over. After the first over, just went for a few too many, but very tight. He's bowling his lengths and his lines. And Avinash Pai drives it straight down to Amar Sharma. Nice and low. But again, that really tight offside field, where we can see there's 4 of them in there, all really tight. They've just moved someone else round. It's such an offside field. We've got 4 players all closing in on that ring. Going to be very difficult to pierce that field. Yep, just worked into the leg side there by Pai. He'll know what they're trying to do by kind of having that really offside field. So it'll be interesting to see as it goes on. Will he try and manoeuvre shots towards the leg? Again, we know someone who's very, very strong off his legs, and that's Louis Bruce. Very wristy. Will he be the person to try and kind of push this onto the leg side? It's very difficult when you've got that ball coming across you, though, to try and work a ball against the way it's coming from. And so Mughal coming in here with his last ball of the over. Just lets that go on by. And that is a fantastic over from Mughal once again, and only 3 runs come from it. 14 for no loss after 2 overs, and a solid start from both teams. Yeah, very good from Bruce there. Just saying, look, good ball. I'm going to take the respect. I've got plenty of time here. I'm not going to go chasing after you. James Stewart in the chat saying we've got the Eastie Premier League starting. Go Wolves. Good luck, James. Hopefully that goes well for you guys. Like I said, let us know anywhere else you're playing this weekend. As we just come to the standings from after 3 games, Portugal having played the most, top of that league, but have won 3 out of 3. It's a fantastic start to their campaign. Meanwhile, Gibraltar and Malta still yet to win. They'll be looking today. One of these teams will win. And we're on to the third over as Bishnoi comes. Just lets that go on by again. These two just been very sensible. And as I stand here, Charlie Hunt is joining me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, cheers, Joe. This has been an interesting start, hasn't it? 14 for no loss after 2. Pretty even start, I'd say.
Yeah, look, I think the first start of this game, they're going to just look at each other and take a little look. They're not going to do anything stupid. As Bishnoi comes in again. Full toss. Avinash Pai will punish that. And that is gone all the way for 6. Fantastic shot from the skipper. Bishnoi just getting his length wrong. Avinash Pai just taking a couple of steps down the pitch, and that has been pumped for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice way to get the account underway. Bit of a full toss, and interesting. Nothing called for anything. I think the issue is he stepped down, so I think realistically probably would have dipped and it would have been okay. But still, to execute that shot, he loves that little short arm jab across the line, and it was a really nice shot and really good shot to bring 6 up on the board.
Yeah, I think one player who you can't really give bad balls to is Avinash Pai. He's one player who just punishes these kind of those kind of balls, and like you said, he took a really large step down the wicket track to that one, starting outside of his crease as well. I think it's probably the right call that it wasn't a no-ball call, but it's not really the start that Bishnoi's wanted. He's really struggled with his line in that first over, just there struggling with his length at the start of this one. As we see him come in. Yeah, just pushes that down the off. Interesting to see that Afi Khan's now stood up to the stumps. Probably seen that Avinash Pai standing quite far out of his crease and looking to come down the track. Just to keep him stuck in there, I guess.
Yeah, Afi Khan. He's modelling the Grizzly Bear pads very nicely. Getting a good view of them there. Yeah, good bit of footwork though there.
Cut out into the offside. Lovely shot from Avinash Pai. They'll just look to take the one here. It's a good start from him. You know, it's difficult to come. You're international captain. You've got this reputation behind you. And then first game, you get an absolute peach and you're gone.
Yeah, that peach is so good that the team behind us decided to chuck it on the old Instagram and Twitter. Go ahead and make sure you're following us all on our social media channels to get those clips and engage with them.
Bishnoi. Louis Bruce goes straight. Very, very straight. Lovely shot from Bruce. 4 runs. I tell you what, he had to get that right because it was at a catchable height, and if he wasn't as straight as he was, that was going to get caught.
Yeah, nice shot from Louis Bruce. Stand and deliver stuff once again. Saw it yesterday. This time goes straight down the ground. Just plays it further in front, and it's a really nice shot in the end, and realistically what we've come to expect of young Louis Bruce.
Yeah, very good player, Louis Bruce, and he'll be looking to make a really big score today. Very disappointed, and he was very disappointed when he ran out yesterday. He was playing really nicely at the time, but they're just they're taking a liking here to Bishnoi. He's gone for 23 runs already. Just needs to rein this in a little bit. As he comes into bowl, that's a very good ball. Just stuck a little bit low. Didn't really move away, do much in terms of movement, but it beats the outside edge of the bat. Afi Khan does really well to stay low and collect well. Saw a few kind of dip underneath him and go through his legs in the earlier game. He'll be looking to really kind of be solid behind those stumps. Really force the batters to kind of stay in their crease to this medium pace.
Yeah, this is a difficult pace to negotiate. Bruce doing it well so far.
Pushed out to the offside. That will be no run as we finish the third over of this game, and Gibraltar are on 26 for no loss.
Yeah, good start for Gibraltar, 26 for none after 3, and it's what we've come to expect of these two. I mean, it's very rare that you see these two fail at the top of the order together. Avinash Pai just getting an absolute corker of a delivery from Junaid Khan yesterday. But again, this is such a crucial game for both sides. I mean, Malta, 2 losses from 2, albeit they've gone up against the highest ranked team in this tournament. But they'll feel as if this is a game where they need to be getting some points. This is when they need to pick up points. But Gibraltar equally will be thinking, we've got a team in front of us that are down in the dumps. They are yet to get any points on the board, and they're probably coming into this game, pushed Portugal yesterday. They'll be hoping for a result.
Yeah, as Mughal comes in to start his second over, Avinash Pai looks to go big over the offside. Doesn't quite get it, but a wide ball will be called. Yeah, you can see him just practicing the shot. Just he's a tricky customer, Mughal, isn't he? He kind of just moves it away from the batsman, but it's that kind of angle that he comes in. I think they just struggle a little bit.
Yeah, it's that angle, and the left arm over is never an easy one to deal with, and evidently so.
Cut into the offside, fielded well down there by Stanislaus.
Yeah, interesting though. No Basil George. I mean, obviously spoke to him in the break very briefly, and he did confirm that as he just sort of went down, it just popped out and then pretty much just popped straight back in again. But it was just constantly aching, and he said even after that flourish of runs, it just wasn't worth the risk, especially with 2 more days of cricket to come.
Yeah, absolutely. As Mughal comes in, forward defensive. They're going to take a single here. Very well run again by the 2. Yeah, and looking at that one with Basil George, I think it's a sensible decision not to play this game, because there's still, for Malta, another 3 games in the next 2 days to play.
Well, that's the thing, is you've got to think about longevity, and it's not as simple as just popping it back in and off you go. It's tough. It's not easy, but I'm sure we'll be back strong and raring to go.
As Mughal comes in to Louis Bruce, takes a swipe, and again, just beats the outside edge. Mughal really bowling well at the start of this game, as we saw in the early one. Yeah, just moving away from the edge of the bat. Just again, Louis Bruce, just not quite at the pitch of the ball and doesn't quite get hold of it.
Yeah, it's just he loves playing in the V, especially so early on, and he's just enticing him into that drive.
Yeah, as that one's come a bit tighter, a little bit uppish, but it'll come down to, could be a direct hit on. Very good running again from these 2 openers. They'll take the single.
It's quite funny, isn't it? Avinash Pai, he's not old, but not young. He's not the youngest member of the squad anymore. He's had a number of knee injuries, number of hamstring injuries. He's still rapid, isn't he? He's still so quick on his feet, and he's just, I said it yesterday, he's still a kid at heart.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mughal coming in here, looking to finish this over off well. Comes in, nicely patted back down. Good forward defensive from Pai. And yeah, talking about Pai, knowing him well, he's at that age now where in his head, he's still a lot younger. He's played the game at such a high level when he was younger. He still wants to play like like his body is still 20 years old. The problem is his body really isn't quite there. So he is a bit injury prone, a bit injury susceptible, and we just hope he can keep this body together for the next couple of days, because he is such a valuable asset to this Gibraltar team. They're going to go for the single again. They're really pushing this infield, aren't they? Early doors here, Charlie.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what we want to see. This is what we like to see. And, there still isn't a question of Malta sitting on their hinges. They're walking in, you're seeing them, they're tight and their pressure's on, but Louis Bruce and Avinash Pai just have that understanding between them. 4 overs down, 30 for none on the board, and again, both of these batsmen looking like it's going to be an interesting evening, and it looks as if we're going to have an early change of bowling as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we look at this, and 30 for no loss. It's not the end of the power play just yet, but we've not really seen a brilliant power play for any team yet over the first 2 days of the competition. Could Gibraltar come to the end of this power play and really set the base that we've been talking about other teams trying to do in the last few?
Well, the thing is as well, is if you see these 2 still at the crease after 6 overs, you'll be turning around and thinking, okay, this is going to be an uphill battle if you're from Malta. This is going to be tough. If these 2 are still in and have faced a fair amount of deliveries each, it's going to be tough.
Now, this is interesting. Varun Prasad has brought himself on fairly early here. 5th overs, he comes in, left arm over. Pai goes back. That will be, again, another one on the arm.
Looking at Varun Prasad there, he looks a little bit fatigued. I mean, as you mentioned, 3 games already, and 2 today, 1 yesterday. It's tough. It's tough on your body. These guys are, international cricketers, but they're not professional. This is the thing. They're far from it. So it's tough, as that is clipped leg side, and that will be 1 bounce 4. Beautiful shot once more. Saw it plenty of times yesterday, but a really good example of it once more there.
Yeah, you just do not want to bowl to Bruce there yesterday. We said it yesterday. He's so strong with those hands, and he just clips it off his pads at such ease. It's so quick with the wrist work. You just don't want to bowl there to him. It's going to get sent.
Yeah, lovely shot. And again, Prasad just doesn't look like he's carrying as much oomph with himself at the moment. Just looks a little bit defeated. Obviously captaining the side, 2 defeats. Need to pull something out of the bag.
Just drifts that onto the legs again. It'll be pushed out. They're going to only take the 1. Pai just ambling through. He has got to protect himself. He does. We talked about, obviously, those hamstrings, those knees. The last thing that Jib need him to do is do something silly and pull a hamstring or injure himself further. And because, like you said, we're only in day 2 of this competition.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. Long way to go. 3 games tomorrow, 2 games on Sunday. All still to come.
Prasad just pushing that one into offside. Avinash Pai goes back to it again. No run into the offside. I really do think, I mean, it's having played international cricket, it's hard. I mean, you go from amateur level playing almost like maybe once, twice at a push a week to go into an international tour, and all of a sudden you've got 5 games in 6 days or even more. That is incredibly fatiguing. As Prasad just pushes that one down leg side, and that will be a wide ball called.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's really not easy, and it's just it's what separates the good to the best, and fitness is so tough, and that's probably fitness is at the end of the day it's the reason for success. You've the players that can sit there and it's not only physical fatigue but mental fatigue as well. Being so mentally tough is so crucial in cricket.
Prasad coming in again, pushing this one across Pai, goes back, looks to punch it into the offside. Bruce eager to maybe look and pinch a single, no run there. Good calling from the batter. I think Avinash Pai just saying no, nothing silly.
Yeah, Louis Bruce was sent back, and rightly so, being told by his senior counterpart. But yeah, no, it's a good call in the end.
Last ball of the over, just prodded into the offside. There'll be 1 run there, just a backward point. Very good from the 2 of them, and that just finishes the 5th over of the game. Prasad going for 8 runs in the end. Did move on to 38 for no loss after 5.
Good start, though, for Jib. And, of course, this is what's coming up tomorrow. A little bit of a change. 3 games coming your way tomorrow. Of course, we're not the only internationals. There's internationals going on out in Italy as well. But we'll be starting at the earlier time of 10:15. Joe, got to get out of bed a little bit early, I'm afraid. 8:15 GMT, 1:45 out in India, Gibraltar. Well, these two, it's a double header. They'll be back again tomorrow morning. Portugal then against Gibraltar, and then Malta versus Portugal. So for the first time here in Gibraltar, we see all 3 teams in one day. Going to be exciting.
Yeah, going to be really exciting. Going to see how all 3 teams really come out of the blocks tomorrow. A lot of games, and like we were talking about earlier, seeing how fatigue really starts to set in, and not just physical fatigue, how big a part does mental fatigue play in these? Especially we talk about Malta, obviously come off the back of 2 losses here. How mentally fatiguing can that be?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and away from home, away from family, it's not easy, but got to find a way.
Start of the 6th. Well, fielded off his own bowling by Rahman. Good to see him into the attack now. He's probably been the pick of the Malta bowlers for me after their first 2 games. Bowled really well against Portugal. Picked up some good wickets. And he does get some really nice movement away off the seam, doesn't he? Outside that off stump.
Yeah, he does, and he did bowl excellently well in that last game. Of course, was on the wrong side of the result, but there's been a couple of performances from the Malta lads that have been just found on the wrong side of the result.
Comes in again. Avinash Pai gets across and clips it into the leg side. They're going to look. They're going to go for 2. It's a bad arm, bad throw. He went underarm there. Interesting decision to go underarm, and it's a really good call from Avinash Pai. Really looking to put the pressure on these fielders early doors.
Yeah, no, and I like it. I really do think that this is very, very good, and being able to pull out and really push the arm is really what's expected. Just in terms of appointments for this game, you've got Stephen Mumford alongside Tai Atalaye is the on-field umpires at the moment.
Avinash Pai tries to go over the top. Now, this could be an opportunity. He's chasing it down. No, it lands in the clear. He's going to throw, and it's going to be 2 runs to Pai again. Didn't quite get hold of that one, though, Pai, but he's looking to be aggressive here as we enter the last over of the power play, looking to try and get as many runs on that board before the field field restrictions come into play.
Yeah, looking to make the most of it. Just a little bit early on that. Just had to check himself, and rightly so. Otherwise, it would have just gone straight up, and it would have skewed up in the air. It would have been a pretty simple catch, but lives to see another day. Needs to cash in, but as I say, at the end of the power play, these 2 still here. Could be a tricky situation.
Yeah, absolutely. As Rahman comes in again. Very well played by Pai. We'll just take the single down to mid-on.
Yeah, there was some interesting discussions going on yesterday after the loss to Portugal in the Gibraltar camp, and I think one of the things was intensity. And you can, from what we're seeing at the moment, I think these 2 are really setting the limits, and where the expectations are for Gibraltar. Got to be on it. Got to be intense, and
Absolutely.
really make sure you're up there.
100%. As Rahman comes in again, looks to try and play maybe a little bit of a slow ball Yorker. Doesn't quite get the length right, and Lou Bruce will just clip it into the leg, take the single. Doesn't really fancy going for the 2, and yeah, nice little shot as we come in towards the end of the power play here, and Jib are looking really well set on 44 for no loss.
Yeah, 4 boundaries so far in the innings, and
decent.
Making the most of the power play. Of course, this is you know, if they go wicketless, you'd probably say this is the best power play that we've seen so far. We've always seen a bit of a top order collapse early on, but yeah, looking like going to close this out. Going wicketless. I mean, knowing me, there'll be a wicket now. Here we go.
Yeah, Ramon, hopefully no commentary. Oh, and there you go. It's a brilliant ball. Avinash Pai was tempted. And I tell you what, Charlie, once again, you've got a funny knack of maybe calling things, haven't you?
Listen, this is why they're paying me the big bucks, Joe. I'm here for a reason. No, you know, it's nice to see it. It's nice to have a bit of a different change. We've been, you know, the trend has been a bit of a rebuilding session between sort of overs 6 and 10, and then a bit more aggressive towards the latter stages. But it's nice to see a different format now. I think, you know, these two are going to be able to build a really good partnership. They've got the opportunity to build on now. I mean, look, that's a nice sight. Still got the first 2 in after 6 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that is a really good power play from both those two. And that's what they'll have set out for at the start of today, to get off Jib to a really good start, to get to the end of the power play with no loss of wicket really gives Jib a massive platform. And you think of those batsmen which they've got to come in later on, the likes of Kieron Stagner, who we saw go massive yesterday. Malta will have that on their mind as well. They'll know that these two are very, very good. They've also played against Malta so many times before and enjoyed it. It's going to be a good battle between two very good teams here, as we see number 8. That is Yash Singh getting his kind of first piece of action with the ball. Interesting option to go to spin as the power play now finishes. Be interesting to see if Yash Singh really kind of can tie down young Bruce here. Bit of a spin option. Obviously, a bit that the seam up hasn't worked so far against these two, so it'll be interesting to see if spin does. Lou Bruce goes deep in his crease and he'll just push that one out into the extra cover.
Bit of a loosener from Singh, has to be said. And Mike's saying that he thinks that focus was more a problem, not intensity. I think in the field, focus was certainly an issue. And poor Fitzgerald, I mean, he just couldn't get away from it. He went from cow corner to long off and still managed to get found.
Avinash Pai kind of late cuts that one into the offside. It'll just be the 1 run. Yeah, I mean, look, James Fitzgerald had one of those days yesterday in the field where the ball just follows you. When things aren't going right, it was just following him around the pitch. I back him to come back strongly today, though.
Yeah,
and
it's good surprise me.
Yeah, and it's good to see that Jib have kept faith with him as well, as Yash Singh comes in again. Ooh, just tried to nurdle that one. Bruce kind of lets it go by. It's going to be a wide called by Stephen Mumford.
Yes, this is bit of a loosener of a couple of first deliveries.
That's better. Just drifting in.
Yeah, nice bit of drift there from Singh. Really gave it a bit more flight, which is nice to see. Look at the drift come all the way in. Well watched though by young Bruce.
Very good from Bruce. Played the ball late underneath his eyes. That's exactly what you want to do. As we move on, just clipped out into the leg side here. We picked up in the outfield by there Patanka, who, interesting to see, hasn't retaken the wicket-keeping gloves. Afi Khan trusted with those once again.
Yeah, Afi Khan's I think he's normally the second keeper down for Malta, so I think him coming in is a really good addition to the squad. Kept pretty well, I thought, in the first game this afternoon.
Yes, just lovely drive down the ground. That'll just be the 1 run.
Yeah, well weighted from Avinash Pai. He was having to wait on that. It was a bit of a slower than normal delivery from Singh. You just see he had to wait and then was able just to punch down the ground and keeping it low, which is always the option.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a bad first over this. Now, stumping appeal. Afi Khan seems interested. Yash Singh, the hand has gone up. Interesting call here. Let's have a look at this from a side on. And the Singh has got his man. What an over from Singh as he comes in and takes his first wicket of this tournament.
Yeah, no spin. And it just went on with the arm. And Bruce playing for the spin. Catches the outside edge. And, well, Afi Khan, we were talking about him having a good first up. Good first game, and you just see there, just goes on with the arm. In fact, goes away more than anything, and there was an outside edge, and yeah, nothing really comes of it. Louis Bruce just getting edge forward, too far in front of him, and the outside edge is gone. And Afi Khan, well, he's pointing, saying, "I've got you," and he's off. Louis Bruce goes, and they do get the breakthrough. Comes at the end of the 7th over. Gibraltar, 49 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a send-off from a wicketkeeper as well, like that little send-off from Afi Khan. Very good take from him. And yeah, well, we've done it again, haven't we? We've been talking about wicketkeepers. Patanka, we saw earlier in the outfield, take a very good high catch. So you know he can field in the outfield. I think it's probably a good decision from Malta to kind of go with Afi Khan behind the stumps.
Change at the top then. No Jonathan West coming in at number 3. Rather Ian Latine is the man coming at number 3. I like this move. I think him coming in at number 3 is a really good option. I think having him being able to steady the ship. I mean, not that the ship needs steadying, but he can also accelerate as well if need be. And then, you know, having the likes of Jonathan West, and then you've also got Kenroy Nestor, you know, alongside, you know, you've got to remember, you know, Stagno. Stagno came in and hit 80 odd off of nothing. So he's still there. He's still in the shed. And yeah, I'm liking the look of this Gibraltar side. It just seems to really click and sort of settle in nicely at the moment. Yeah,
there's players who can come in and hit, and this is the good thing about what Bruce and Pi have done and set that platform at the top. You have got the likes of Ian Latine, Johnny West, Kieran Stagno, all to come in and really punish the bowlers in this later half of this innings. Amar Sharp just pushed out into the leg side as he comes in after a very good first game this morning against Portugal. Just interesting to see now Malta have just decided maybe seam option isn't the right thing to do against Avinash Pai. They're going to go with spin.
Yeah, I like this move. This is an interesting move.
Comes down the pitch, clips it into the leg side. This should be 2 if they're running clever. Ian Latine sends him back and says, no, let's not do anything silly here. We'll just have the 1. It's a good arm, probably a good call in the end, as we see number 18, Niraj Khanna, out there.
Yeah, Latine just turning around saying, no, I quite fancy taking a couple of deliveries off Sharma here. I'm quite content taking a few here, so let me do what I need to do, and we'll work it out.
Yes, Sharma comes in again. Latine goes to go round the corner. It's going to be called a wide ball. Doesn't get it. But yeah, how destructive of a batter is Ian Latine. You were here in January, weren't you, for the ECS, and you got to see it firsthand. Yeah,
there was a few interesting nights where out of nowhere he'd take the game away from teams that were pretty much ahead.
Clipped into the leg side. This should go split the field, and that is 4 runs to Ian Latine as he gets off the mark today. Lovely, nice little glance, kind of clip into the leg side. Didn't really try to overhit it, and he'll take the 4 runs.
Yeah, excellent shot. Just waits on it, leans on it nicely, and just clips it around the corner. And it's 4 more that you take all the time. And Mike Seal just talking about keepers. And realistically, I mean, the thing with keepers is one thing I was always taught when I was younger is as a coach. I'll come back to it after this one as Sharma comes in.
Punched into the offside. That'll be no run.
Yeah, and I remember always being told you know, if you're my keeper, the coach would always say, if you're my keeper, I don't want to see you, I don't want to notice you, I just want you to do your job, and that's all I want you to do, and that's what good keepers do.
Absolutely. As Sharma comes in again, looks to come down the ground, unable to push it wide of Varun Prasath, who's fielding in that in-ring, taking it on himself as captain to be that person to guide that field and be in there. It's a really good pair of hands from Prasath. Sharma again coming in, punched and cut out again to Prasath in that field. That's what he's there for. Just Latine just got to not get frustrated here. End of the 8th over, and Gibraltar find themselves on 55 for 1 wicket.
Yeah, it's a good comeback there for Malta. Those two overs coming out of the 2 spinners, Singh and Sharma. You can see there the economy rates of Singh and Sharma, 5 and 6. I mean, Rahman had a good first over as well, but yeah, Bishnoi took to the cleaners a little bit. I think the openers took a bit of a liking to him, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him come back later on.
Yeah, and I'd want to say, we go back to that tidiness thing, it's always probably harder for seamers. They're putting so much effort in with their run-ups and the amount of intensity with their bowling. It's very, very difficult to bowl so many overs in a day. And just maybe a little bit of tidiness setting in for Bishnoi, because he has bowled well so far in this tournament. Just not really happened in this game. Singh continuing then from the rock end. This is a chance. Avinash Pai is put down by Singh, who could have had 2 wickets in his first game. Pai grits his teeth. That's a big missed opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just trying to turn it around the corner and was just early on it. Just popped up and misses out.
Just clipped into that leg down to long on. Interesting to see Singh. Really, it's very, very slow, isn't it? It's a very, very slow action. You really have to wait for the ball to get to you. Just Avinash Pai just played that first one just a little bit too early. And yeah, Yash Singh will be really disappointed. That would have been a massive, massive scalp for him. As a team just digs that one out. He looks to try and use his feet. Again, that man Amar Sharma in that kind of close mid-wicket region. It's a really good start this from Singh though. I like it.
Just punch back, and Latine just giving himself a bit of time, and that's what we normally see. He likes to give himself a moment just to get his eye in, but when he's in, and it's very tough to get him out.
Absolutely. Yeah, just looking again if you can use that feed. They're going to take the single on the arm here. Very good running from the 2 of them.
That's the thing, though, is everyone at the top of this Gibraltar squad are very, very good runners. You know, there's no one that will slack, and they're all pretty quick, and they all have a pretty general understanding between all of them.
Nice shot by Pai. Just down to the long on region again, just the one in it. Yeah, going to fitness. I mean, we talked about fitness earlier. The man out there at the minute, Ian Latine, is an absolute machine, isn't he? And as we get to the end of the 9th over, Gibraltar find themselves on 58 for 1. Just that run rate just been slowed down by the spinners, and obviously the end of the power play, the fielding restrictions ended. I don't think Big Gib will be too disappointed with this start, though. How would you reckon?
Yeah, it's a good start. It's a platform to build upon. I think if you can, get up towards maybe, if you get 10 off this over, you'd be quite happy. Get up to just below 70 after 10, then you can really push on. I've always said that my general rule whenever I'm playing T20 is, if whatever score you get in the first 10, always look to add 100 to it in the second 10. That's when you can really, you should have players in. You should have players that are able to kick on. Avinash Pai should be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, players to come in. One of those being Karen Stagno. Avinash Pai cuts it into the offside. Well fielded, straight down. That man Singh, he can't keep him out of the game.
Yeah, he's having a good time at the moment. He'll enjoy it as much as he can and make the most of it, because it's sometimes very rare that you get an opportunity like this.
Avinash Pai straight down the throat of Varun Prasath. It's a brilliant wicket, and it's that man Sharma who gets it. The spinners have done their job. The 2 openers have gone.
Yeah, it's a poor shot from Avinash Pai, straight to him. Didn't really need to move a muscle. We see here, goes for the forward drive, and it's just straight at him. Doesn't have to move a muscle. Pretty simple catch in the end. It's a bit of a training catch, and, well, he has to go, and he goes for a very well-made 29. He goes, score 58 for 2.
Yeah, I just think Avinash Pai knew he was just going to start to have to push on a little bit. He's coming towards that halfway point of this innings, and with the likes of this man who's going to come to the crease now, Karen Stagno, you've got 2 very, very powerful and destructive batters coming to the crease. This could be interesting.
Yeah, this is the matchup. This is the man that everyone wants to see. I mean, I want to know if he got a note on his door later on after yesterday, because he was, just throwing the ball all around the ground and hitting a few cars in the way and seeing if he had any insurance claims. But, yeah, he'll just be thinking, the thing he's got to do, he's got to reset. I mean, his eye will probably still be in. This is the thing.
Yeah, confidence will be flowing through him after yesterday, and I can imagine. However, just don't go and do anything stupid really early doors. I reckon there could be another big score on the cards for Stagno if he gets going. But Sharma's the kind of bowler who might just tempt him into a bad shot here. Going to go big early. It's out into that outfield. Doesn't really quite get hold of it. Faisal Rahman out there just gets it in. That'll be the 1 run.
Stagno was looking for a second. Was turned away by Latine. Just found out, by the way. That was our production van that got hit yesterday. That was a production van. So, listen, if Stagno's going to watch this back, I hope he knows that Spring Productions have got a target out on his back. They're waiting for him.
Latine comes down the pitch, straight back down at Sharma. We saw him yesterday, took a really good caught and, or was it today? Today we saw him take a really good caught and bowled against Portugal. Can he do it again?
The same.
Yeah, exactly. Comes down the pitch. This could be given a no ball. It's going to go all the way for 6, I think. Yep, fantastic shot from the team. And the dogs are having a party. Bring us our ball back.
Oh, look at those dogs. They look like they're having a good time. Bless them. Yeah, and a good shot. That was an interesting one, though. I mean, that was arguably a interesting height for a no ball, but I don't think the dogs are giving us a ball back. It's a bit annoying. But anyway, he gets swatted, goes for 6, and look, they're off straight away. Look, they want to get involved.
Yeah, we might not be getting that ball back anytime soon. I'm just saying. And if we do, there could be a few teeth marks in it.
Yeah, I have to check the old the state of the ball after it's been dispatched by Ian Latine. But anyway, look, Latine's looking pretty confident at the moment. He's looking like he's finding the middle of the bat more than he was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think these two are going to do anything. Are going to hang around by the looks of things. They're going to try and get a move on and do what they're known for and go big.
Yeah, Stagno looks as if he's already enjoying his time up there. I mean, he just, you're off the back of one of, probably arguably one of the best innings he may ever have played in his life, and you've got to be happy. You've got to enjoy it. These moments are often hard to come by in sports, so to be able to enjoy it, that's really the main part of why we play.
Yeah, absolutely. As a team here, we'll just get this one into the offside. We're only going to take the one. It's a good arm in, right onto the stumps. Very good from Faisal Rahman, who, well, after yesterday in the field, has turned into a completely new man, it looks. That's a really good piece of fielding as we come to the end of the 10th. And halfway through this innings, we find Gibraltar on 66 for 2 wickets.
Yeah, so this is what's coming up tomorrow. We've got more international cricket coming your way. Italy, France, Romania taking part in the T10 internationals from Milan tomorrow. Italy up against France. That'll be at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European time, and 1 o'clock out in India. So 2 areas of international cricket coming your way tomorrow, which is going to be a good time here on the European Cricket Network. I know Danny and Vinny are looking forward to the cricket. They're probably thinking they wanted a little bit of international cricket themselves, so I'm going to be looking forward to that. Singh going to continue here, though.
Yeah, just defended away there by Latin. Singh has proved to be a very tricky character so far.
Yeah, it's almost come out of nowhere, really, and just turned around and said, all right, well, I'll give you guys some spin options as the lights are starting to come on.
As he bowls again, Latin just can't get away. He'll get a run for it, though, as it goes down to long off. Yeah, and interesting to see that obviously someone like Yash Khan has obviously been on the bench for the first kind of 2 games. He comes onto the pitch in the last game as kind of the 12th man. It's interesting to have those characters in your kind of your backup lineup, ready to go when called upon. And it's such a big opportunity that when you get called up, take that opportunity. And Yash Singh has definitely done it.
Yeah, taking it by the scruff of the neck. That's going to be signalled a wide, as even though Stagno threw everything and the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, Stagno looking to go very big there, kind of swings off his hinges a little bit. Doesn't really, kind of a very baseball-esque kind of shot. Just needs to steady himself as Yasin comes in again. This one is punted out. Now this is an opportunity. Oh, it's a big chance which goes down. Patanka in the outfield. Took a really good hanger earlier in the day. That one just bounces out. It was hit really, really hard. No wicket for Malta, and that's a big one which goes down.
How costly could that be? You don't want to go ahead and drop someone who's just hit a very well-made 80-odd in the previous game for Gibraltar, as they're going to take on a second and causes a misfield, and it will be a pretty comfortable 2 in the end.
Yeah, Patanka again, probably just with that drop in his mind off the last one, ends up misfielding on that one, and they get the 2 runs for it. Malta just, and this is what we've seen from Malta. Over their first 2 games, they've had a very good first 10 overs in the field, and then they just start to get a little bit sloppy. They don't want to let that creep in here, especially with Yash Singh's bowling so well. As he comes in, the team goes down to the leg. This out to Patanka again, and this time he collects it well, and it'll just be the 1 run.
Yep, this time fields it correctly, and that'll be a sigh of relief for the man out on the deep leg side boundary. You saw Portugal side going back probably for a debrief, and they'll be pretty happy after another day of wins.
Yashin coming in. Stagno tries to go big, misses it. Oh, look at the keepers having a bit of banter between them. You like to see a little bit of a smile between the 2. Hafi Khan saying, hey, I'm watching your back foot there. Oh, I tell you what, that's not very far away from the stumps either. Very well bowled from Singh to finish his 3rd over. There's 11 gone. As we just wait to see the graphics come up here. And Gibraltar will find themselves on 72 for the only loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, it's those are the shots that we saw early on in Stagno's innings yesterday, and I was sat here thinking, this is not going to last very long, and then he turned around and almost won the game for him. But again, just needs to give himself that time, because when he's in, then all of a sudden the score can really go sky high, and he's a real asset to Gibraltar at the moment, coming in that middle order and really providing a powerhouse of hitting.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you've got 2 players who can do what these 2 do, it's, like you said, it's such an asset. As Latin goes to go long, this looks like it's going to go all the way. 6 runs to Ian Latin as Jib start to look to push on here.
Classic Latin, that was. Gets down on that one leg and almost slog sweeps, but really gets down and, elevates that power from outside the off to the leg side. And, well, he was interested for a moment, was the fielder. That was Samuel Stanislaus.
Sharma coming again. Latin going down towards the fine leg region. It's a brilliant shot from Latin. And that will be 4 runs.
Yeah, again, this time playing it behind square. This is the replay. Gets down on that one leg once more. And And this time executes it perfectly yet again. Goes 1 bounce 4. Very good evening, though, to everyone tuning in the chat. Very quick opportunity to John. Vinny's in there as well, saying he's waiting for his burger. James is in there as well, and Mike as well. Always good to have you guys here, and to everyone else tuning in, a huge thank you. Huge privilege, and looking forward to this.
Sharma coming again. Just gone for a couple of boundaries. The team now punching this one into the offside. It should only be 1 run. Patanka. No, not Patanka. It wasn't Patanka. It was Rahman out there in the field. Good arm in. They didn't fancy testing his arm. And just the 1 run, but it's turned into a very good over this for Gibraltar after those 2 boundaries from Latine.
Lee Tuck in the chat also just talking about that fatigue, the physical and the mental side of it as well. It is an element you've got to consider. As they're just having a bit of a conversation here, just not too sure as to what's going on. Sharma looks to be having a bit of a laugh about it. Latine doesn't seem too bothered, and well, Latine looks rather set at the moment. He looks like he's got his head down and meaning business.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sharma comes in again, not really sure what that chat was about. Something about the crease it looked like, but as Stagno will just play this one into the leg side, down to the field out there near the lighthouse, and they're going to try and run on the overthrow. It's going to go to the bowler's end. Good running from Latine, and they'll take 2, and this is where we talked about Malta not being sloppy, and that's another run added to the score, which really shouldn't have been.
Yeah, this was a really good element, a really good example of how to run and how to push the fielders. It was just too simple.
Sharma coming in again. Stagno looking to go straight. Just should be the one down to that long off. And yeah, just the one to Stagno, who, yeah, this is what I want to see Stagno doing. Going hard, playing with intensity, but not just trying to swing off the hinges. That's a really good shot down to long off. Rotate the strike. You've got 2 batters here who can go big. He doesn't need to do it all by himself, does he?
No, he absolutely doesn't. Got to work in partnerships.
Sharma coming in to finish off his 3rd over. Now they're going for a single again. Really good running from Stagno. Set off like a racehorse there, and it's a single to finish the 12th as Jib finish on 87 for 2.
Yeah, it's again another good element of batting. There is that running. It's so crucial. You can see there we're just losing a bit of sunlight, but the lights are in full effect. These two teams. I said it at the start. Someone's O has to go, and well, that O is going to end up becoming 1 for one of these teams, either Gibraltar or Malta. Malta in more need, or more of a need of this than Gibraltar. Gibraltar, of course, only 1 game played. This is their 2nd. Malta, this is their 3rd, and yet to get a victory, but also their net run rate taking a serious hit. But of course, most teams are playing, more importantly, for ICC ranking points. That's what's up for grabs as Singh continues.
Yeah, Singh can finish his spell here with his 4th over. That's a chance. It's just a little bit high as the team goes down to long on. Again, firing it into the bowler's end. Just over the fielder there. Latine not quite happy with his shot. You can see he's just a bit frustrated.
Didn't quite middle it, did it? Just came right out of the toe end of the bat. But bring Stagno on strike, and he'll be looking to try and get a boundary under his name.
Yeah, I think he'll be eyeing up Singh here. Stagno. He goes straight. This is a chance. Oh, and it was that man again, the skipper. Should only be the 1, though. Couple of chances at the start. He's causing problems, isn't he, Singh?
Yeah, he's really asking the right questions. And, well, Prasad took a pretty simple catch. That was another one, but just got it all wrong entirely. And, well, that's another drop for Stagno.
Yeah, it looks like it almost went through his hand. Singh in. Latine's going to go big. Now, this is out towards that cow corner. It's going to split the field. And that's a 4 to Ian Latine as he moves on in his innings.
Yeah, moves into the 30s with that lovely stroke. And again, it's just classic Latine. It's that one leg down and eyeing up that leg side. And didn't middle it, but it's just the power of Latine and gets it away. It's another boundary. And Latine is really, really keeping Gibraltar in this. And once again, that run rate just looking after itself with a couple of boundaries. That's all it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to say, Ian Latine has now surpassed his actual high score for Gibraltar in international T20I since getting recognition as part of the ICC. 32 was his highest previously, as he just punches that one into offside. Van Prasaf's going to go for the keeper's end. Good running. Yeah, good
wrong end.
Yeah, just a bit of lack of maybe communication. You want maybe a good shout there from your keeper or your bowler. Went to the wrong end, and Stagno safely home.
That's crazy, though, isn't it? 32 is a high score before this. I mean, he's such a talented batsman.
Yeah, absolutely is. Singh comes in again. This could be a chance. No, just bouncing in front of long on. Take the single.
Good from Stagno, though. Just checked his shot, knew that the angle wasn't there, wasn't going to be able to get the angle to bring it onto that leg side, so just checked it. just punched it for a single. That's good. Good wise batting. That's the element of someone who's really in form.
Yeah, absolutely. Singh comes in. This is going to go over the leg side. This should be 4. 1 bounce 4, and Latine is going through the motions here, starting to get those cogs flowing. End of the 13th. Jib move on to 99 for 2.
Yeah, really good over that one. Big one. And it's come up against Singh, who's been pretty tidy. But the last 2 overs, they've been really expensive. Last 2 overs have gone for 27 runs. So that's really where they've pushed on. I mean, at the end of the 10th, they were 66 for 2, and they're now just under 100. So really pushing on, and it's mostly due to one man. That's Ian Latine. 99 for 2 at the 13 over point. And you can see that projected score of around about 150. Gibraltar, though, they'll be hoping for 155, 60, maybe even 165 plus.
Yeah, with 7 overs to go here, and with so many batters in the tank, and these two looking very, very strong, Jib have got to be looking to push over that 150, and you've got to be looking at 170, around that 170 or more, I think. And just to kind of clarify, just to go, so these two batters have actually played a lot of cricket for Jib in the past, prior to that T20 kind of
ICC recognition.
Yeah, exactly. So they've played a lot of cricket before that. Probably made some big scores before that. Obviously, since that recognition has come into play, then obviously the stats get kind of reset and so forth. But they've played a hell of a lot of cricket for Jib in the past.
Prasad coming back into the attack then, went for 8 off his first.
It's good running again from the 2 Jib batsmen. Just a 1 into the field. Singh doesn't really attack the ball. It'll just be the single into that in-ring. And this is where Malta have now got to really be careful not letting that fatigue, mental and physical, come into play.
Yeah, I think the issue is as well is that, I mean, James is pointing out in the chat, the openers really set this up, didn't they? Not losing a wicket after the power play means that you can come in and play attacking shots.
100% as Prasad, the captain, comes in again, punched into the offside. It's a good piece of fielding. It'll only be the 1 run, but it's a small. You've got to be careful. And that's just a bit sloppiness. That could quite easily have turned into overthrows there from Patanka. Just hold the ball. There's no need to wing that in. And yeah, the captain here just needs to kind of settle his troops down and just get them a bit settled. I think a bit edgy. They're on a bit of edgy. They need a win, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Stagno up against the left-hander.
Quite full. Doesn't really hit the yoke length. Low full toss. They're only going to get the 1 run for it. It's good from Prasad.
Yeah, good fielding out in the deep as well. But yeah, Stagno just going at run of the ball at the moment, and he's almost just really playing the anchor role. And it's, you know, kind of crazy to think that someone who was striking at about 250 yesterday is now playing the anchor role.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? As Prasad comes in again, Latine, this could be massive. This is going towards the sea. The straights end are in danger. Watch out if you're in a ship. That is coming your way. Ian Latine goes massive.
6 runs and 6 of the best as well. And it's classic Latine. He gets down on 1 knee and punishes Prasad back over his head, and he just has to watch that sail over. And this is a really good over up until this point. And yeah, just too full in Latine. He's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's his area. Loves to get down on 1 knee and just swing. And he hits it so cleanly as that one heads down towards the sea there. Just uses his feet a little bit, takes that step outside of his crease. And we saw them do that again at the start of the year in that ECS, where he was MVP and top run scorer. Pretty incredible performance from him.
Yeah, it was stunning earlier in the year, and it's nice to see it come to happen here on the international stage as well. He's such a talented player, and as you mentioned, has been part of the Jib setup for years upon years. So to finally see him get some form of success with the bat, it's really promising to see. And moves on to 45 now, and again, he's played a really dominating innings so far.
Yeah, as Prasad comes in again, he won't be happy with that one. And Latine will just cut this one into the offside in front of square. Patanka again in that field, very active in that outfield today as a keeper. I'm not sure that was probably what he'd have wanted too much, but he's done well. He's done well. Took a very good catch earlier, of course, against Portugal. As that brings Stagno to the crease to finish Prasad's 2nd over. This one slides through the offside. This is going to go all the way. 1 bounce, 4 runs over the covers, and the 14th over finishes with a boundary.
Yeah, really nice shot, Stagno, given room on the offside, and really just allows that the arc of the body to open up, swings right through the line, and yeah, that's going to do his confidence a while of good as well. That will sort his timing out. Didn't time that as well. That was just power. You saw the expression on his face. He didn't quite catch it, but still got enough on it, and it's going to run away. And that will be another 413 for 2 then at the 14 over mark. Story so far, and then it all really, to be able to give him the license to go for it when you come in straight away, that's really what matters. And they were provided that from their openers. Avinash Pai 29 off 31. Okay, didn't look too promising, but was able to dig in and get some hard-earned run. Louis Bruce just struggled a little bit, and just that, that catch-off. Singh was bowling well at that point, and to be able to come back and then it means your 3 and your 4 can really dominate, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one thing maybe Drib has struggled with in probably the last couple of years, is having that middle order below Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce, where they've made very, very good starts, and then it's just crumbled away. This is where Jib now, you look at that middle order and you think there's runs where Stagno is, there's runs with Latin, there's runs coming from all over. Even Reyes at 6 yesterday, chipping in with a really nice 22, as Sharma changes ends here.
And Iggy Higgins in the chat. Iggy, how are you? Hope you're okay. Says Latin is on fire. And Rhiannon's come with a good one. Battering the battery. That's a good one. I like that.
Battering the battery, yeah. Sharma in again. Latin trying to look to use those feet. No run there, straight back down to the bowler.
Probably feel as if he yorked himself there. If he stood his ground, he probably would have got enough on it, but there's enough cover on the leg side now.
Absolutely. As he uses those feet again, this one's going up, up and away. This was going to go all the way. It's another 6 to Ian Latin as he reaches his half century. Fantastic from him. There's a lot of applause down there on the sidelines. Fantastic from Ian Latin, and it's a brilliant knock, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't actually think the Gibraltar lads know that he's just got his half century, but it's been a sensational watch. And, for your batsman to come in at number 3, it's exactly what you want. And there's a slight applause slowly coming through now. But, yeah, it's been excellent to watch, and he's going to have to cash in and restart again now.
Absolutely. He's got plenty of time here. There's still just over 5 overs to go here, and there's plenty of time to really capitalise on this and turn this score into a really big score for Jib.
It's a big opportunity. Needs to make the most of it.
Sharma coming in again. Nice little deft touch there. This could be a run out. There's going to be an appeal. Not out, says the umpire. It's a risky one, but Stagno seems to make his ground.
Well, I mean, the thing is with Stagno, for about 4 of his paces is about 8 of Latin. So he got there pretty quick, and when he starts, he's tough to stop. And I think he was. I think he's made his ground pretty safely in the end. Take a look at the side-on view here. Yeah, he's in pretty safely. Maybe not as safe as I think, but I think he's certainly in.
Yeah, absolutely. And he told me just yesterday how he's been working in this last year on his fitness, and he's lost quite a little bit of weight, and he's looking in a really lean shape at the minute. And you can see that out in the middle with some of the running that he's been doing.
It certainly helps, doesn't it? Certainly does help.
Sharma looks to finish his stint then here as he comes into Stagno, and this is the shot that he was playing yesterday. That is going to go all the way. It's another 6. And I tell you what, Jib just starting to push through the pedals here, push through the gears.
Sharma is livid with himself. He knew that's what Stagno's going to try and play, and he just fed it to him, and it was like taking candy from a baby. Good way to finish the over. And yeah, well, there you go. 15 overs down. Gibraltar, 126 for 2. Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network alongside Joe Marples here in Gibraltar. Well, this is what's coming up on Monday. Of course, internationals coming over the next couple of days, both here and in Milan. But we make our way over to Austria, Vienna, where cricketer Cici taking on Snazzy in match number 1. Snazzy with a double header against Austrian Daredevils in match number 2. And then Vienna CC as well. That's coming at 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European Time, 1 o'clock if you're over in India. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And there's plenty more to come throughout the year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. As we see a change in bowler, and it's Rahman to come back into the attack. Did well in his first over, only went for 6 runs, didn't take a wicket with it. I think they probably looked to change him at the time because Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce just looked quite comfortable against that seam option. He's probably been the pick of the the Malta bowlers so far. As we see him come in, Latin will play this one into the leg side. Should only be the one. They're going to push the 2 here. They're going to push the 2. It's at bowler's end. And it's another set of good running from these two. Stagno really pushing it, isn't he? This is fantastic work in the middle.
Yeah, I would have thought he'd be blowing after yesterday, considering he had to keep for 20 overs and then also had to bat for a considerable half an innings as well. But no, he's proving to be a great addition to this squad, and he's just having him at number 4 is a real asset to have.
Yeah, James Stewart saying his favourite position to bat was 4. I'm interested to see where would your favourite position
That's
to
a
bat
tough
be?
one. I've been everywhere. I've opened. I've been down at number 11 when I was younger. I agree. 4 or 5. I found a lot of form at 5 last year, actually.
As Rahman comes in again. Tries to put this one in short. It'll be cutted out into the offside. Oh, and there's a mistake from Patanka. Should only be one extra run on the arm. They're going to go for 3. This is brilliant running from these two again, and they've compounded an error with an extra 2 runs, and Gibber really starting to put the pressure on these Maltese fielders now.
Mental fatigue, Exhibit A. Patanka, he is shattered. He just doesn't seem to be there today. More later on this afternoon. It's tough. It's not easy out there. I mean, I also wouldn't be wanting to run 3. I'm glad that's not me out there. But again, really good bit of running. But yeah, just mental fatigue coming into it now. But need to stick at it, Malta's not out of this yet.
Rahman coming in again, looking like he pushes a little bit of extra pace on that one. Should only be the one. Very good batting from these two out in the middle of the minute. Interesting to see they've taken Patanka out of that position now and brought him into the infield. Put Jaspal Singh out there. Does that? Yeah, I know. Does that, as a fielder, does that not put more pressure on you? Because you know that you've kind of lost the confidence of your skipper.
It's horrible. It's so demolishing as well.
Oh, the team goes to go big and smashes it into his own leg. Has no idea where the ball's gone. Good bowling from Rahman though. Bowling tight again. Just looking to get a partnership breaker here, and as probably Malta's key bowler. It's been a good addition to this Malta side, who are obviously missing their 2 main seamers in Wasim Abbas and Bilal Mohammed. He's come in and really come to the forte. But a wicket is needed here for Malta because these two are just starting to get a real good hold on this game. Rahman coming in. Played out into the leg side. This one, just gonna, good running. Just take the 1. Nothing to do, nothing silly there. Into the keeper.
Yeah, again, very good running. And it's good stuff, as that is the end of the over, potentially. No, it won't be. Didn't think so. Thought the umpires were a little bit premature there. Still a delivery to come. 133 for 2. And will be Stagnall on strike. I have a feeling he might be wanting to try and take this to downtown.
Yeah, those straights are in trouble, aren't they? I mean, anytime these two are here, you've got to be very careful down those straights. Get it slightly wrong, the room for error is minimal. As Rahman looks to finish off his second over with a dot. Just makes space for it, goes, tries to go big, it's taking the top edge and it flies over the top. It'll be another 4 runs, sketchy, but again, like we said yesterday, effective.
Yeah, he had a couple of those yesterday, and do you know what? Sometimes it's just your moment, and again, Stagnant just cashing in, and if you're going to swing hard, and you're going to reap the rewards. And he swung very hard at that, and he got enough of it, and it ran away. And it's a good way to end the over. But Malta under pressure yet again, and it's now going to be a tough uphill battle. 137 for 2 after 16.
Yeah, as we just come and have a little look at the bowling, kind of bowling statistics here. Yeah, some really good overs at the start there from Mughal, who still has 2 overs left to bowl, don't forget. And then a nice little, some brilliant 4 overs from Yash Singh in the middle. Really stemmed the flow of runs, took a really important wicket as well. But some of the other bowlers have been a bit expensive. Look at Amar Sharma, only 1 wicket for the 42 runs from his 4 overs. It's going to be tough if Malta can just got to try and rein it in now as we get into this last little bit of this innings. As we see that opener who really struggled at the start, Bishnoi, come back into the attack.
Yeah, interesting move. I think it's more of a fact of running out of options. Everyone sort of had a bow, and of course Yash Singh's bowled out. But you look at Rahman's probably going to continue. Prasad's got 2 left. As Bishnoi's going to start his 3rd. Mughal's got 2. He's only went for 7 off his 2 overs. Again, being a really crucial part of this lineup for Malta, both at the top of the innings with ball in hand, but also bat in hand as well.
Yeah, I can imagine they're going to finish with their 2 opening bowlers here. So Bishnoi has 2 left in the tank, and you've also got Mughal, who bowled very well at the start of this one with 2 in the tank. They're going to try and really squeeze Jib now for every run. But with the wickets in the tank, Jib are going to go for this. The team goes big over the leg side. It's going to pick the gap, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4 as he continues his onslaught as he moves into the 60s. It was Stagno yesterday. Today seems to be the team show.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, just waits for it, picks it up nicely, and it just is so good. I mean, it's quite a long boundary out on this leg side, has to be said. And to clear it takes some hitting, but to be 1 bounce 4, you'll still be rather content.
Yeah, absolutely. And the team looks very much set to go and attack Bishnoi here this over, I think. And this is big. Now it's gone high. There's 2 fielders converging. It's gone over the 2 of them, and that should be 4 runs. It's a dropped opportunity. Number 1, that's Jaspal Singh in the outfield. Number 12, Amar Sharma also converging on it. Just looked under their heads, just looked like they got it wrong. He just comes underneath it, has to try and then readjust at the last minute. Yeah, if he gets it really wrong and as it bounces, we'll just see here from the replay whether that lands inside the rope or over. And it just inside, so that will only be the 4 runs. But yeah, big missed opportunity again as Latine gets another life. Bishnoi coming in, slow ball, gets it wrong, nice and full. Bit of a full task below. Oh, they're going to go for 2 here. Stagno says yes, and yes, that is another 2 runs. They just seem to be compounding a bit of a kind of fatigued Multifield here and pushing every second run, which really shouldn't be on.
It's the wrong end again. It's very simple. Stagno set off and he wasn't moving. Latine wasn't sure about it. He was a little bit hesitant, but again, yeah, it is a sign of fatigue coming in to show now.
Oh my, that's head height. That's going to be called a no ball. He gets this all wrong, Bishnoi. Not sure if he tried to bowl a slow ball. It slips out the top of the hand.
I think Latine will probably be a bit annoyed that he's missed out on a full toss there, even though that's probably one of the harder ones to hit. But it's a little bit of a dramatic. That's a bit of a TV. Oh, we're not going to see it there, but it's a bit of a TV dive, isn't it? Anyway, free hit. And it's well stopped. Good work in the end from Rahman, and they'll come back, and they will be 2. Good dive, though, from Stagno.
I tell you what, Stagno seems up for this. There's something, he's definitely up for this. He's just flying between the wickets. He doesn't look tired at all, which is incredible. Look at him push the second run here as he comes through, fires through the seconds, calls early, gets down, big slide to get in. Lovely stuff from Stagno. Very good running, and every one of these runs is going to count come the end of this game.
It's tough to stop someone on it when he's going at that rate. It's not exactly easy to stop. Looks like a keeper's going to come up now. This is an interesting one. I like this. I think it prevents Latine being able to manipulate where the delivery is going to end up being bowled to him. So this will be an interesting one. See how Latine's going to cope with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Bishnoi coming in again. 2 full toss. It's gone very, very straight. This will be over the top, and it will be another 6 to Ian Latine, who moves on to 77, and Bishnoi is getting the treatment.
Yeah, Malta, you got to feel for him. They're just struggling, aren't they? They're getting taken to the cleaners, and they just don't seem to really have an answer at the moment. But Gibraltar, credit where credit's due, they are really up for this.
Bishnoi comes again, drops this run really short. Now Latine's gone high, and oh my word, that's going into the car park. Watch out for the cars. That is a huge hit straight down the ground. And yeah, Bishnoi just dropping that last one, getting frustrated and dropping it way too short. It's just sat up for Latine to really go big.
Rahman's off to the bus stop there, trying to catch that next one. That's a beautiful shot. They take some serious credit where credit's due there. I mean, that's not an easy shot. It's hitting it on the up, and it's a great way to end a very, very expensive over. And at the end of the 17th, 25 off it, 162 for 2 on the board for Gibraltar.
Yeah, fantastic hit in here from Ian Latine. And Karen Stagno playing the part player today, but doing a really good job at the other end of getting the calls in and running hard. And it's one thing running off your own batting, but running off someone else's to push those runs through when they don't count towards your score, that is a team player right there, and that is a fantastic effort from both of these guys out in the middle. 3 overs to go, 162. I tell you what, Gibber looking to push that 200 here.
Yeah, 100 partnership comes up as well off of just 47 deliveries, and well, you look at Latine's contributions, it's 78 worth, and Stagno's only 24, so that's really just sort of the story. I mean, Stagno playing second fiddle, and after making 80 odd last time around, he probably wouldn't have been expecting this, but Latine, I mean, this is what we've come to expect of Ian Latine, isn't it? I mean, we saw it so many times earlier this year, and it's just nice to come back and see the order as it should be, and Latine's in the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been threatening this a few times for Jib in the last couple of years, or sort of saying the last year, and just been a little bit unlucky. We look at him yesterday, got off to a really good start, and then get that horrible ball which just stuck so low and hit his outside off stump. He'll be delighted. As we see Rahman coming in for his 3rd over. He seems happy about something. Stagno kind of just shakes his head. Don't think Afi Khan was interested either. But it's a good ball. Good start from Rahman again.
Yeah, that's right on the money. Good bit of pace as well. And it's just surprised Stagno a little bit there, I think.
Yeah, good pace and just angling it in at the batsman. Again, not too far away from that 3rd stump. And yeah, but that nice 4th stump line. Which we see with the new ball, it gets a little bit of away movement. It just as the inning goes on, he just tends to push it into the batsman a little bit more. As in he comes again. Stagno takes a step outside leg. He'll hit his pad and bounce into the offside. Leg buys should be called here, I think.
Tried to give himself a bit of room, and yeah, it just didn't really work, did it? He followed him. Good bowling from Romani. He's just that extra bits of pace is just surprising Stagno a little bit. It just shuffles him back and just says, get back to where you need to be. Leg buy is finally called.
Yeah, look, Stagno there moved very, very early, and Rahman just saw it, didn't he? And he angled it, and the ball followed him down that leg. Still another run to the score, though. And this one, that's a full toss. Clip round the corner. It'll only be the one run. Mughal down there kind of went straight at him, and Rahman gets away with this one. It's a bad ball.
Good stop, though. Good stop from Mughal on the angle. That was coming at some serious rate of knots, but just made sure that he got something on it. That's all he had to do, and it prevented it from flowing through for another boundary. And at the moment, this game is looking like it's Gibraltar going to be 1-0 up at half-time.
Absolutely. Stagno moves to that leg side again. They're going to run for one. Now, he's going to go for the bowler's end. There's no one there. There's going to be overthrows and buzzers. No, that is the call from Ian Latine, but come on here. If you're Malta, they're now just making poor decisions. There is no need to be doing that, and there was no one at the stumps, no one backing up. That could have gone horribly wrong.
That's poor. I mean, it's tough because you really don't want to be harsh. They've been out there for the considerable amount of hours today, you know, but you've still got to be trying to give your effort, and they are, and they're really trying to put it in. It's just not clicking at the moment.
Rahman comes in again. Latine set. Kind of makes it a very full pitch ball. Kind of nearly yorks himself, but he does like to take that step out of the crease. It'll just be the one run. Yeah, a bit of frustration. You can see him there at the at the non-striker's end. 85 on his score chart, and still not happy with himself.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say the C word yet. I'm not even going to think about talking about that. He's Stagno 25 off 16. The thing is, he's been starved at the strike as well. You have to say. I mean, considering he's not really got going to the same as yesterday, but he's really faced that many deliveries.
Absolutely. As he moves to the leg side again, it's a really good ball this time from Rahman. Afikan. This could be a run out. What the call is, umpire says not out. It does look like Stagno might have got his bat back down in time. But he does come out of this creep. As you can see, he's looking to see if there's one. Latine says no. Afikan does really well to pick up that ball. Fires it in at the stumps. This will be interesting. We want to see this in slow motion. Will this be out? Stagno, does he get his bat back down in time? That is the question. Oh, he's gone. I think that will be given. We'll just see it again, but this looks like Afikan might just have picked up a really good wicket, and the dangerous wicket of Kieran Stagno. Bit unlucky for Stagno. But yeah, brilliant from the keeper after a little bit of a fumble behind the stumps.
Yeah, well, we always see some interesting things happen. But yeah, Stagno goes, and he's played a really good innings again. It's not quite the same as yesterday, but yeah, it just looks as if he struggled against Rahman. But then, yeah, good work from Khan, by the way, to have the presence of mind. And I think he knew straight away it was a close call, but this is an interesting call now. Fitzgerald coming out, but Stagno comes off to a huge applause. I would have had Kay Nestor coming out now. This is where I would have said, you know what? You've got 2 overs left. Just go and swing from the hip, and if it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, he gets out. You've still got, you know, enough people to come in and really give it a go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kay Ness is the one, Kenroy Nestor, who this is his ground, and we've seen him do it on a domestic level here. Pretty much most tournaments that he's played, and he's so dangerous. Fitzgerald is also dangerous, though, so let's not write him off. He is someone that I've seen come later on in innings and hit some really big shots down the ground. Very strong guy, very well built, very fit. So hopefully he gets some runs here. But Latine will go over the top, and this could be another boundary for Ian Latine. It's a 4 again as he moves on to 89.
Yeah, good shot again. Rocks back, gives himself some time, and just stand and deliver stuff, isn't it, Latine? It's been a real superb display of power hitting. All 360 degrees around the ground. I mean, he's obviously got that favoured down towards cow corner, but he has been able to pierce through the offside as well.
Yeah, skipper here, Varun Prasad. Oh, that's a wonderful ball as it just goes over the top of middle stump. Latine threw the shot too early, and yeah, it just beats him. All ends up, and how unlucky is that for Varun Prasad?
Yeah, he's trying to find a wicket here, isn't he? He just can't get it into his 3rd over. 26 runs conceded, but just can't get that wicket. But Latine, he's trying to go for it.
Absolutely, and he misses another one. Varun Prasad again, just pushing it across Latine this time. Doesn't get anywhere near it. He's just got to settle himself down here. It's too big. Try and get that big hoiks across the leg side.
Yeah, there was a bit of shadow batting there, saying this is what I should have done and just pierced it down the ground. But he's trying to slog it leg side, and it's, you know, just got to play the ball on its merit.
Yeah, Prasath comes in again, and this time Latin does get it, and it's straight down the throat of Amar Sharma. As we know in that first game, he's got a pair of safe hands, and yeah, fantastic catch down here at deep mid wicket, and Latin has to go for 89.
Yeah, superb innings, comes to an end, 89 off 47 deliveries, and, you know, came in at number 3, came in a little bit, didn't really come in until sort of the 7th over, but what an innings it was, coming with 7 4s and 6 6s. It's incredible stuff, and it's really good to see as he makes his way off. And on his second appearance for Gibraltar International Cricket, Jonathan West comes out to the middle in at number 6.
Yeah, looked good yesterday, Jonathan West, very technical cricketer. Loud round of applause we can hear on the camera there as Ian Latin makes his way off the pitch for a really well hit 89. And I think that's the top score of the tournament so far this week, isn't it?
It will be. So, yeah, Karen Stagno full second now, and Latin will probably go top run scorer as well with that as well. So Stagno will still be ahead after that 20 odd, but. Yeah, 2 new batsmen. This is sort of the ideal situation for Malta. Getting Latin out means that, you know, these 2 have got to go from the off, and they could possibly pick up a few more wickets and dot balls. That's going to be what they're looking for, though, here in this last over or so. Yeah,
2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and this is where Malta will really look to squeeze these last kind of 8 deliveries and try and keep this score to a minimum. As Prasath comes in again, West comes down the ground. It'll just be the one.
Fitzgerald looks as if he's up for this. He just seems as if he's pumped. I think he's knowing that he's probably going to get full deliveries, and if he can get in the right position, he might be able to punch this down the ground. And if he can pull it off, he'll be hoping that it's gonna pay off. And Prasath looking to finish out the over as quiet as possible.
Absolutely. Here he comes. Fitzgerald goes hard down the ground. He'll go down to the long on region. They'll take the 1. They won't run for the 2. It's a direct hit. This could be overthrows, but well backed up there by Singh. Just the 1 as we come to the end of the 19th. 172 for 4.
Yeah, 172 for 4 on the board then. And again, this is a really, really good score. This is probably about par, and anything else is probably going to make it above par total, really. I think if they get towards 180 plus, that'll be certainly an above par score. I think it's been a really good batting performance again, and this is any time I've seen Gibraltar, this just seems to be where they struggle, is the batting side and sort of finishing an innings. And again, maybe, I know Samir yesterday was thinking that the end of the innings was where they lost the game, I think, and that's fair enough to say. But I think this is, again, probably a similar situation. If they can, you know, if these 2 can come in, and you need a finisher, I think that's what Gibraltar's next addition probably needs to be. And I think Nestor could be the answer to that. Just coming in, and he's got to swing hard and just try and get some late runs. Here we go, last overtime.
Big swing and a miss from Fitzgerald over the top of the stumps. Rahman looks to finish his spell with a wicket. He's bowled well again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has bowled well. He's been the pick of the bowlers yet again. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's been so economical in an innings where you've been going at almost 9s. It's been rather promising for Malta, and I think, you know, he'll be hoping to stick around in the setup for the future, and it's a good pickup for Malta as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As Fitzgerald just needs to keep his cool here. As Rahman comes in again, it's kind of hoiked out into the leg side. Should just be the 1. Johnny West Corsols. Yes, this could be out. No. Fitzgerald sends him back. Bit of a better throw, and there might have been a bit of trouble, but just the 1. And Johnny West will take the strike here with 4 balls remaining of this innings.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think surprised. Good bit of fielding though through to the right end, because West probably would have thought he was going to be going to the danger end, but they switched up and it kept it down to a minimum.
Yeah, Rahman comes in again. Big swing and a miss this time from West.
This is the thing, just having someone that can come in and just swing and, you know, just have the capabilities. I think, you know, these 2, you know, West can certainly hit a long ball, but, you know, again, I feel like they're 2 players that probably just need a couple of deliveries to get themselves going, whereas, you know, someone like Nestor might be able just to come in, and if it comes off, it comes off. It's just one of those, you know, it's a bit of luck that comes into it, but again, still a good total, whatever we end up being.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Kenroy Nestor come and get a chance with the bat this week. He's done well at club level. I think he deserves at least a shot this week. As West comes down the track, it's a big try and hoik it across leg side. They're just losing their shape here, the batsmen. They're trying to go too hard at the ball, and they're turning the Yeah, it's just a horrible shot, really.
Stand still. Hold your ground, hold your shape, have a solid base. You're going to generate more power by doing so anyway. You know, they're not bowling Yorker lengths. You don't need to make anything into a full toss. They're going to bowl in this. It's going to be just outside of the slot that you can manipulate. Back yourself, you know, hold your ground. It's a tough one, though. It's not easy to do.
Ryman comes in, it's clipped into the leg side. Now he's picked the gap. They've got to push the twos here. They've got to push the runs. West and Fitzgerald are going to cause a run out. There's a bad throw, and there's just a bit of a standoff in the middle. It'll be an easy run out. Not happy, West, with the decision of Fitzgerald to hold his ground. And look here, and I mean, I'm not sure. Why is Fitzgerald ambling that first run? He's got to be sprinting it, surely.
Fitzgerald wanted the last ball, and that's selfish. That's not really what you want to see at in these late stages. Is Fitzgerald turning around saying, "We don't need the extra run. I want to be the one that's going to come out and try and hit a 6 here." And it's, you know, it's a little bit too late for that. You want to be getting as many runs on the board as possible, and it's a little bit selfish. It's not great to see, and I know Samir will be. Samir Knight will be keeping a close eye on that, and there'll be probably some discussions about that, because if that was me, I wouldn't be too impressed. But it means that Kane S can come out, and he's just got to run. Has Nestor? He's just got to run. As Fitzgerald will be facing this final delivery. There's a little bit of an issue with the technology. We do apologise, but last ball then.
Ryman comes in, space made by Fitzgerald. Now they've got to run hard. They've got to run and go for twos here. Yep, could be overthrows. No, well backed up this by Patanka. And they'll finish here, Gibraltar, on 176 for 5.
Yeah, good finish though. Good finish from Malta, is getting those last wickets and then keeping boundaries down to a minimum. It's good to see from Malta. They were able to sort of pick themselves back up out of the depths of despair, really. And yeah, they do finish on 176 for 5.
Yeah, and look, I think Gibraltar will be very happy as we look through the start of this over. Really good partnership at the top of this innings from Avinash Pai and Lou Bruce, who really set up that platform, didn't they? As we look and see a few shots here from Pai.
Yeah, there were some really nice shots. I mean, it's what we've been missing is that base at the top of the order. But that was how Bruce went. It was a good catch behind the stumps, bit of a variation from Singh, and he was a real good positive sign for Malta. Hadn't really seen him early on in this tournament, but for him coming in and even the dogs got involved, which is always nice to see. Yeah, but Singh I thought bowled really well, and I also think there was some good elements. But really, it was this partnership, wasn't it, between Stagno and Latin?
Yeah, absolutely. They really took the game, and they really took the game to Malta and pushed this game up to that score of over the par with that 170. The hitting from Latin, an 89 score, takes him to the highest score of this tournament so far. Really big hitting down the ground, and he just saw the ball like the beach ball. If it was a Stagno yesterday, it was Latin's day today. Yeah,
Latin finishing with 7 4s, 6 6s, going at 189 strike rate, and that was the biggest one of the lot, going all the way towards one of the hotels where the teams are staying. Well, that is the highlights there, and we can take a look at the scorecards then for the batting side first up. And really, as we mentioned, it was only a matter of time until openers were able to really push on, and Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce. If you can see here, Avinash Pai, Louis Bruce at the top, and then Latin 89 off 47. Stagno well supported on 24 off of 17, but then Fitzgerald and West having a bit of confusion for that run out, and yeah, Fitzgerald not really able to get any boundaries away, and there's still a couple of batsmen there that still were left to come. So 176 for 5 on the board. It's a good total, and I think only time will tell us to see, you know, how Gibraltar now go about things coming out for the second half of the innings. Take us through the bowling side. It was a mixture of a bag for Malta.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a rough night for Ashok Bishnoi up top, and then he came back on and really got punished by Latin again. 48 runs from his 3 overs. But really impressed with Mughal. They only ended up with 2 overs. I'm not really quite sure what Malta were thinking there. Maybe there was an injury, or maybe it was a bit tired, but only 7 runs from his 2 overs. Yash Singh obviously did the damage and did really well coming on after that power play. 26 runs from and 1 wicket from his spell, his first game in the competition, and I'm really impressed with him. Yeah, really good stuff from him. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 9 minutes time. Malta, they require 177 runs for their first victory here in the Gibraltar T20I series. My name's been Charlie Hunt alongside Joe Marples. You're watching the Gibraltar T20I series here on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to Europa Point Stadium here in Gibraltar for the second innings of Game 4 for this T20 international series between Gibraltar and Malta. A fantastic first innings score of 176 for 5 put on the board by Gibraltar, and this will be a tough ask for that Maltese side who are playing their third game in 2 days. If you're just joining us from across the world, let us know where you're tuning in from. And yeah, really good first innings score put on the board by that Gibraltarian team. Ian Latine finally again getting amongst those runs, 89 off his 47 deliveries. But if you looked at that top order of batsmen, each one of them really made a good contribution to that final total. Avinash Pai and Lou Bruce at the top of that innings, setting that base up, and then Ian Latine and Stagno really then pushing on afterwards. It's a good score. 176 is going to be difficult to beat, especially from a Malta side who struggle to get runs in their first 2 games. It'll be interesting to see also how they get on without Basil George, who's sitting this one out through injury. Hopefully we'll get to see him again the rest of the week, because it has a massive loss for this Maltese side. As we see, the umpires just starting to make their way onto the pitch here. It's a beautiful sunset at Europa Point. It is an absolutely stunning view across the Med, and as the lighthouse in the background, it's just some view from up here. It's one of those nights that you just love playing cricket. This is the type of weather, this is the venue that cricket is just loved. And as we can see, the stands there in the background just starting to fill up with people on this Friday as the weekend starts. Well, a long weekend starts, obviously, with a bank holiday in the UK and also here in Gibraltar. Yeah, the home fans in tonight, hoping for that first victory on home soil. Players now starting to make their way onto the pitch, and Gibraltar, as you can see, led by that Tasmanic captain, that versatile, that man, passionate, is Avinash Pai. He was a little bit disappointed yesterday as I caught him after the game. Disappointed because I think Gibraltar were in such a good position going into their second innings and to defend that total against Portugal, and just let it slip with some sloppy fielding, 6 drops in the outfield. That is something that coach Samir Nayak will be really drilling into them to make sure that doesn't happen again tonight. Opening up, it looks like it will be that man James Fitzgerald. Struggled a little bit with the ball last night, but we're expecting big things. They had a really good last year, especially in the ICC qualifiers for the World Cup. Bowled really well at the top of an innings, and he'll be looking to try and get an early scalp. And as we see, it will be Patanka at the one end, and it looks like it will be Mughal at the other. So no change at the top of the order for Malta, and this will be interesting to see how they approach this innings. I've had 2 games so far, both of which have been pretty poor power plays, where they've ended up losing 3 wickets in both. They'll be looking to try and get through those first 6 overs today for the loss of no more than maybe 1 or 2. 3 wickets really is going to put them a disadvantage, especially with the fact of people like Basil George now missing out. Varan Prasad obviously batted himself low down the order at the start of the day against Portugal. Be interesting to see if he also pushes himself back into one of his original positions, 3 or 4. He can be deadly, and he does perform against Gibraltar. Speaking from experience, having been on the receiving end of it, he does like playing against Gibraltar. He has those long levers, able to turn good length balls into full balls, and loves to go straight down the ground. Not really got his tournament off and running just yet, but this is a big opportunity in a big game with both of these sides currently looking for that first victory. So as we get underway here, it's James Fitzgerald to start us off. Wide ball, just a little bit of movement off the seam from Fitzgerald. As you see there, just moving in the air. Does get a nice little bit of movement with that new ball. He's got some decent pace on him. Currently playing his cricket in the UK for Toft CC, who, I don't know if he's listening, but a big shout out to Phil Rakes, the captain of Toft, who is missing out on this tour for Gibraltar. As Fitzgerald will come in to try and get off to a good start here. And again, that one will be called a wide. Just trying to bowl out that offside line to these batsmen. Just not quite getting the line right. Patanka watches that one go by. Can't afford here to give too many runs to Malta and get them off on a good start. I mean, Gib will be very wary that they've got good scores against Malta in the past, and they've come through good. Fitzgerald bowling this one's a lot better, right into those toes. They're going to push the single, and West just in that outfield. And that is an interesting one. It's interesting to see if Malta are able to push the fielders like Gibraltar did them. And then West just fumbles the pick up, but it's good to see the Gibraltarian players attacking the balls, and they'll need to do that if Malta are going to be trying to push singles on their arm. Fitzgerald comes in. It's a lot better ball. A bit of confusion. The calls no. They're going for a run out. That might have been out. Patanka falls. Very good field in the outfield there from Kenroy Nesta. Patanka. Malta really can't afford any more injuries. Mughal sets off and then says no, 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 no. Patanka has to turn quickly and get back. Kenroy Nesta just missing the stumps. And I think what hurt Patanka is the fact, that's hit him right above the knee roll, right on the knee. As you can see, they're really going to, those are a sore one. I think he was, it had been close. Don't think he was in, as Fitzgerald will come in again. Getting his line a little bit onto those legs, and that is punished by Petanka. Really good shot to the leg side, through the square leg region, and that is their first boundary of the innings. Actually, apologies, it wasn't Petanka, that is Mughal. Lovely shot. We saw in the first game yesterday against Portugal, he's very strong on that leg side, loves a pull shot, so it'll be interesting to see how he does today. Didn't really perform in the first game against Portugal in game number 3, so he'll be looking to get some runs. Fitzgerald. Steaming in. Just flicked off those legs again by Mughal. Should only be the one. Very good fielding out in the deep there. Malta move on to 8. That's Jack Horrocks there in the outfield. Very new addition to this Gibraltarian team. He bowls a bit of left arm over. Quite a skiddy bowler, so expect to see him later on. As Petanka takes strike. And that one will just be given another wide. Starting to be a little bit of an expensive over now, Fitzgerald, as he just look to rein this in. Be interesting to see from what Petanka kind of does. He had a good start at the start of today, and then kind of lost his wicket. He's a very, very good batter at domestic level. I'm hoping to replicate that for country. That one is just drifting down the leg. He holds his hand up. It's another wide ball. That's 4 so far for the over, I believe. Just overcompensating, having pushing it to the off. He now throws one down leg. You see the fielders in the outfield. Just try and give him a bit of encouragement. But it's a solid start. This is a good first over from Malta. That's a lot better from Fitzgerald. Petanka gets sent back. It's a dot ball. As you can hear, Avinash Pai there in the outfield saying, finish strong, Fitz. This will be interesting. Last ball. It's been a bit of a wayward over. We saw Bishnoi also having problems at the start of his spell. Fitzgerald also kind of had a bit of problems with his line. We saw Junaid Khan earlier also have a little bit of problems, but he came back really strong. As he comes in here, Fitzgerald, again, this is slashed in the offside. This should head down to the backward point region, and that will be 4 to finish the over. 14 runs coming from it as we finish for the first over on 14 for no loss. Didn't really quite get hold of that one, Petanka. Bottom of the bat, but a safe option. Samoth Boda, who's quite fine down there at third man, couldn't really get to it. And yeah, that's a lovely shot for 4. Avinash Pai, the skipper, looks like he's going to take it on himself here to bowl the second over of the game. Malta starting very well here, only with the 14 runs, no loss of wicket. Like we said, they'll be looking to get through this power play without losing as many wickets as they have done previously. You see Mughal going to be facing up against Avinash Pai here. Had a bit of a rough day at the office yesterday, Avinash Pai, but he's one of those really reliable bowlers for Gib. Has a really good economy rate and gets wickets. As you can see, just manoeuvring his field a little bit. He wants it. He's very particular as a captain. He knows what he wants, and he kind of just he's very busy as a captain. He wants people in the right positions at all times. And he's very proactive in making changes. Just moving, it's not quite ready. Getting the nod, here we go. Avinash Pai to start the second over. Nice and full, push down the ground, that will be no run. Mughal just pushes it back. Good start from Avinash Pai here. He knows that first over has probably gone for a little bit too many runs. And he'll just be looking to drag that back in. Doesn't want to give Malta the start and chasing this total down. 163 runs needed and 113 balls. A run rate of just over 8. Mughal will play a late cut into the offside. They're going to take a run on the arm. It's not a great throw. They'll get the 1. Yeah, look, Malta know they're going to have to take the singles. They can't afford not to, and they're going to do what Jib do and push singles on this infield. It's a good run from Mughal. Does Avinash Pai come into Petanka? Wide of that off stump. Tanker goes back. Doesn't quite get hold of it. It's back down the ground. Avinash Pai holds it well. Only 1 run from the over so far. It's a good start from the skipper. And he's just going to change his angle here. He's going to come around the wicket. Oh, now this has gone up in the air. Big chance. Oh, what a catch. Unreal catch. Kavin Mipuri has taken an absolute worldie. Blows a kiss to his captain. It's an absolute stunner. Patanka really doesn't get hold of this. It goes up in the air, but he gets his position wrong. He's caught underneath the ball. It looks like it's going to drop in behind him, and he just sticks out a hand, as we can see on the replay. Sticks out that one hand, and it sticks like Velcro. What a catch from Mipuri. I don't think he really... I think there was his heart would have been in his mouth at some point there. He got his position wrong. It just seemed to be going over the back of him, and he just stretched. What a catch that is. Big wicket for Gibraltar here, and once again we have the same problems arising as in the first 2 games for Malta, and it's another wicket down. And joining me back in the commentary box is Charlie Hunt. What did you make of that, Charlie?
It was okay. It was all right. No, really good catch. Excellent one-handed grab. Sort of plucked it out of thin air from Kavin Mipuri, and yeah, really good start for Gibraltar, plugging them back after a bit of a wayward first over from Fitzgerald. But yeah, no real surprise that Avinash Pai really chucking on the pressure early on. Yeah, absolutely. And just to go back to that, someone like me or you would not have got anywhere near that with that. Mipuri's got a bit lucky in the fact that he's a generally quite a tall chap, isn't he? As Pai comes in again, he'll stay around the wicket. Stanislaus is the new bat. Just prod that back. It's a really good over from the skipper here. Gibraltar looking to put the pressure on, try and really squeeze these runs after a bit of a wayward first over. Yeah, been an interesting one for Gibraltar. Avinash Pai dragging it back 1 for 1 with a single delivery left. It's a pretty sensational comeback for a second over, that is. Absolutely. Stanislaus, bit full. They'll push that down to the long on region. That's Louis Bruce down there. They're not going to take 2 on his arm. Very good over from Avinash Pai. Only the 2 runs from it, and that really important wicket of Patanka. 16 for 1 after 2. 161 runs needed in 108 balls. It's a lot to come still here in Gibraltar, especially tonight as the sun sets here at the most southern point of Europe. Malta requiring 162 for victory. This is a story so far, and that just tells you how big a victory for both sides would be. A victory for Gibraltar keeps them pretty set in second position, but Malta, they're 2 losses from 2, and being able to get a win here would really just sort of settle the ship for them in terms of the next couple of days. Of course, 3 games tomorrow and then 2 games coming on Sunday, but really looking forward to what's to come. But Stanislaus elevated to higher up in the order. Could be another opportunity for him here. Yeah, I was slightly surprised that he got dropped in the first game. Again, they're probably looking to utilise their squad. It's a lot of games over a short span of days. Stanislaus is one of those experienced players for Malta who can and normally does bat high up the innings. We've seen him do it before. He's a decent player. He averages 18.88 at international level, 340 runs, highest of 42 not out. And it is that man who I mentioned earlier, Jack Horrocks, who will start the 3rd. They're going to look to push the 1 again. Yeah, push the 1. It's good running from the batsman. So really late on that shot as he nudges it out into the offside. Stanislaus. Yeah. He'll bring Mughal back onto the crease. Not surprised to really not see Fitzgerald come back for a second over. Struggled, didn't he? And he's had a bit of an interesting time with the bat in hand. But then, yeah, not really the start he wanted. But he'll be backing himself to come back stronger. Horrocks comes in again. This could be huge. This is going to go all the way. That is going to go over the top of the cafe, down towards the Mediterranean Ocean, and that is a really good shot from Mughal. We've seen him over the last few days. He does seem to favour that leg side. He does seem to be strong, but he's really connected with that one. Yeah, interesting here is, well, Gibraltar are going to have to use a different ball because I don't think anyone really fancies going to get that one. That's a long way to go and grab that one, but in fact, never mind. Ball's back. I don't know if you just saw that on the highlights. The Gibraltarian player, I wasn't sure who it was, signalling 6 to the umpires. I don't think they probably needed telling that one was a 6 because that went miles. That was hit pretty firmly. Absolutely. As Horrocks comes in again.
Pushes it across the batsman. It's a lot better ball this time. So only going to be the 1 run as that's pushed down to Ian Latine there.
Eagle now just, he really is a key man in this team, isn't he? Both at the top of the order with ball in hand. I mean, he only conceded 7 runs off his only 2 overs, and probably should have argued to be getting some more overs, but even now he really needs to come good with the bat. This is where Malta have struggled. I mean, they got up to a decent score earlier, but weren't able to convert.
Yeah, absolutely. As Horrocks comes in again, pushing it across. It's a good ball. That should only be the 1. Didn't quite get hold of that. Fine 3rd leg. Sam Arthboda, good picket from him. Better from Horrocks. He just slides that one across. That's what he's good at with that left arm over. Very, very skiddy. Does pick up wickets. Can go for runs, but he does pick up wickets.
Yeah, he got a bit of tap yesterday, didn't he, against Portugal, and it was a tough one to come back from, but he's trying to do so well here.
That's what I mean. That's skiddy, and Mughal has got that all wrong. He goes to kind of pull it, and it sticks really, really low. He gets nowhere. He just gives the thumbs up to his opposition. Yeah, that's the kind of one you go, oh, actually, yeah, no, I've got that one completely wrong.
Yeah, a lot of appreciation for that last shot that went over, and Mike reckons that he thinks that might have been in the drink. Well, it wasn't. We got the ball back somehow. Nice member of the public chucking that back over. Yeah, this, again, interesting over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone for some runs as Horrocks comes in. He's gone that leg side again. This is going to go. 4 runs signalled. It's a really good over from Mughal. And again, the seam attack has gone for runs here. And Malta and Mughal are just cranking the pressure up here in the power play. End of the over, end of the 3rd. And Malta are on 29 for 1 wicket.
Yeah, good comeback as well as after that 6, but then ended up leaking that extra boundary. And yeah, just bowling into the arc, really. He just swings across the line and he really enjoys it when he does it. And he's been able to really come off as well. Good evening, though, to everyone in the YouTube chat, whether you're... Very good evening to everyone tuning in. Anyone, if you're watching on Fancode out in India, the subcontinent, or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, to Egan in the chat. Very good evening to you, to James, to Zishan, and to Mike, and everyone else, Rob as well. Very good evening all to you.
So the captain continues here, darts one in. Stanislav fends it away to the backward point region. It's a very kind of compacted offside field again, a bit like Malta did to Gibraltar. And yeah, you've got Sam Arthboda down there in that gully region. Avinash Pai going aggressive early doors here. And they did have a very good first over. He's looking to continue here in the 4th. That's going to be pulled into the leg.
Good bit of work there from Horrocks. Bit of a wayward throw, but again, Gibraltar, they just seem to have that extra boost of energy at the moment, don't they? They just seem to have that lack of fatigue, just really seems to be helping here. But again, Malta still well within this game, not far out here. But yeah, Gibraltar, they looking like they're up for this one.
Absolutely. As that stays quite low. Good hands from Stagno behind the stumps once again, though.
Yeah.
Been impressive, hasn't he, this tour?
It is a good take. It is a good take, and yeah, comes up, rises a little bit early, but manages to correct himself and come back down.
Avinash Pai. Oh, yeah, I think Avinash Pai thought he might have been in the game there for a caught and bowled. Stanislav's sorry, should I say Mughal just doesn't quite get to it. Ends up kind of jabbing it back down the pitch. And Avinash Pai looks like he's going to change his angle again. Oh, now there's a big appeal. Stagno takes the catch behind the stumps. Avinash Pai with a send-off. He's happy. That's his 2nd wicket. And once again, Malta find those wickets are falling in the power play. It's another big wicket. And Avinash Pai, 2 wickets for 3 runs with only 1 ball remaining of this 2nd.
Yeah, good change of angle there as well. Just goes across, and he's been struggling really to get those feet moving, has Mughal, and you can just see they get stuck. And the umpire, well, he liked that one quite a lot. You can see he was straight away up. There was no hesitation behind that one. Good take for Stagno behind the stumps, and it's another wicket to go. 30 for 2 on the board here. Yeah,
showing some really good strong hands there behind the stumps. Those are difficult because Avinash Pai does dart the ball, and especially coming across, it's not easy. So really good hands there behind the stumps from Stagno. Really important wicket. And look, the captain's come good here. I mean, 1 ball to go in his 2nd over. and he's already taken 2 really important wickets. And it's once again the 2 openers. Mughal been the one who's scored most of the runs so far.
Egan says, why aren't you playing, Joe?
Simply put, I haven't been selected.
Wasn't selected. Yeah, fair enough. It is what it is. And yeah, Tim, very much appreciate your comment in there. And as I say, coming in towards the back end of today, get your any questions in, anything you just want to chuck in, anything random. We like some random thoughts. Just chuck them in there. We're you know, been here for a while. We're happy to take on any comments. And that's what the unique aspect of the ECN is the fact that there's a direct way of communication between the viewers and whoever's on commentary. It's one of the aspects that I love.
Avinash Pai again, darting that one in. Really good hand there at first slip from Johnny West. And it just seems to be the buzz about Jib at the minute. Home international, they were close yesterday and against a very strong Portugal side. They really feel like they can target this Malta team and come away with some victories. And I tell you what, and we spoke about it earlier, ranking points. Malta been ranked in the 50s, I believe. 54, 58th, I think, in the ICC rankings. Jib in the 70s. This could be huge.
Yeah, it could be. Really could be. I have a feeling that may have been just before the ICC rankings may have been updated. I could be wrong, though. But you and your trusty notepad. Louis Bruce coming into the attack as we've waited and, well, seems struggled, hasn't it? But this could be interesting. And I'm surprised that considering how promising the spin options have been, no Kabir Mipudi into the attack yet. But again, Louis Bruce, the young man, he'll be hoping that this comes off well. And he's got Stanislaus and Kana, and well, Neeraj Kana really struggled, didn't he? He struggled against the extra bit of pace of Faf Stoneman. He's got Louis Bruce coming in, but Stanislaus on strike.
Nice cut shot through the offside. Avinash Pai will get down. Very good outfielder is Avinash Pai. You don't tend to see captains fielding the outfield very often, but when you have someone as good as Avinash Pai, he does tend to put himself in those positions where you think the ball is going to come.
Not scared to throw himself around as well, and that really helps because he doesn't mind getting himself down into the nitty-gritty and doing the hard work. And again, this is a good, promising start, keeping Malta down to a minimum. And again, this is the issue: wickets falling in the power play. That's what we've highlighted. It's a real area that just teams are struggling, and Gibraltar were the first team to really show and show some fight in those first 6 overs.
Yeah, I was talking to Lou, but he's just organised his field. He's telling the skipper to move around a bit, slightly more square. But he was telling me yesterday he really enjoyed bowling from this end. As he comes in again, fires it through, it's come high off the bat, Stagno's after it, and it's going to be another wicket. Stagno takes the catch again, and it's that man, Louis Bruce, who can do no wrong. And Malta find themselves 3 down. Gibraltar are on fire.
Yeah, really good bit of work, Louis Bruce. Probably a bit of a loosen up, probably, wasn't probably trying to go that short, but it angles into the body, and it's so tough to get away. And Neeraj Kana, it's been a day to forget for him. He comes off a pretty poor effort with the bat yet again, and Malta slumping down to 31 for 3.
Yeah, really difficult. Just looked like he got a bit cramped up. He didn't seem to extend his arms, kind of let the ball kind of into his body and didn't look comfortable. Ends up kind of just getting a top edge on it. Really good from Stagno again to chase that one down. Not easy when the ball goes over your top of your head and chase after it and get there, but a really comfortable catch in the end.
Question from Mike Sill. What famous players have you played with or against, Joe?
So, interesting story. So I grew up obviously playing for Wolverhampton from a very young age, and I came through the ranks with a few individuals who've gone on to play at a very high level. One of which is Georgia Elwes, who plays for England ladies, and still is part of the England setup, I believe. And then also a couple of individuals along the lines of Tom Fell, Anish Kapil, who've gone on to play at a decent level county-wise. So yeah, I think they're all kind of the same age as me. I kind of grew up with those guys, and they've gone to play the level of cricket, which is really, really good. And yeah, probably those. I'd probably pick those 3.
Aaron Prasad is the new man come in, and Malta just look a little bit flustered at the moment. Yes, no maybes, and Prasad, he's having a bit of a joke out there, but I think he knows he's got to come down a bit on a serious note here.
Funny question. Someone's asking you in the chat here. Random question. What is your favourite food you love to eat in Jib? Now, before you answer this, I know you struggled to get food after last night because you were messaging me quite unhappy about it.
I wasn't happy. I'll come on to it in a minute.
Bruce across to Prasad, who goes, tries to go big through the offside. again, Bruce is firing it through from this end. He told me yesterday he was happy about it. And look at this lovely ball across Prasath. He just takes a big swipe.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, you have to remember that there were 70-odd games at the start of the year that were played from one end. So, you know, the sort of the effectiveness that the pitch has had and how much it's been worn from this end, from where Louis is bowling, he's going to get more off it just because it's not been used as much. It's an interesting dynamic to see as that one gets up again, but that's a really good shot. And that will go all the way through for 4. It evades the diving man at backward point. Good shot, though. Just rise the bounce. Good shot in the end, though.
Yeah, really good shot from Prasath. Lou Bruce just maybe dropping it a little bit too short, but it's a really good shot from Prasath in the end. I don't think it's too bad a ball, but that is a really nice cut shot from Varun Prasath, who, just saying, having played against a few times, he does like batting against Jib. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to tempt fate us, let's say, but we've had a few bad days against Varun.
Okay, I'm going to go back to I'm not going to have time now. Oh dear, so exciting.
Bruce across Prasath again. He'll go for that cut shot. They've got the man back there this time. Doesn't quite hit it as cleanly. And it is that man, Avinash Pai, who seems to be everywhere at the minute.
End of the over, 5 overs down, 36 for 3 on the board. Yeah, so players I've played with or against. Billy Root, Joe Root's brother. Played against him. Tom Moores, plays for Nottinghamshire. Anyway, enough about that. Tomorrow we're back. 3 games, though, not just the 2. Gibraltar taking on Malta. Portugal versus Gibraltar, and Malta against Portugal. So that will be starting at 10:15 local time, 8:15 GMT, and 1:45 India time. So looking forward to 3 games, of course, not just here, but also in India as well. In Italy as well, of course. There's probably cricket on in India. There's always a cricket on in India. But Tom Moores. A couple of those lads. I mean, you probably argue a couple. I mean, there's a couple of others. Probably argue some of the Spain lot are up there as well now, with their recent history. But yesterday wasn't a happy chap. Wasn't a happy chap. Didn't get my food afterwards, and it was a long night. Up a couple times, stomach was rumbling, and then I went off this morning. Got on a bus, got on the number 2 bus, run into Gibraltar, get some food. I was a happy man again. I was a happy chap. It's the way to my heart, it really is. Anyway, Fitzgerald coming back into the frame of things. Bit of a tough first over, and he ended up going for 14, but he's going to be hoping to rectify things here. But Prasath, well, he's going to have to try and get his team back into the game.
Yeah, Fitzgerald coming in, then start from the other end, the rock end. It's a lot better ball from Fitzgerald, just pushing it across Prasath. Nice start from Fitzgerald, a bit of a rough first over, but that's a lot better from him as it just kind of comes inside the line, just tempting Prasath to have a little swipe at it. This is the wicket. If Prasath goes for me, I don't see where Malta are getting to this 177.
Yeah, it's tough. They don't really have that depth at the moment. It's just what they're lacking.
Yep, Fitzgerald come in again. Short, cut out into the offside. There's that man Avinash Pai at backward point.
By the way, the skipper's that's a serious slog he's had to do. He's gone from deep backward point all the way across to at the end of the over to the exact same position again as the skipper. You're normally there thinking, oh, I'm captain now, I can just keep myself in at slip and I won't have to run. But Avinash Pai saying, all right, I'll do it. I'm absolutely happy with that.
I don't know how he does it, to be honest. He's literally the fountain of youth. Like, he's a bundle of energy, and he's so passionate and enthusiastic. He just does not stop. He does not stop. Fitzgerald just having a little bit of an arrangement, talking with the captain on what he wants. Okay, ready to go. Fitzgerald will steam in up against Stanislaus. Just drifts that one down leg. Will be a wide called. I think this is the hard thing when you've got a right and left hand partnership. You're going to constantly be changing your field. But as a bowler, especially someone who's actually struggled with their line to begin with, you're going to constantly have to try and rearrange that line and length. Or sorry, should I say just line at this point for Fitzgerald.
Sorry, I don't mean to giggle in front, but James Stewart's he admits he's got a bit of a man crush on me. He's always had one. He was obsessed with the Summer of Charlie as Fitzgerald continues here. Drops and runs, and will just be a simple single. It's a nice question. I'm going to let you answer that. I'm not getting involved in this one.
Hang on, I missed this. What is this? After a couple of days of basking in the glow of Charlie's commentary, brilliant. Oh, it's a question. I thought it was a statement. Yeah, I'm learning from the best. I mean, this is my first proper gig. And yeah, no, I mean, Charlie's been fantastic with me and showing me the ropes and giving me the learning kind of experience that I've wanted. It's been a really good, and it's good to have someone like Charlie alongside who is so good at what he does. As Fitzgerald comes in again, that's a better ball, and that has somehow beaten everything. Really good take from Stagno, low down. But how has that missed? Oh, a bit of late swing.
So good. That's such a good delivery. I mean, fair play to Stagno for taking that as well, because that's done a lot. Prasad's probably just gone, yeah, fair play.
That's the frustrating thing about Fitzgerald. He can bowl like that, and we've seen him bowl like that. The problem is with Fitz, he's just his consistency levels, and it's really good. And that's the kind of ball that you want. You say to Fitz, can you bowl me 5 more of them, please? It's just such a good ball. Not many people can bowl like that. As he goes again, oh my word, it's another one. How was that missed?
That's just ridiculous. Do you know what? If he can turn around and bowl 6 out of 6 of them, he wouldn't be playing in Gibraltar, he'd be playing for England. But that's absurd. That is so good. That's a carbon copy. And again, it's just missed, and it's Prasad again, a lucky man to still be out there.
Yeah, Prasad, you can just see by his expression, he just goes, I don't know what to do with that. It's such a good ball. And look, Fitzgerald's got a smile back on his face, which is really good to see. He's had a rough 2 days of things so far, and things haven't really gone his way. It'd be good for him to really kind of get into the swing of this tournament, and those 2 balls were fantastic. As he comes in again, pushes it across Prasad. Just called another wide.
Won't be the end of the over that. So that's nice comments from you there. I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure. It's nice to. It's very rare I actually get to sit here and have a friend in the commentary box. It's always nice to have one. I think you've smashed it. But I think you're doing very well, and yeah, hopefully we get you back on at some point as well.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the experience. I mean, still got another 2 days to look forward to as well. As Fitzgerald comes in again. Oh my word, that's beaten everything. This time outside of the off stump. Really good over from Fitzgerald. A couple of wides in it, but I tell you what, that is a really good comeback after a difficult first over from him.
This is why he's in the team, isn't he? Because he can do deliveries like this. He's not shown it yet, but that's the first over that he's turned around and gone, this is why I'm here. I've had a tough time, but look at me now. I'm coming through, and this is why I'm being selected. And it's nice to see as well, because, you know, he has had a tough couple of days, and it's not been fun to watch. He's sort of moped around a little bit, and understandably so. It's tough to bring yourself up after being followed around yesterday after a couple of drop catches, then getting a bit of tap. And, you know, it's the best way to come back is just leave it all out on the field, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it's good to see him with a smile back on his face. We just saw the scorecard there. Only Mughal getting going with the bat once again for Malta. This is the game here. You've got Stanislaus at one end, and you've got Prasad at the other. 2 experienced Maltese players, played a lot of games for Malta at international level. These 2 now just need to take this game upon their shoulders a little bit. Use that experience. Look, they're still in the game here. They've lost those 3 wickets. It's the end of the power play, 40 runs. Always the runs haven't been an issue for Malta, kind of in that power play, but they've lost the wickets, and it's really frustrating from a Maltese perspective.
Yeah, no, it is. It's just been the issue. But anyway, spin's coming back in as Midpuli's coming in. Jay. Now, Jay, you probably don't know Jay and Joe. Jay works in the office. He's new into the office down in Switzerland, and first time I met Jay was here in Gibraltar back at the start of the year, and yeah, he was here for a couple of days, and then I left and he stayed, and yeah, he's a pleasure to work with was Jay, and he says, love hearing the voice of our beautiful commentators. It's very kind of him, as that's it should just be a double and will be. But this is the thing. I think I'm proud to be a part of the team that's sort of been built here. But the thing is you know, there's more to it than just commentators. You've got everyone that works down in the office, and everyone in the blue crew on every single event, and all the local organising committees as well. And without them, then, you know, none of this is really possible. I'm chewing up a couple of deliveries here, but yeah, it's very rare we get to, you know, sit here and actually show our appreciation, and it needs to be showed. And, you know, the thing is you have to remember is that without Spring Productions, none of this is possible. So, you know, the partnership with them is crucial, and it's a pleasure to be bringing coverage, and, you know, the community that's been built around it has been sensational.
Couldn't agree more. As Puri comes in again for his third ball, really tight. You were asking for him earlier. Here he is, and what a start to this over.
He's such a fiery personality. You either love him or you hate him. But as a cricketer, he's sensational. He was talking about when I was here last year his injury, and he's come back, and it's a really good story.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and Stag. Oh, now was that a stumping chance? He shakes his head. It'd been interesting to see from a side-on angle if Stanislaus' foot just creeps up here. Was a diminished chance. Oh, he gets his. To be fair, he gets his foot back in pretty quick, doesn't he? It would have been a tough chance for Stagno, but Mipuri causing problems. 4 balls, no runs from it.
Jay, to answer your question, it's a lot nicer, mate. No 5 layers on, so can't complain. The sun's out, which is always nice.
Mipuri comes in again, just kind of darts that one a little bit out to the offside. They're going to go for 2, maybe. No, just the 1. It's Lou Bruce out there in the outfield. That's clattered off something that's going to clatter all the way, and it's going to fly to the other side of the boundary. Good backing up that side, and it will be 2 runs in the end. Got a feel for Lou Bruce. It's a really good arm in from the boundary. I don't think he's intended to hit the stumps, but if you watch this, it's absolutely rattled into them. I tell you what, Stanislaus is kind of just ambling. Oh dear.
Safe. He's safe.
He is safe, but
stop being so dramatic, Joe. Sit down. Come on.
It's a great throw. It's a great throw from Bruce, though, isn't it? Laser beam. Anyway, Mipuri comes in again. Oh, and it's nicked away through the gully region. Samoth Boda in pursuit. They're going to want 2. They don't take 2. Probably a good call there from Varun Prasath in the end. 7 overs gone. 43 for 3.
43 for 3 on the board. Question for you, Joe. How are you handling being catapulted into international celebrity status as an ECN commentator? James, one day I'm going to fly to Estonia and we're going to sit down, we're going to film a podcast, because I think it'll be the best thing that hits the airwaves. But go on, that's your question. International celebrity now. You can't walk around Gibraltar, you just get recognised.
Yeah, infamous. More like infamous, I think, in Gibraltar.
The only time they've seen you is out in the playing field. You haven't had a comcam, unfortunately, at the moment, which, you know, isn't the worst things for viewers. Don't have to see our ugly mugs, but yeah, no, it's you're getting recognised all around the place soon, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate enough when I play cricket. I tend to wear a helmet most of the time, so most people
do. I remember that. I remember that last year. You never took your helmet off. I don't want to smell it. I bet it'd be horrible. Anyway, Fitzgerald's going to continue as we get back onto the cricket. Fitzgerald, Fitzy, as he's known around these parts, getting back into the swing of things.
Yeah, comes in here to Stanislaus. It's a good ball again. Stanislaus just kind of prods at it. Goes into the leg side. He'll take the single.
Yeah, it's been really good. And
I like
Prasath. Go on. After you.
Sorry, I was about to say I like this from Pai. Having confidence in his bowler here, in Fitzgerald, who's maybe not had the best of times so far, and just saying, right, I back you. You're keeping in the side for today, and I'm gonna use you. And yeah, fair play to Avinash Pai. I do like him. He's a passionate individual, and he's really said to James Fitzgerald, look, we've picked you for a reason, and I'm going to back you. And be good to see Fitzgerald kind of come through. He had some incredible deliveries in that last over. Unfortunate not to take a wicket. He'll be looking to kind of repeat that here against kind of Prasath, who really did struggle. A little bit of something going on in the field, a few changes. You always hear Avinash Pai. He's not. Well, how would I describe him as a captain? We'll come to that after this. Yeah, we'll come to this after this ball. Fitzgerald. Oh, wow, that's coming at the ribs of Prasath, who just knocks it round the corner. It's a good little shot, and it's going to go all the way. Really nice shot. Samoth Boda was chasing it down, but too much to do in the end. It's raced away for 4. Prasath just looked like he got cramped up a little bit, but it's a really nice shot in the end, and he gets 4 runs for it. Yeah,
just that angle against the left-handed Prasath it just helps that shot even more. Just comes in towards the body, just turns it around the corner. And I'd be surprised to see I'd like to see Fitzgerald coming over the wicket or around the wicket even as the right-hander. I think it'd be an interesting angle to negotiate for Prasath.
Yeah, absolutely. That one again, just dug out by Prasath and not going to go for any runs here. Dot ball. It's a really good comeback after that first over from Fitzgerald. Get some really good movement as well with all that kind of in-swinger to the left-hander as he comes around, what should I say, over the wicket.
Going to want to try and get one of those magical balls out of nowhere again.
Bit of an effort ball. Not too bad, drops it a little bit short, but with that extra pace on it, Prasath can't get it away. Kind of just cramps him up for room. Stagno onto it, no run there. Again, that run rate is now creeping slowly up as we come towards the end of the 8th over. Malta on 48 for 3. 2 balls to go in this one. At this stage, as we see, Gib with 55 for 1. So in terms of runs, not too dissimilar, but it's that wickets column again. We keep mentioning it as Fitzgerald comes in. Needs to finish strong here. That is that one. He keeps doing it, and Prasad just can't seem to get to grip with that one. Nice and full, which swings in at his toes. It's just getting a bit he goes to try to take a big swipe, and yeah, he's struggling against Fitzgerald here at the minute.
Yeah, it just seems as if he's almost a little bit too much for him. Just that extra bit of swing is proving to be a little bit difficult for Varun Prasad, and yeah, this is looking like it's an interesting battle at the moment. Fitzgerald's coming out on top.
Last ball of the over then, as Fitzgerald comes in. Driven through the offside. It's a lovely shot from that man, Varun Prasad. There's a big chase on. It's Ian Latine who has absolutely fired down and chased that down and gets the ball in. Brilliant piece of fielding from Latine. That will be the end of the over. I think they managed to nick 2 runs in the end, as they did, and that's up to 50. So 50 for 3 at the end of the 8th.
I just want to see if this is picked up. You can see here that this is a bit of a 100-meter sprint, and well, Madpuri wasn't even in the race. He doesn't even look as if he was there, but from our angle, you could see that Latine was coming out in a race. End of the over then. And yeah, story at the moment, 50 for 3 after 8, slightly below the rate required at the moment. I've got a question for you, Joe. Just popped into my head, a random question. Favourite childhood video game or board game, or just game in general?
Oh. So, I'm going to sound like a badger here. But it's a PlayStation 1 game, so it's probably a little bit before your time. Because you're younger than me, aren't you?
I'm 21.
And it's the original Brian Lara cricket.
Okay,
and it was incredible.
Yeah,
it was a
good
really, really good game. Probably one of my favourite cricket games to ever have been played. But yeah, sadly, PlayStation can't really get your hands on it anymore. But yeah, no, fantastic game. That would be my choice.
Okay. It's a good one. It's a good shout. It's a good shout. Anyway, this is just taking up a bit of time here, just trying to make sure the field's set. Madpuri is proving to always want to have the field he wants. See what he can do.
Outside that offside, Stanislaus just pushes it out into the covers. Lou Bruce out there sweeping, comfortably picks it up. They're not going to bother trying to take a 2 on his arm. Madpuri starts again with a nice little ball outside the off. He's just changing his field here. You mentioned yesterday about how really important after the power play spin can be. How good, I think, take it from an outside perspective now. So I've obviously been within the Gibraltar setup. They've always been quite reliant, heavily reliant spin-wise on Avinash Pai. Obviously then they've had Ian Latine, who came in the team and done really, really well. How important is it to have another option, just like Kabir Madpuri, to come and use at this point after the power play?
Yeah, no, I think he's really crucial, and it just really, you can slow the game up a little bit, or get through a couple of overs really quickly. Just giving you a couple of overs here or there. He's not a part-timer at all. He's far from it, but yeah, he really is a real crucial element.
Left.
And that really is just what Gib have missed a little bit. I mean, in the Valletta Cup, you had, who was it that ended up? It was Ferrari, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah, and I tell you what. So looking there, Ferrari had I transferred from basically as a wicketkeeper role, and I was almost a part-time off spinner. But before that competition, they decided me and Kieran almost did a straight swap, and I kind of moved into that wicketkeeping role while he became bowling. Did really, really well. Madpuri comes in again, swipe from Varun Prasad. No white ball given, but it's a good dot from Madpuri nevertheless. But yeah, it's a real sad loss for talking about Kieran Ferrari. He's an incredible bowler. He did really well in that Valletta Cup. Picked up a really unfortunate hamstring injury, didn't he? And then prior to the World Cup qualifiers, ended up having a really bad knee injury just down here on this artificial. Hearing from him now, he's just had a bit of surgery, and it sounds like good news. So hopefully it won't be too long before he's back. They're going for on the arm. Sam Boda goes bowler's end. They're backing up. Good from Madpuri. Gets his body behind it as the fielders converge in that kind of back ring. It's good to see. You can always see a team which have got their tails up when there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, or probably, should I say, everybody moving the outfield. And just to notice there was 4 players behind Madpuri, all converging to back that up if he missed this.
Yeah, well, that's just working as a team, isn't it? And that's just that team cohesion that I've always said that Gibraltar are a very tight-knit team, and a lot of them will play a lot of domestic cricket together, and they know each other inside out.
Bowled again, back to the bowler. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that's one of the things that's probably let us down in the last couple of years, where when things start to go against us in this in kind of that latter stage of the innings, in the last 10 overs, heads start to go a little bit down, and you start to see people kind of not moving as much, and that's what Jim needs. If they can get that in their heads and get that fielding outfit as a really strong unit, they're going to be really difficult to beat. And just pushed into the offside again. West on this one. It's going to be the end of the over. 2 overs bowled from Ipuri. 5 runs only from his spell of 2. 52 for 3 from 9. Malta needing 125 runs in 66 balls.
Yeah, that run rate's now slowly creeping up, and it's now up towards the running up towards the 11.2s and over, which is where it starts getting into that dangerous zone. And well, Joe, you've been asking for it, and well, never mind. I was seeing something, but not going to happen anyway. Fitzgerald going to continue, and this is going to be this is the next couple of overs from here to about 12-13. If they can pick up another wicket, and if they can get that man Prasath, then they'll feel that this is a pretty comfortable win. But again, this is cricket. You never know. Fitzgerald going to continue.
Yep, Rule gets that one really wrong. It's gone too full. Jack Horrocks converges on it. Really good stop down there. He's going to get this in. They're going to go for 2. It's good running from the batsman, but really good fielding from Jack Horrocks down there. Sweeping up, stops the extra 2 runs. Really good shot from Prasath, but Fitzgerald didn't get that one right.
Yeah, just got that one all wrong, and that's just the issue. Just tries to, it's just trying a little bit too much. It's you know, just he has that ability to really get that inward dipping Yorker on the left-handed Prasath. Just needs to let the ball do the work and get that wrist placement right.
Yeah, absolutely, as he comes in again. That's a really good ball now. Big question being asked. Is this out? It's been late call. LBW appeal. Varun Prasath is not a happy chappy. Punches his pad in frustration. This will be interesting to see again. It didn't look like it was going to be given. Bit of late movement again. Oh, it's going to be close, isn't it? It is close.
My initial reaction was that it was going to be pitching outside leg.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It hits him quite high. He is a tall man, Varun Prasath. That I would say that he's a tall man. It is him above the knee roll. But let's see where this pitch is.
That's outside the line. That's outside the line of leg stump. He's going to feel harsh done by, and he is. Do you know what? This is the thing. It's just a huge. You know, umpires aren't perfect. They're going. The standard of umpiring throughout the entirety of Europe has increased and increased and increased throughout the last few years. And you know, they're not going to get everything right. If they were to get everything right, they'd be a robot. But you know what? Sometimes it's just not your day. And Malta just struggling, and Prasath goes, and it's another wicket down. 54 for 4 on the board, and. When it rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours. And I really do feel sorry for Varun Prasath. He's had a really tough first few games. He's an incredible batsman. And his first tour as captain as well. When things don't go for you, things don't go for you. And he's got a real kind of a stinker there of a decision. Pitching outside of leg, as we saw on the replay. It's a tough one. Things in real time are a lot harder to spot. And, you know, the umpire's doing an excellent job. But, yeah, that one, just as you can see, was definitely pitched outside leg, didn't it?
Yeah, just got it. Just a tough one, but do you know what? It's part of the game, you know. Unless you're at the top level, you're not going to come in and get the use of a DRS system. So he has to go, and Khan is the new batsman to face up here.
Fitzgerald comes in and he sprays this one down leg. It's a wide call. It's a wild ball as well from Fitzgerald. You can hear him grunt. He doesn't need to over-try here. He doesn't need to do anything silly. Just bowl your lines and your lengths, and you don't need to over bowl it. You don't need to bowl too fast.
No, let the ball do the work. He's you know, and away. If he could produce one of those away swinging balls from here, it's going to be tough to play.
Comes in again, nice full Yorker length down the ground, picked up in at that long on region. That's Louis Bruce down there. But yeah, just going back to Varun. He is, and having played against him a few times, and he's really destroyed us a few times. He's a lovely character as well. He's horrible to play against because he absolutely pummels you. But off the field, you could not ask for a more nicer chap. And I really hope this week it comes good for him as captain. It's going to be a tough start for these first 2 days. That is pulled by Stanislaus. It's over the top. This should race it away for 4. Really good shot from Stanislaus as he moves on to 15. just too short this from Fitzgerald, as you see him drop it short. So a good pull onto it quickly. We've got the man in there, quite short at short fine leg, kind of just behind square. And yeah, very good shot from Stanislaus.
I'd love to see Reyes come on and have a bowl. We've seen him in the domestic game being able to come in at this point. He'll still swing it, even though the ball's 10 overs old. He'll still swing it and hoop it around. I think it'd be a dangerous player to come in and bowl right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, Fitzgerald. That's the ball. Don't need to do anything different to that. Very good, very good pick up from Fitzy. That's the ball. Don't need to do anything. Lovely movement away. Good line, good length, and yeah, you're not going to play that one. But
there's not many players at this level that are good enough to nick that. Not in a horrible way, but that's such a good delivery that it takes a serious player to get something on that. It was just too good of a delivery.
Absolutely. I like your call. I like the call for Andrew Reyes. He is one of the most horrible bowlers to face. He's slow, and he bowls these almost leg cutters, which is so difficult to play, as we see Fitzgerald kind of finish off his stint here. That might be close to a no ball. He says sorry. It's not been called yet. Avinash Pai was going for the run out of the non-strikers.
He's almost clattered into the stumps himself.
I mean, he's nearly ended up on the far side boundary. Look at him. He is a jack in the box, I have to say. But yeah, he's got this all in. This is very borderline to be in a no ball call. It's waist high.
Watch this.
Look at him. I do love his enthusiasm. He plays very close to the mark, but no, he's a lovable character. And he's been my captain at international level for the last few years, and yeah, I love him to pieces. So going on to tomorrow, if you want to take us through it.
61 for 4 for 10 for Malta. Match 1 coming up though tomorrow. Italy versus France. 7:30 GMT, 9:30 Central European Time. 1 o'clock out in India. Italy, France, Romania in a tri-series coming from Milan on the 6th and 7th of May. That's what we're going to come to see here, and it's going to be a really, really fun tournament out there. I know Vinny and Danny looking forward to it. They've been a little bit jealous of our international cricket out here in Gibraltar, so they decided they get some of their own. Going to be a really good couple of days of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. It's only up from here. Louis Bruce coming back into the frame of things. 1 for 6 from his single over. This is going to be an interesting one up against Stanislaus here.
Yeah, he's bowled really well in his first 2 games so far. If you can continue that, Malta could be in a bit of trouble here. Sorry for giggling before. I'm just watching you in the corner of my eye, almost doing this weird little dance and realising you're currently getting mauled by a bunch of mosquitoes. As Louis comes in, we'll come down in a minute. That's a wide ball from Louis, but yeah, I do apologise. I just caught you in the corner of my eye doing something weird, and then realised you were trying to swat away the mosquito.
Doing the mosquito dance, Joe. You need to learn it, just because you don't have sweet enough blood. Anyway, poor start from Louis. Bit of a loosen up, getting back into the frame of things.
Yeah, Stanislaus just chasing it. Didn't really need to chase it. It was easily a wide call. Louis Bruce will want to try and get back on the money here as he goes again. That's a lot better. Just short of a length. They'll get the 1 into the leg side. Fitzgerald in there, picks it up. Quickly round. So yeah, at the halfway stage here, 62 for the loss of 4 wickets. That will make it 63 runs. Well, what would be your plan here for Malta? It's a difficult ask at this point again, just because of those wickets. What are you thinking?
It's tough. It's so tough. I just think they're just lacking that middle order that's really able to come in and, that's what Gibraltar have. They have that 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 possibly that can come in and keep their ways about them, and it's just where they've struggled, as this is just pushed offside for. Should just be a single. Horrocks do the work. It's a good bit of fielding in the end, but that's just what they're lacking, and and that's where it gets to the point now where you've probably you've not got much to come in after this. There's still batsmen, but it's only going to be one-dimensional cricket. It's going to be hit 6 or out, and that's at the moment that's not what they need. And that run rate every time that there's a lack of runs, it's just going to keep on going up.
Are you a little bit surprised to see after Bastin Nassier's performance earlier today that he hasn't been included for this game? He was the one batter who made runs. Yeah, and you go back to that for PT point. Lovely shot down there for backward point. Horrocks fields it. They're going to only get the 1 run for it.
Yeah, it's tough. It probably is down to fatigue. I can't imagine it being anything else. He did have a little bit of an injury at one point, but he carried on after that. But yeah, you just don't know. But I think for Malta, 2 losses, you've got to try and change things up, see if someone can come in and make a name for himself. And if it doesn't come off, it doesn't come off. It's a bit of an experimental couple of days potentially for Malta.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Bruce come in again. Good ball. This is hitting straight. He's going to take a couple of bounces down to Kenroy. Just fumbles it, but they're not going to get an extra run on it. It's a good start to the second over here from Bruce. Yeah, just looking at Malta as well. Look, we mentioned it yesterday. They are missing some really key players, aren't they? So we look at, for example, Bilal Mohammed and Wasim Abbas with the ball. But even with the bat, you know, you've lost the likes of Henrik Guricki and also the captain Bikram Arora, which is really troublesome. That's a really good ball from Bruce, by the way.
Yeah, that's the classic Louis Bruce. Rolls the fingers down the sides and just gets a bit of a nip. And yeah, good delivery once again from young 17-year-old Louis Bruce. That's kind of crazy when you actually come to think about it. Got such a level head on him, and it's the future is very, very bright for young Louis Bruce.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 years of age. Doesn't turn 18 until a couple of months as he comes in here again. Again, outside that off stump, not just short of a length. Put away. Good fielding from Horrocks. Really good fielding from Horrocks down there. But yeah, it's incredible to think, 17 years of age, I made my international debut alongside him when he made his international debut, both, again, funny enough, against Malta 2 years ago. And it's incredible to think that he's been part of this setup now internationally for almost 2 years and still isn't effectively an adult.
Yeah, it's sensational. He can't legally drink.
No.
He can't legally drink. He can't vote. He can't legally drink. It's crazy. But he's got, you know, nearly upwards of 600 runs in international cricket, which is outstanding. And yeah, I'm still thinking Reyes is a call here. I still think it's a good idea. You know, Keynes possibly but Keynes, I think the issue is probably just his accuracy and his consistency, which I understand. And in a game like this, you do want to win. Reyes, I still think is a good option. I think he's going to be able to really come through and just ask a couple of interesting questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like I was saying before, having played against Reyes and also with him, he you know, most people would probably look from a perspective on team and go, oh, I like the look of him as a bowler. He is so difficult to play. He kind of just bowls these weird kind of medium-pace leg cutters which drift across you. And yeah, just really awkward. He's just an awkward bowler. But yeah, we'll see Mapiri coming back into attack from the rock end. Stanislaus looks to go down the ground. He'll just get the one run for it. Yeah, Mapiri here, only 6 runs now as we go into his into his third over. He's bowled really tight, hasn't he? Really good bowling as Malta need 109 now, 53 balls. That run rate ticking over just above 12 now. It's looking to start to get out of hand here for Malta as Afi Khan takes a wild swipe outside his off stump. I find it really, really difficult here, Malta, to get away and get some runs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. After Khan is capable of hitting runs. He's done it before, but this is a tough chance to do it. But he'd become a hero if he does.
Yeah, absolutely. And steps across here and he's gone. Big leg side. Jack Horrocks is coming round. Oh, he's just fumbled it. It won't be taken. He's going to get it in. They're going to look for a 2. They're not going to run on the misfield. But it's a big opportunity which goes down in the deep. It looked like Jack Horrocks had got this one. Afi Khan just moved to his offside, swung, and oh yeah, just doesn't get his hands in the right position. And the ball goes through them, hits him on his chest.
Yeah, never looked really comfortable under it. It's tough picking out of the night sky and with the lights and everything. It's not easy.
Mipuri comes in again. Oh, well bowled. That is a lovely, delicious ball, and Stanislaus just trips over himself as he's struggling, but he's on 20 off 27 balls here.
That's really tough. That's just left in the corridor of uncertainty, and it's just such a tough question to, you know, you're asking the right questions as a bowler. He's just saying, come on, see what you can do. You're going to come forward. You're going to come back. You're going to commit. That's what you got to do as a batsman. You've got to commit. If you don't commit, then you're not gonna go well.
Absolutely. Mapuri comes in again. He's going to go straight. Now, has he got it all of it enough on it? He does. The diving hand of Louis Bruce doesn't get near it. Stanislaus gets the 6, and he moves on to 26, and Malta move on to 75.
Yeah, nice shot. That's 2 full from Mapuri, and he gets punished for that slight error. And yeah, not even tall 17-year-old Louis Bruce can jump up and get anything on that. If he would have taken that, that would have been the catch of the century, and I wouldn't have had anyone else telling me otherwise.
Mipuri comes in again, a little bit fuller this time, kind of just pushed out into the legs. They're going to go 2s. Ian Latine will get it into Stagno. But nice 2 runs from Stanislaus. He'll get to 28. That's the end of the 12th. Malta on 77 for 4.
77 for 4 then at the 12 over mark, and this is coming down to an interesting finish. That run rate just creeping up, but this is the story so far then. And of course, a victory for either side would be crucial in order to get their tournament underway. That's really what all these teams are looking for.
Yeah, just taking a look at the standings here as Portugal lead the way at the top. Gibraltar get a win here today. That'll keep them really within touching distance, having played a game less. Malta, on the other hand, from their 3 games, will be halfway through their tour effectively. They will be looking to really have to turn it round in tomorrow and on Sunday.
Yeah, this is Samath Bodda coming into the frame of things, of course. Bowled well yesterday.
Oh, there was a chance, I think. It's flashed past. That might be called 4 runs. It was a chance. Missed chance behind the stumps. Samath Bodda here getting a wicket first ball.
It's a drop. That's the drop that goes down. He just walked past it, really did Stagno, and yeah, that's tough to take, really.
Yeah, he's taken 2 really good catches so far in this innings. Stagno just kind of overcompensated, kind of moved too far to the leg side, and the ball's kind of flown past him on the right as Samath comes in again. Pushed down into the off. It's a good stop by Bruce. They won't get a run off it.
Good bit of fielding though. Straight to him. Was able to just prevent it from flowing through, which is always good.
Yeah, liking Samath Bodda. He bowls really, really well. One thing I would say about him, I think you've got to utilise him because I think he gets a bit tired. So he's very, very good for the first couple of overs, and then because he's not express pace, batters can sometimes just get a bit of a hold of him and start to go after him in that 3rd or 4th. As he comes in again, and how has that not hit something? Bit of a Derbyshire cut as it heads down towards its boundary. Andrew Reyes makes the chase. What a piece of fielding from Andrew Reyes. I absolutely love him. He's such a character, and that is you just don't get commitment like that from anyone else. He is such a committed player.
Give that man a bowl. I'm calling for it. Samir, I'll be having words with you after this. Give that man a bowl. Watch him pick up wickets. Watch him do it, because under these lights, on the skiddy, it's going to get a little bit dewy as we get into the evening. It's going to skid, it's going to swing, it's going to be so tough to negotiate.
Yeah, absolutely. As Bodda comes in again, Afi Khan doesn't quite get hold of this, but it's in between the fielders. Good fielding. They're not going to take another run on that one as it goes through everyone. Good backing up from Johnny West. No extra run.
Yeah, that's just Stagno just being a little bit lazy. Just needs to come and meet the ball on the full. Not trying to, especially off this bouncy service. Even though he is about 6'4", still bounces over you. So it's not easy to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's difficult being a wicketkeeper when you are so tall and big. You don't have that lower centre of gravity. As Bodda comes in again, it's a lovely ball from Bodda. He has started strongly once again. Stanislas puffs the cheeks. He's just struggling to find where is his scoring options going to come from. He's on 28 not out of 30. He's not batting badly, but he's going to have to start pushing on, and if they're going to get anywhere near this score.
This gets pushed, and that's well fielded. And there's going to be buzzers again. Gibraltar just taking their foot off the gas at the moment, and that's going to be 2 more to the total, 2 to finish. 86 for 4 after 13.
And this is where I'd like Gibraltar just to settle, because they can do this quite often. I've been in the team when it's happened in that latter half of an innings, where just standards start to slip and people just to take their foot off the gas, and everyone kind of just starts to get a little bit nibbly at each other. They've got to kind of make sure that doesn't happen.
Look at that.
Yeah,
that's
fantastic.
our view here, by the way. That's what we're looking at the moment. Look at the moon. To the moon, ladies and gentlemen. That's the view at the moment. It's a pretty decent view, and it really is a pleasure to be out here at the Europa Sports Complex here at the moment. And it doesn't really get much better than that. And it's a lovely, beautiful night sky. It's such a beautiful place to play cricket.
Yeah, and I must just point out that is the actual colour of the moon at the minute. It's got a really kind of orangey haze across it, and what that is that you get kind of the sand, kind of the dust particles come across from Africa, and it causes this red moon effect. But yeah, it's stunning, isn't it?
Doesn't get much better than that. Come in Midpuri then. None for 15 off 3 overs, finishing his spell. Can he pick up a wicket? He's deserved one. He's bowled well. He's been hit for 6 over his head, but he'll be wanting to try and take at least one with him. Make sure his field's right, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, Mapuri in for his final over then. Oh, it's gone through everyone again, and this is going to race away. This probably won't be caught. Samoth Bode's chasing it down, but that is going to be 4 buys. Mipuri, hands on head. He's not sure how it's not hit the stumps. It's another one which has just flown past. There's been a few this innings, hasn't there? He's got a little bit of turn laid on, and it's missed that leg stump. Stagno just needs to stay a bit low. He's kind of stood high there. He's got to stay a bit lower there, but yeah, how has that not hit the stumps?
Crazy scenes. Just actually got a lot of turn and got a purchase off the Astro pitch. So tough for Stagno there.
Oh, that's took off. That's absolutely took off. Yeah, look at Afi Khan. Afi Khan's like, well, what am I
for the over, please, sir?
What am I supposed to do with that?
That's brilliant. Do you know what? That's why you love cricket, because even though these two teams are battling it out, Afi Khan and he's still look at.
One for the over, please. Stagno gives him a little pat on the back. Mipuri comes in again. Out into the leg side. No bounces this time from him. Horrocks picks it up. It'll just be the single off that one, and Afi Khan moves on to 12 off 12 balls, striking at a 100 strike rate. He's doing well. Good to see him to try and it'd be nice for him to make some runs.
Come on then, here's Stanislaus. What's he got up his sleeve? He's got to push on now, then he's got to do something. Iggy's asking for Reyes.
Oh, now there's a couple of other things here. Oh, there's a bit of bedlam. There's all sorts going on. No one really knows what's happening. Stagno's questioning the stumping. Another ball which is taken off. Was it caught? It was very close to the bat. There's a lot of things going on here. There's questions been asked. And misses it. Misses it there. So a really good take from Stagno behind the stumps. Very good as it takes off the surface again. Now, Stanislaus, we've got to watch his foot here. Does he keep it down? It's down. It's down. It's still down. Yeah, no, it's safe for me. That's his toe looks clearly down from this angle that I'm seeing. Well, we're getting a bit of a frantic cricket at the minute in this over.
It's all happening. It's all happening. Krim just asking, what's the international T20 rankings for Malta and Gibraltar? Come on, get your notepad
right,
out.
so
but your notepad not be right.
It might not be right. So I'm going off what I saw.
What have you got Gibraltar at? Then I can tell you.
So yeah, so mine
after this delivery.
78.
After this delivery.
Oh dear. Mipuri comes in and it's swept to the leg side. Latin in the outfield picks it up. There'll just be one Afi Khan saying slow down, slow down. I've got them down as 78th.
Nope, 77.
Right.
No, so you're wrong. So your notepad needs to be thrown out.
Yeah, my notepad. That's completely thrown my notepad. I've got an old ICC chart by the looks of it then.
They were updated on Wednesday, I believe.
That might be why, because I did my research.
Or Tuesday.
Puri comes in again, tempted outside the off stump. Pushed into the offside. No run. Well, that doesn't help me, who did all my research on Monday. Sat there kind of preparing, making loads of notes, and then they decide to update the rankings literally a day before the start of the tour. End of the 14th, 94 for 4. Mipuri finishes with really good figures of only 18 runs. Unfortunately, doesn't take a pick up a wicket, but he has really done a really good job there for Gibraltar in just stemming that run flow. Looking at the scorecard then, Stanislaus still in, 31 off 33 deliveries. Afi Khan on 13 for 13. A few decent scores. Mughal made 17 off 12 and Prasad 15 off 19, but again, just unable to really get going this Malta side with the bat.
So where have you got Malta in the ICC rankings?
Oh, you're going to prove all my rankings wrong. So I got Malta at 58th.
Nope, 54. Gibraltar 77.
I like how Gibraltar have moved up a place, having not won anything.
It depends on what happens around them as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know. What Portugal then?
Portugal 44. We worked that out on the first stage. Remember 77, 44. What have you got them as?
44.
Ah, there we go.
Samoth Bode into bowl. Little bit of a bump ball. Stagno's going to come in. Is it a run out? It's a sliding bat. It's going to be a call for square leg umpire.
Stagno thinks he's out.
Yeah, Stagno thinks a lot of things right.
He's a good keeper.
He's a wicket keeper. When you're a keeper, you think everything's out. I'm not going to lie. So bump ball. Stanislaus goes, stages it, but Afi Khan calls him through, throws in the dive. Oh, it's going to be close. This one is going to be close. Did he get his bat down? Ooh, we need to be slow there. I mean, that is going to be really close. It's a really good dive from Afi Khan. He threw everything into it, but this Yeah, this might be out. Yeah, I think that could very well be out. The bat looks to be in the air. There's cheers on the field. Decision's been given. It's the 5th wicket to fall here tonight for Malta as they are on 95 for 5. It's a good run out. Very quick thinking. Good hands from Stagno behind the stumps there. Really happy. Good scenes behind the stumps. But Gibraltar need to keep their focus here. The game is not done. There's still just under 6 overs to be bowled. Gib at this point, 113 for 2, of course. But yeah, they've got to keep their focus on here.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work from Stagno. He's having a pretty good tournament at the moment, and I know you'll be looking on thinking, oh, does it have to be now when I'm sat here commentating? But Stagno's been really, really good with both gloves and bat, has to be said. And yeah, this is becoming an interesting one now, isn't it? What's that now? 83 runs required off of 35 deliveries, 94 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, he's having a really good tour. Is Stagno and doing really well behind the stumps.
Smile. You
Smile
and say that.
I'm biting my tongue and biting my lip as I see my replacement absolutely do brilliant. No, but it's good to see. I'm absolutely delighted for him and delighted for Gibraltar. Samoth Boda comes into bowl again. Why, that's a lovely ball from Boda. Really troubling the batter. As the new batter, Jaspal Singh, comes in. Looks to play that into offside, doesn't get near it.
I still find it quite fun. How long were you sat there doing your notes? How long were you sat there doing your notes, looking at the ICC website before it updated?
Yeah, incredible. Anyway, Samoth Boda. Oh, that's
hello, 6 runs. See you later. That's a lovely shot. Where's that come from? Well, Mr. Singh, where have you been all our lives? Because that's a beautiful cricket shot. Hello.
Well, Malta have been crying out for a batsman. And I tell you what a shot this is. Steps away to leg and just pummels it over the offside. That's hitting the scoreboard. That's not just crossed the line. That has flown over the boundary.
Hoo-wee. Good shot. Very nice.
Yeah, really good. Really good. It's good to see a bit of intent as well here from Malta. As Samoth Boda comes in again, just pushes it wide. Oh, there's a bit of confusion again. There's a bit of franticness about this. Jaspal Singh, I'm not sure what he's doing there at the long strike. I'm not sure he's kind of flapping his arms around. I'm not sure he was happy about something. But, yeah.
Can I just say that there's a very nice smell coming. It's very fresh, very sea salt, very nice breeze come across. It's lovely.
It is good.
I'm never leaving.
No, I've missed this place. I really have. As Boda comes in again, that one will be quarter wide. Yeah, it's lovely down here at Europa Point. I mean, it's what a place to play cricket. I've played here for the last 4 years, and you do get that nice kind of breeze. And on a night like this, as we head towards summer, where you get that kind of sea salt smell of the sea and the coast, warm weather. And yeah, it does make me miss it. Anyway, Samoth Boda to continue in his second over. So good ball again as Stanislaus takes a big swing. Stagno looking potentially for the kind of a little run out, but no. Big swing, gonna miss once again. I think he knows he needs to just either get on with it now. He's been there, he's made a good score, but he's kind of struggled to that score of 31, just off 34 balls.
Yeah, 31 off 34 at this stage, in this context of this game, it's just not enough, as it's just that run rate now nearly at 15, 14 and a half to be exact. It's just every time there isn't a boundary, it's just slipping away from Malta, and Gibraltar looking as if they're going to go on and get their first victory out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, as Boda comes in again. Bit too full, that's going to be out into the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs to Stanislaus.
Nice shot. Actually finally finds the middle again after it's been a while since he hit that 6 a while ago, but yeah, that's a nice shot. 2 full. Samoth Boda just having a few issues with his line and length and getting punished, and that's what happens at this level. End of the over, and at the end of 15, Malta 106 for 5.
Yeah, good finish to that over from Stanislaus as he moves on to 35 off 36 deliveries. As we look on to the coming Monday, as we start our European Cricket Series in Austria from the 8th of May until the 19th. And we start with some interesting matchups there, as Cricket at CC in the first take on Snazzy. Snazzy, I know they're one of your favourites. And then we've got some other interesting teams. We see Vienna CC, the Austrian Daredevils, of course. Tune in on Monday morning, 7:30 GMT. As we see, Avinash Pai, the captain, is going to bring himself back on to bowl here.
Interesting here, interesting. He bowled well there, didn't he, Avi? He bowled very, very well. He's going to be really trying to to just apply the squeeze now. 5 overs to go, 30 deliveries left, 71 required, and yeah, they just need to really keep the squeeze on.
Yeah, as he comes into bowl here, it's just darted through.
Yeah, you can hear as well, if it's getting picked up, but dot balls are what they're wanting. Dot balls are gold dust. That pressure will just keep building and building, and that's when you find mistakes from the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. As Avinash Pai comes in again, that's always floated that one up a little bit and tempted the bat, but just inside the line. Good bowling from Pai.
He loves that variation. That's the variation, isn't it? It's the loopy, giving it a bit of air, and just wasn't able to match it, which he's trying to replicate that 6 he hit a while ago.
Yeah, 100%. As he comes in again, this is punted into the leg side. This could be a catch. Horrocks underneath it. It's a wicket. 3 wickets for Avinash Pai. Only 3 runs from it. This is an incredible spell of bowling from the skipper. And
leading from the front, yes, what he's doing. And yeah, good for Horrocks as well. Dropped the first one earlier, which was again in a similar position, but takes this one cleanly, watches it all the way, and another wicket falls, and you just feel that at the moment this is getting harder and harder for Malta. 106 for 6.
Yeah, Aaron Sharma makes his way to the crease. Interesting fact for you, Avinash Pai, best statistics as a bowler in international level. He's bowled 3 for 14 before, so he's on for a career best at the minute.
There's still an over and a half left of his spell, and that could not stay like that. That could end up in a very interesting, different story. You may have just cursed him.
Yeah,
and
I know.
if you have, I'm going to go and tell him, and I'm sure he'll have lots to say about it. Anyway.
Sharma goes out big into leg side. It's only going to be the 1 run. Ian Latine with his laser beam arm. There is going to be no second run there. Sharma looks to go big into leg side. A little bit of banter between him and the skipper from Gibraltar at the bowler's end here. 70 runs needed from 26 balls at 16 and over. It's a really tall order here as Avinash comes in again. Really good length. Oh, now, yeah, it's Stagno just very canny behind the stumps. Looking for that stumping opportunity at all times. Oh, yeah, that back foot did come out the crease for just a second.
Looked a little bit interesting to me. Looks as if the bat was sliding, but umpires aren't asking for it, so we won't go there. But no, this is again a really good spell. 3 for 4 at the moment. Avinash Pai might just try and save himself and just sort of go, yeah, I'm not going to bowl anymore. These are really good figures. Just take a look at this one here. It'll be a bit of an interesting one here because it slides through.
Pai darting that one across. It's punched out into the offside. Will only be the 1 run. Yeah, no, I can't see Avinash Pai not giving himself a 3rd over here as we come to the end of the 16th. 108 for 6. Malta needing 69 off 24 balls. So I was just saying, 3 wickets for only 5 runs from his first 3. I can't see himself giving another, not another over. Let's have a look at this.
Taking another look at this one. Just as we came through, so the ball falls, hits the stumps on the first time, doesn't quite dislodge the bells. Then that back foot slides, keeps going through. You can
now. This is the one.
This
as his
is
foot
where
comes out.
Fits on the line.
Yeah,
Fits fine. There's something going on the line. Never mind. Well, that was fun. Oh dear, end of the over then.
Keepers Union trying to buy a wicket behind the stumps here, I think. Anyway, Louis Bruce to continue here. Wide of that off stump. It's a good ball again. A wild swing from Stanislaus, who's just looking a little bit frustrated out there. 36 off 39 balls now. It's been a good innings from him. It's been good for him that he's got some runs on the board, but he really needed that kind of support out there from a big hitting guy, someone probably like a Varun Prasad or a Basil George who has missed out through injury. Bruce into bowl again. It's a cutter. It's gone up in the air. This could be out. This fielder's converging on it.
Oh dear, oh no. 3 of them and none of them got a hand on it. I won't lie to you, Reyes didn't look very comfortable under that. He looked as if he was almost just sort of keeping his hands out and hoping. The hands were very high. Look how high the hands go here, by the way. Watch this, look, and I'm just... no, and it just doesn't go. He has a bit of a giggle. Good to see that he finds the funny side of it. But yeah, just going in sort of in between the Australian way and the traditional way, it's just, yeah, it just didn't come off.
Yeah, it didn't look comfortable, and the hands, I think the hands were in the wrong position. He should be in that, because of the ball kind of going over his shoulder a little bit, he needs to be going in that Australian way of fingertips up. Anyway, Louis Bruce comes into bowl. Lovely ball again. Good to see Louis Bruce bowl that cutter last ball, though, because he has been working on them. And I tell you what, they are very, very difficult to pick. And Stanislas really got it wrong. It went miles up in the air. It was spinning all over the place. So it was a difficult catch for Reyes. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see going forward in this competition this week how much more kind of cutters Bruce does bowl. Did utilise it really well a month ago in Portugal. So as he comes in here, taking a big edge down to third man. Fielded well. It'll only be the one run. Sam Boda down there, the two youngsters combining.
Ahmad Sharma, 1-off-1 at the moment. He needs a big over. These have got to be some big shots now from Sharma. He's kind of been the mainstay of runs, apart from a couple of people. But Stanislaus, 39 of 42, just hasn't been able to get that run rate above 100. And on a pitch like this, it's pretty much a batsman's paradise. Just struggled very slightly, and it's just doesn't look like it's going to be enough to get them over the line.
No, absolutely. As Bruce comes in again here to Sharma, he'll just punch this into the offside. They're going to look for two. They're going to take on the arm of Kenroy Nestor. It's going to go to keeper's end. That will be a good part of running between the two batsmen. Yeah, I mean, going back to that Stanislaus thing, I mean, he is the kind of character as a batsman, and you look at his strike rates in the international level, he's the kind of batsman which you will rotate the strike, but he needs someone alongside him who is going to be able to go big. And in the past, Malta have had that. They've had players who can do it. Good ball here into the toes of Sharma by Bruce.
Yeah, just hasn't had the support. That's just all it's been, and yeah, just struggled ever so slightly. As that is the end of the over, and Malta 114 for 6. Take a moment just to congratulate, of course, Fresh Tropical. They were the winners of the Milan ECS out in Italy. A huge congratulations to them, winning against Brescia in the final. It was obviously didn't get to watch it because we were busy working, but I heard it was a pretty good final.
Yeah, absolutely. I caught a bit of it this morning, actually, and over the last few days when I managed to get a chance. I have to say I'm a bit of a fan of Fresh Tropical.
It's a great name.
Not exactly. Well, that's it. Not not so much for the cricket, but just the name.
Well, I've got to say for the cricket, they won.
They won, but I tended to. even if they'd have been dreadful, I think I'd have picked them just for the name. It's a brilliant name.
Yeah, no, it's just. Yeah, it was a pretty much a washout really. Fresh Tropical going keeping Brescia to 55 for 9 after their 10 overs, and them knocking it off a wicket down in the 6th. So yeah, Fresh Tropical, congratulations to all of you, and yeah, well, it's always nice to see a team come in and be successful, and yeah, really good to see. And well, look, Avinash Pai, he said, I'm not scared, I'm going to carry on, I want to see if I can get some better figures here. And again, he looks as if he's proving just to be a little bit too much for the Maltese team at the moment.
Yeah, told you, there was not a chance in hell that Avinash Pai was not getting a fourth here from himself. As that's gone straight, and that could have very nearly been a caught and bowl. Did come sharply from Sharma. Avinash Pai, very close. He's looking for that fourth wicket. Best figures of 3 for 14. And yeah, that's come really sharply back at him. I saw him only a couple of months ago in the ECL for the Loughborough Lightning take a very similar catch to that. As we get back to the action, that is going to go all the way. Stanislaus, actually maybe not. That's an interesting bit. I like that from Mipur. He's thrown himself. I'm not sure he needed to do it. The ball had stopped. I mean, if we watch it again here, he's kind of just gone, he's nearly overrun it for a start. It's a lovely little flip back, and yeah, you can love a bit of drama in the cricket, and that was one for the cameras, I think, as we say. As Pai will come in again. 3 more balls to try and get his best figures. Slap down the ground. Lou Bruce there. Really good bowling again from Pai. Stanislaus just edging towards that 50. 42 off 44 now. Sharma back on strike. 2 balls to the end of the 18th. Sharma going straight again, and Avinash Pai. That will be 4 runs. Lovely shot from Sharma. Pai now 3 for 9.
3 for 13 now.
3 for 13, crikey. Oh dear.
What's those best figures?
3 for 14.
Oh dear.
So he's got 1 ball to take a wicket here to get those best figures.
Well, it's either that or he keeps it 3 for 13 and it's better runs, so it's fine.
Well, he's dropped me from the international squad, so I hear I've jinxed him for the wickets. He's not going to be a happy bunny. Anyway, here he comes. Very well bowled. It's going to be a chance of a run out, maybe not. Stagno can't get there. That is going to be a leg bye. As he just drifts it into the legs. A little bit of a slow one, bit of more loop on it. Sharma can't clip it away. Stagno slips on the field, but does well to recover it. And yeah, fantastic spell there from Avinash Pai, the skipper, kind of a skipper's kind of, we say innings, but a skipper bowling performance. 4 overs, 3 wickets for only 13 runs. That is his best international figures at T20I. And yeah, just taking a look at the run rate chart here and just looking at Malta, they're just really struggling to kind of keep up with that level of Jib throughout the entire of that innings. And yeah, well below that red line.
Yeah, they're just struggling out there, and this game's going to come to a pretty uneventful end, as it looks as if Gibraltar will go on to take a victory here, unless, I don't know, Malta can become Joss Butler and AP de Villiers, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Louis Bruce back in for his final over. This will be a 4-over spell for him as well. Be interesting to see. They've kind of used their bowlers, they've utilised the bowlers well at Gibraltar, but I think they've wanted to make sure they get the win, so they've not really rotated and given some people a chance maybe. They've kind of gone, right, we're going to make sure we win this game, and that's a winning mentality there from the skipper as Bruce comes in. Toe end of the bat, they'll get the 1.
Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just a little bit busy doing something though. I do apologise.
No, that's absolutely fine. we know that you like your food, and after yesterday, you need to
make sure it gets done. I've got, man's got to eat. There's still a game going on. I'm still paying attention. No, I'm joking. No, it's this is again. It's been a good innings from Stanislaus. Just hasn't been able to kick things on. There's been a couple of nice shots, a bit of a half an appeal, but I don't really think they were going for that. As yeah, it's just an innings that just hasn't been able to motor along. He's got the start, but not been able to kick on, and he will be more frustrated than anyone. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think it's been some really nice shots in this innings, and he can bat. You can see this through some of the shots that he has played. It's difficult for some batters. Some people, it's just not in their nature to be big hitters and go at a really high strike rate. As we see Bruce come in here, pushes that one wide. That will be called a wild, and it's gonna be 2. Hold it is the call. There's buzzers. This will not please the captain. That is not what we want to see, and this is where we talk about Jib just not losing the focus. We've seen this quite often in recent years. There was no need for that there. Absolutely no need. Just remain focused. Only less than 2 overs to go now. Keep Malta to a minimum and really get this game done and dusted and get that really, comprehensive victory.
Yeah, they want to show off here, do Gibraltar.
Punched into the offside by Stanislaus. He'll just get the 1 for it, and yeah, just look a bit of a forlorn figure as he kind of wanders to the non-striker's end. He knows that he probably could have done with a partner out there who could have gone big, and it probably isn't his game. Let's be brutally honest. He can bat, but he will be frustrated, I think, because he has probably been the only batter this innings who's really kind of shown a bit of performance. And anyway, Sharma punched that out to Horrocks. He'll only get the 1 for it. Do you like the look of Sharma? Sharma batting quite low down here. Could be an option for the rest of the week, batting slightly higher up. He hits a hard ball. He goes at it hard. And that's the kind of person you're going to want in when you're trying to score down.
No, absolutely. And it is just a matter of a little too late, really.
Anyway, Stanislaus, that's a wicked ball from Bruce. Just bounces off the seam and away from Stanislaus. Really good ball from Bruce as Gibraltar just look to kind of finish this game off now. It's been a really good performance from the home nation, who looks set to make their first international home victory on home soil. It's been a really, really good game. End of the over. 19 overs gone. 129 for 6. 48 runs needed in 6 balls. It's looking highly unlikely, isn't it?
Yeah, well, mathematically impossible. Unless, no, don't come at me with all this. They're going to go 100 ball, 3 no balls and 4 wides and 10 extras. No, don't give me that. It's mathematically impossible. Gibraltar have won. I'm done.
Having been in the squad and been in this kind of thing where you get...
Yes!
Yes, we have him!
Andrew Reyes is into the attack. It's only taken 9 overs. He's going to take a wicket now, and I will be very, very happy. That was the most unprofessional I've ever been on the mic. I do apologise. But it's happened. We've asked for it. We've begged for it. It's happened. Come on, Andrew Reyes.
I think we might have skipped. I think Ian Lattine's field down here in front of us. I think he's just probably gone, looked behind and gone, what on earth has just happened? As we both went up with a massive cheer.
Oh,
Here he is, right, like, watch these leg cutters across the bottom. Straight. This could be out. First ball! He's done it! Andrew Reyes! We called it here in the commentary box. He should have bowled. It's James Fitzgerald, after dropping a fair few last night, picks up the wicket. Andrew Reyes, first ball. What a call here from the commentary box. You know what? We should be captains.
No, hang on. I should be captain. That's me all over, mate. Let's have a look at this though. Andrew Reyes, first ball on the money, in dipping swing. Sharma doesn't know what to do. He gets it all wrong, and it's a pretty simple catch. And Fitzy takes it. Brilliant catch. Another wicket goes. And it's Amar Sharma who has to go, and it's now 129 for 7.
Yeah, fantastic catch as well from Fitzgerald, who had a really tough evening yesterday under the ball. Takes a really good catch. First ball delivery from Reyes, really good. That's what, going back to being slightly more professional again, that is what Reyes does. And look, you can look at Reyes and go, that's really easy to bowl and to hit. It's slow, it's steady, it's not doing much. But it's so difficult to hit because of the pace off and the fact that he kind of rolls his hand over the top of the ball. You just want to hit it, and you really can't get much purchase on it, and that's what's happened there. Oh, wow.
So close.
I mean, that's brilliant from Reyes. I mean, you know, fair credit to Reyes here. He could have come on, been given kind of the last over of the game, and kind of already kind of switched off, but he hasn't. He's come on here, fully prepared to come in and go, right, skip. I want to bowl in the next game. And here he is coming in for his third ball, rolls the fingers over it again, and he's bowled him. It's 2 in 3 balls. Andrew Reyes, none before, superstar bowler, and there is a massive cheer go around the ground. He's such a popular figure around these parts and a part of this crew. Oh, wow. Charlie. What can we say?
I'm not saying anything. I'm staying very unbiased. Andrew Reyes, great delivery. Look, top of off, swinging in from about 6th stump line. And it's so hard to play. Yes, it's slow. It's not quick. But that is sensational. And Sammy Naik, I'm coming for your job, and I will be the head coach of Gibraltar in the next week. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there you go. But look, on a serious note,
yes.
Andrew Reyes is saying, look
at me. Look what I can do.
There is another 4 games for Gibraltar in the next 2 days. Give me a chance, and I can get wickets, and important wickets. And this is going to be important throughout the week because they're going to have some really tough games coming against both Portugal and Malta to come. Here is an option, and he's such a canny character, and this is fantastic from him. I'm really happy for him as well. Yeah,
and the thing is, he slows it right down. It gets into the rhythm of the players as well, and it's really good to see.
Now, this has gone up, and I tell you what, let's see. It could, oh, my word. Reyes is having an absolute over and a half.
He just had a misfield, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we'll forget that bit. But quick mention for Stanislaus. Nice little innings. Finishes on, I think, was it 43 in the end for him. Frustrating afternoon in general, but he did bat well and played some nice shots at times. That was going slightly down leg, and be kind of think this will be leg buys. Don't think he got any bat on this.
Should be giving us leg buys, and good work from Samath Bodda is given. Let's signal leg buys. Yeah, 43 off of 48 for Stanislaus. He'll be a little bit frustrated, but again, just hasn't been Malta's day once more. But they'll be hoping that they can come back and just get things going once more and come back and finish off the weekend strongly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they'll be looking and hoping that injury to Basil George isn't too serious. Anyway, last ball of the game. Andrew Reyes comes in. It's swing, big miss. They're going to go for a run. Not really needed, but yeah, Stagno isn't going to go for the run out. He's going to hold on to that. And that will conclude the innings. Gibraltar taking the comprehensive victory here against Malta. And it is their first international T20 home win. And what a way to do it.
Yeah, no, sensational stuff. And credit where credit's due. Gibraltar just too good for Malta here this evening, and good to see handshakes all round. And it's just been an incredible day's cricket. It really has. And, you know, it's nice to see Gibraltar. Gibraltar a team and a nation that we've seen on the network for a good couple of years now. And it's nice to see them reap the rewards and, you know, playing in front of a home crowd. There is a decent attendance here, has to be said. It's, you know, there's a few people coming to watch this game if you're out the day, but also just to watch Gibraltar as well. And it really has been really, really good. And it's nice to see. We take a look at the highlights then of the match-winning innings for Gibraltar, and it started there with an absolute perler from Kabir Midpudi.
Yeah, brilliant take. I mean, it was going over his head. And again, this one, Castagno running in, chasing, good hands again. Really good start from Gibraltar with the ball, and it really put Malta under pressure really early on. This one, Mipuri going down the ground, just over the top of Lubrus there. Good shot.
Yeah, no, there were some really good shots, but it just was a little bit too late, wasn't it? They just weren't really able to get things going. Andrew Reyes, the man of the hour, with an excellent bit of cricket there, and he got the stop in there. Samarth Bodda bowled pretty well, but this was a nice shot, wasn't it? That was a bit of a surprise. Came out of nowhere. Nice shot down the ground from Singh, and it was that man really, though. Avinash Pai, 3 for 13, career best figures in international T20 cricket. Horrocks, that was the second of the two that he was able to take. This was a tough opportunity, and obviously Andrew Reyes, we don't want to see this one. Skip this highlight, next one, because that's not our Andrew Reyes, that's not him. But it was, again, really good to see Avinash Pai come back into the stream of things. Well, that was a close one, but it was good to see that everyone made it out. But then this man came on the 20th over, and the first delivery was a golden wicket, and that will be my favourite wicket till the day I die. But Gibraltar are your winners here in match number 4, beating Malta by 43 runs. And Gibraltar, they stay second in the table. Then we take a look at the scorecards, and, well, it was a pretty poor run of the game for Malta. Just weren't able to get things going, and it was really that top order that struggled, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it throughout the opening 3 games for Malta so far. Just struggling to keep hold of their wickets within that power play. It's not so much the run rate, which was the issue at that point. Again, it's just losing those early wickets. Stanislaus, good to see him make some runs at the top of the order. He felt a forlorn figure, really. Cut a really forlorn figure at the end. No one really was able to support. Nice couple of runs in the middle from Varun Prasad. Very unlucky to get an LBW decision, have to say. Afi Khan got off to a really nice start before getting a really good run out from Stagno. But yeah, I mean, Malta need a few batters to come together, not just the 1 or 2.
Yeah, no, they do. Taking a look at the bowling then, and it's really Avinash Pai, 3 for 13, going at just 3.2 and over in his 4 overs, but also Midpuri going for 18 as well. He was pretty economical, but it was that man, Andrew Reyes, for me. I don't care whatever the officials say, he's my man of the match. Don't tell anyone else. Andrew Reyes, 2 for 2 off his single over, with some really good fielding in there as well. Some really good bits of work for him. And well, Joe, that's another day done. Two days down, and we're halfway through essentially, and Portugal looking like they're just a little bit of a level above at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd say like Portugal are that kind of yard post to the team to beat, so to say. They've been really strong in these first 2 days, 3 wins from 3. That game yesterday just tested a little bit by Gibraltar, but I think that was they were probably underestimating how good Gibraltar actually were. Maybe let it a little bit slip in their fielding today in that first game against Malta, but they are that yardstick.
Yeah, no, they are. A few thank yous to go around the ground then. First of all to the blue crew here on the ground. Samir Nayak, Suleiman Saeed and Mahel as well. Maldav have been sensational once again. Samir's in party mode. Gibraltar getting a win here tonight. To the umpires, all of the umpires we've had today, they've had a few. They've been sensational as well. And also to the local organising committee as well, and all the catering staff as well. It's been a really good day again. But most importantly, to the crew from Spring Productions, some really close calls that were needed, some replays, and the slow-mos were really good. And once again, just proving they're the best in the business. Don't tell anyone else. It's been a sensational evening and a sensational day of cricket. But remember, we're back again tomorrow. Lots of international cricket on the network, with international cricket coming from Italy versus France. That's early in the morning. We'll be on air. We're back a little bit earlier as well. 10:15 will be the first game, in fact. That'll be an interesting one. All that's left to do is say a huge thank you to the community out there, to those getting involved in the stream, and everyone tuning in throughout the day. Without any of you, none of this is possible, and it is a huge pleasure to be here again. And Joe, well, second day in the books. Happy?
Yeah, very happy. Trying to keep my professional head on here before I go off mic. But yeah, very, very good day of cricket again. Good win for Portugal to start off the day. And then to finish off the day, a really good performance from Gibraltar. And another 2 games which have really produced in terms of runs, in terms of wickets, in terms of spectacular catches, and just really great moments. Yeah, it's been splendid. That's all we've got time for here this evening here at the Europa Point Stadium. Do remember, we're back tomorrow at around about 10:30. Until then, my name's been Charlie Hunt, alongside Joe Marples, here in Gibraltar on the European Cricket Network. Good night.